Welcome to Sunshine Coast Stadium for day 2 of the DoorDash National Youth Championships for 2023. My name's Jack Rogers and I'm joined, of course, by Carly Banks here down on the touchline. And we're going to give you the Red Rooster Daily Preview Show. We've got plenty of action coming up on day 2. Carly, anything in particular you're looking forward to?
Oh, absolutely, Jack. We've got so many great games today. Our KO match of the day at 2:40 between New South Wales CHS 18 girls and the Swannies 18 girls. Sure to be a crackerjack matchup. Plenty of great talent out there. Lots of national representatives, state players out there. It should go down to the wire, that one. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup, Jack.
Well, it should be an absolute cracker here at 2:40 on the main stage. Well, couple of teams undefeated as well after yesterday's proceedings. QSST, of course, won both divisions last year here in the under-18s, and they're looking to double down on that and do that once again. But also in the girls division, the under-18s, the Hornets, New South Wales Combined High Schools and New South Wales CIS yet to lose a game on day 1. So they'll be looking to sort of lock and load, ready for finals at the back end of this week, Carly.
Yeah, it's a ruthless tournament, this time around, because there's no quarterfinals. So every game, every single second counts. So, I'm really looking forward to watching a lot of those teams go around. And in the 18 boys, QSST, can anybody stop them? I think New South Wales CHS and the boys is quietly getting their act together under gun coach Scott Buckley, and I think that they will be. It'll be very interesting to watch those guys go around today. And how about our try scorers, Jack?
The Bristol Paints try scorers. Actually, it's been some of the younger age groups that have been topping that leaderboard after the first day. The under-14s, Caleb Lewis and Hayden Matters, 9 tries each. Keeping in mind that only 2 or 3 games have been played on day 1 of proceedings. So that's a hell of a tally. Yeah,
I can't wait to see what the tally ends up on day 4. I think the scoreboard attendants are going to be extremely busy, but great talent. And isn't it great to see all of the Australian states here represented? Tasmania, South Australia, those guys are playing really, really well. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of those sides on the field today, Jack.
Coming up behind us here shortly on our stadium field for today, we will actually be seeing Western Australia in action, so plenty of excitement coming your way. That's been our Red Rooster preview for today. Come back in 5 minutes' time, live on KO and Sky Sport Next, where the first game of the day will be taking off.
It's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of touch and come out and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So, no, it's well worth being here.
And you just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere.
Welcome back to Sunshine Coast Stadium here. We've got plenty of action coming your way, just discussed in the Red Rooster preview show. We've got Western Australia on the field right now, under-16s division. My name's Jack Rogers. I'm here with Carly Banks, and it should be an exciting show this morning.
Yeah, really looking forward to these two teams battling it out here, Jack. And it's great to see WA out here doing what they do, and fantastic here from the Cyclones. NQ's always been a really good breeding ground for touch in Queensland, and be really looking forward to watching these boys go around.
Well, early start here, and they're looking pretty sharp out on the middle of the pitch. The sun is out. It's looking beautiful here at Sunshine Coast Stadium. Doug Mackey, the match referee here, calls a penalty early for offside. And the Cyclones, well, they got some good meters there early on, but it's the Tigers who will be coming back really strongly down the middle of the park. Let's see what they can do on the right edge here. No luck on that occasion. It was a good long ball, but yeah, the pace so far is electric. And let's see if both teams can keep it up. Driving through the middle of the park, the Cyclones here, and that's a good run through the middle from the number 8. It's Miles Rosemond. Looking for numbers back on the inside. And yeah, they're just making meters well here, the Cyclones. Let's see if they can crack the Tigers at the back end of this set. On the 7-meter mark, picking up from half is Griffin. Griffin with the ball in hands. He's through into the in-goal. Can he get the ball away? Yes, he can. Beautiful stuff from Griffin there, just to worm his way through that hole.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there from the Cyclones. They were really, really patient. They got that strike dump on the 7, picked up the ball. Hayden picked up the ball and he went short side, beat his man, and then calmly found the winger to finish off the try. And yeah, open their account here on the TV field, mate.
And that early try for the number 8, Miles Rosemond, from the Cyclones. And they're pretty happy with that little look towards the commentary box. Can the Tigers strike back? 7 metres out, nice sweeper play coming here. They've got an overlap on the left-hand side. Almost connected there. It was the number 2, Moasi, who threw that ball. And it was quite a good one, actually.
Yeah, it was a fantastic piece of play there from, Moasi there. Nice little sweeper play there and a pick up and rip. And yeah, I'm liking the structure about the WA Tigers, mate. They've started this game really, really well, Jack. And yeah, nice to see the way that they're playing such flowing touch. And same for the Cyclones. This is a very entertaining match.
Well, here they go. A little bit of flair there from the Cyclones. Number 13, Burvey. He's got the ball in hand right now. Little skip. And he's almost gone through, but caught from dummy half there. And a good touch there from Vile, just to make sure there are no shenanigans in that set. Playing the ball now. There's plenty of noise actually coming up from the ground, which is always great to see. The communication between players is so important here. They've done well there just to beat the shoot up. Great driving run as well there from the Tigers' number 7, Waruki. And, it's good stuff to see. Heads up footy, 5th and last. Can they get away here? And yep, they're running away and into the in-goal. It's the number 4 from the Tigers. He calls for 6 again. And Hickey, he was through for all money.
Yeah, he's got a nice set of wheels on him, hasn't he, young Hickey? And that was a really, really nice strike dump too from Theo. He's he looks a likely customer as well.
Oh, here goes Hickey again. He's going to get 6 more. Called by Doug Mackey. And they'll play the ball 7 metres out. Yeah, structurally they've been great, Carly. And let's see, they've got a nice wide winger out on the left, so they might hit back on this side, see what they do. And Hickey caught with the ball.
Yeah, and that's not a bad play. Early counts, like a nice little sort of rooster line, and they're being very patient with the ball, very thoughtful. And the sweeper play, they've gone back to that well because it's been good for them. It's very close. And the only issue there, they played the ball inside the 7, Jack, and if they get it right on the 7, they would have put the Cyclones defender under a little bit more pressure there.
Billy Hellion made that important touch coming off his line. And there we go, lost control of the ball there. So a great touch from the Cyclones. Far North Queensland there, having a bit of fun out there, trying to put some pressure on the Tigers. It's a really good battle so far. Wrestling match out in the middle, and it's unclear who's going to get ahead at this point. Oh, can't get the ball away from dummy half there. Probably a little bit ambitious, Luke Swain, but he's certainly got the pace to boot, so got to back yourself in those situations.
Yeah, definitely. And the Tigers now taking the ball towards their box, and they're there on 3, and the coaching box over there would be very happy with that. And here's the latch play coming on from WA. Nice structure in terms of the way that they're going about their business out here. It's been very impressive so far, Jack.
Throws the dummy there, the number 9 from the Tigers, Lolohea. And Cyclones back on the ball. Got a shoelace being done up in the back of play there, so missing a winger, but he will be nice and deep for fifth and last here. So up with the play. Sweeper is on. Let's see if the right to left ball can connect. It can, but the shutdown defence is great. They're up. Oh, he's almost through there. The number 10. He's done well, Kylan Cutts, because he certainly ran out of room on the left-hand side of the field. And I'll try again here, little Rooster. Oh, and they go for the short ball, and that's beautiful stuff. Pops it up. Trust in your teammate. Didn't even need to look at where that pass was going. Cyclones put their second on the board to number 6, Kabassi.
Yeah, that was a nice little play, well-worked play. They moved the WA defence from one side to the other, came back, set themselves for that Rooster play, and a nice identification with the early release. And, that was, a fantastic try there for the Cyclones.
Really impressive performance by both teams so far. They're certainly putting on a show here.
Yeah, they are. It's very entertaining here for the fans today. But if you can't get down to the ground, then you can see all the action on KO Sports.
Live on KO. Sky Sport Next if you're watching from New Zealand as well. Here they go. Looking for players, and an intercept's been taken.
He's
running away now, the Cyclones. He's going to be pretty hard to catch. He's got plenty of pace there, does Roseman, and that's his second of the match. The last one he scored from the wing position, so he's probably, looks like he's playing multiple positions, actually.
Yeah, he's the utility. He's a super sub, and, if he keeps scoring tries like that, I think he can play anywhere he likes, Jack.
Well, the Cyclones, that's 3 on the board, so they're looking sharp this morning. Let's talk a little bit, Carly, about the morning versus afternoon games, because you're contending with different things there. Obviously, overnight, if you've had a good rest, a couple of players can come out a little bit lethargic, though, if they're not necessarily a morning person.
It can. It's always these sort of danger games. When you get the match schedule and you know what's happening in your training and in your preparation, you're scheduling your training sessions for early in the morning or late at night if you've got some of those games, and it just makes it a heck of a lot easier to adjust and to make sure your players are as prepared as they can be.
Climatising.
Absolutely, but the weather's been perfect here, Jack, hasn't it? It's just been amazing. Like at some of the other venues we go to, sometimes the grass is particularly dewy at 8 o'clock in the morning. Here, it's almost pristine conditions. So yeah, what a wonderful venue we've got. And
look
as we
at
speak,
pace from the number 13, it's Burvey, Elijah Burvey, stand up. That is worthy of applause.
Wow!
He's just sprinted around the link hole there.
Yeah, he's got some toe, hasn't he? He put the foot down and just went bang. So
wow.
now they're getting out to a 4-0 lead here. So it's really important over in that WA box that they keep their heads up, because they haven't been playing badly, Jack. They just haven't been able to convert an opportunity yet. And once you get one of those tries back, you sort of feel a little bit better about yourself and your confidence grows. I mean, that goes without saying, but these young fellas have just got to keep their head up and keep working, because their structures are really good. I'm really impressed with some of the plays that they're running, and they just needs one little chink in the armour and get back in it, and they'll feel so much better about themselves.
Well, here they come, looking for that short side opportunity. Couldn't quite crack through there, but the offside call.
Great play, great little sort of a Rooster play there. He went short side there, so let's see what they can do with this entire set. So it's about being a little bit patient. Nice dump on the 7 for him.
Pushing back. And they go right to the wing early in the count. That's a nice little play there. Taking him by surprise. Has the touch been made?
Yeah, just got out there in time, but great thinking. I love the eyes up footy about him. Fantastic play.
So little cutout ball there, and they're going to work their way back to the right-hand side now. They've got... Cyclones have shown their pace early with an intercept and a runaway, but got to say, the Tigers, they're light on their feet too. And the weather's perfect for both of these sides, both from the hotter regions in Australia, and a dive right there. No one's caught him. The number 21 for the Tigers, they've hit back. It's Jaden Bennett, and that's a beautiful sideways dive.
Absolutely, and that was what we were talking about, Jack. It just takes one to get you back in the contest, put things on an even keel, and give you a little bit of confidence. Obviously, there are a few more touchdowns to sort of catch up, but at 4-1 down and early days in the game, they're still in a really good position to mount a really good effort in this game.
And pats on the back from the Tigers camp, and coach Dion Corello will be happy with that one. They've kept their heads up, Carly, like you mentioned, and now they're back in the match. See if they can defend their line here, though. Cyclones probing. Ball out the back. That was a set play.
That's a lovely little play. Lovely little play. The coaches would have been working on that one. Some bright smiles down here in the box for the Cyclones and stuff. But, yeah, love to see it. And, yeah, I'm sure we'll see that play again, Jack, as the game goes on.
Well, the Tigers off their own line. That was an important defensive set, and unfortunately...
Yeah, that's a great decision by the referee. It was just a really loose carry there. And, yeah, Cyclones, red hot in attack here. So they're going to have to work really hard here. Really crucial stage right here for the Tigers. If they get out past the 8, they'll give themselves a much better chance here because the Cyclones have been fairly lethal from that 7-metre area.
Well, here they are close to the line. Mayer, and he's playing the ball, working in the middle there with the number 14, and that's Griffin. Griffin goes for the line.
Yeah, and that's a really good decision. The ball was down,
Yep. So he scores there, squeezes between two players, and yeah, he did well to get low early. Probably the Tigers players just caught slightly behind their line a little bit there, not moving forward. Yeah,
definitely. But that man, Hayden Griffin, he's been the architect, you know, for the Cyclones early, and he's put on another try there for his team. And yeah, he's a very impressive young player, Jack.
So we're back here at 5-1. Still certainly got to match. The Tigers have shown their attacking capability so far. Plenty of flair in this side. Looks like they're playing a sweeper, but back towards the short side. 5th and last, so we're going to have a static final play. Still a shot from static play, this team. And
he's away, that man again.
He's running away, and we already know that he's not going to be caught. In fact, he can even slow up and conserve some energy. Who is it? Well, it's none other than Elijah Burby. That's, whoa, little try celebration there. That's what we love to see in touch footy.
Definitely. I need him to come and mow my lawn. Good boy. Absolute legend. Really, really nice to see that the boys are having a great time out here, you know, and really enjoying. It's a long way to come for both these teams geographically, Jack, and to be out here and playing, you know, the best that the country has to offer in youth touch. It's a golden experience, and yeah, you just love seeing these teams get out there and put their best foot forward.
Well, the lawnmower celebration. Let's see if the Tigers can hit back. Maybe they'll be able to celebrate in a similar fashion. Here they come. Look to wrap around there, but perhaps didn't need to, and that's another intercept. So they're getting picked out a little bit there. The wingers are up and in, and they're really getting in the way of these cutout balls from the Tigers.
Yeah, if you're over in that WA box, you're looking at that little inside ball back there. Like the Cyclones are assuming that they're going to rip long, so they're sliding away very early. So yeah, maybe a little look back on the inside might pay dividends for the Tigers.
Well, the Cyclones back on the prowl here. And, some space almost open up in the middle early there. Thought could potentially give, but preferring to play safe and direct, which is smart play from the number 4. He dives for the line. The touch is made. So, yeah, good diving touch coming off the line there by the Tigers. Solid defence. Yeah,
that's a fantastic effort there from number 21, Jane Bennett. Fantastic effort there to, you know, to save the day for his team there. And those little extra efforts really lift the rest of the, you know, of the crew when you're coming onto the field after an effort like that. So, yeah, it's a fantastic effort here and a really good set here from the Tigers and a pick up from Scoot from half.
Looking good here with the numbers, but great touch made by the number 5, Stammers, for the Cyclones. Yeah, he had to cover 2 players there, and he just held off to the last second.
Yeah, fantastic effort there defensively, and the Cyclones are working really hard to get this ball to the box, and yeah, sort of when they go with flow, they look, you know, as good as anybody out there. So yeah, they're a little bit slow with these substitutions coming on, just because I had that, you know, that little sort of, you know, delay there. But now their back end's looking a little bit stronger, and they'll go get a decent strike dump here. And that man, number 14, he'll be heavily involved once again.
Sprinting to the left edge, and they think that they've got the space here to work with. Recycling back towards the middle. They'll have a crack on the right now, or back to the left. They're playing both sides of the field. And, yeah, it seems like they can be everywhere at once, this Cyclones team. They've got good fitness, clearly.
They love to sort of throw the ball around and quite entertaining. The WA defence is a little bit man-on, so, you know, those little late switches are definitely going to be something that the Cyclones are going to go back to, you know, as this game unfolds.
Well, then bring up again here. It's the number 12, Isaac. With the ball, he's calling the shots in this play. He wants to be dummy half. Let's see what he can do from the half position. He gives early. Roosters around. They go over to the longer side, and they get the ball down. That's a beautiful right to left long ball right there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic piece of play there. Really well worked play from the Cyclones. That's definitely a training manoeuvre. They've taken their time. It looked like it was like a little ML platform, and then, you know, just released early. Nice play from the Cyclones. They knew exactly what they were doing. It was great organisation. Their sequence worked well down here, and their coach is sort of giving them a few more cues now as to what he wants them to run next. So fantastic tournament for young players to develop those types of skills, Jack, because being able to, you know, run the show out there on the field, the players have to be able to do that. So giving them the autonomy to be able to, you know, control a set of six, it's a really empowering situation for, you know, for young players and a vital part of their education.
Well, North Queensland have increased the margin of their lead to 6 points.
Oh,
touches made. And the Tigers attacker there, Lolohea, he looked dangerous. He wanted to dive over the top of the defence. And putting their body on the line here. Touches made right on the 7 metre mark. They want to cycle it back. Here they go. That's a decent distance for a strike. Let's see if they can make it work. They can't, so the ball's just gone behind the winger there. Perhaps if either the winger was deep or the pass was slightly flatter, could have seen a result there.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. See how the Cyclones get off in this set of 6. So they've mostly gone to the box. So this is nice to see a little direct set here, and this is really good coaching coming into the into half time. It's a definite ploy, and it's fantastic piece of coaching here.
Yeah, they're not giving the Tigers any time
that
to
man again.
regather, and here he goes again. It's Burvey. He's got the ball away. This time too hard to man mark when these players are just so light on their feet.
He's covered in spiders. No one can touch him today. He's absolutely killing it out there, and it's really, really nice to see. And his teammates are all getting around him. It's such a really, really good effort. A few years ago, the Cyclones walked away with the 18 boys title, you know, so this has been a tremendous breeding ground for touch talent, you know, over the years, and you know, that's the beauty of our sport. It doesn't matter if you're tucked away down in Tasmania or you're right up the top, you know, at NQ. You know, if there's, you know, some ability for you to develop in this sport, everyone has that chance, and this tournament is fantastic, Jack. We say it over and over again, but it showcases the best young talent that we've got from, you know, all corners of the country.
Playing the ball now, 10 metres out, the Tigers. I think you're spot on, Carly. The talent here, there's 2,000 players here for a reason, the Sunshine Coast. Every single one of those players has shown talent, grassroots level and onwards, from the 12s through to the 18s. Many of these players will one day play for their country, if they haven't already. And the future of touch is great, is bright. We even saw the Dally M medals last night, 2 ex-touch players taking both the women's and men's Dally M's.
Yeah,
Kaylin Ponga and Tamika Upton.
Yeah, definitely, and 2 of the best, mate, and it has been a breeding ground always, and will continue to be.
And half-time is the call there. Ref Doug Mackey could have been a little cheeky and called that last one forward and given Cyclones 1 touch, but decides to call things there. The score is 8-1 in favour of the North Queensland Cyclones, and they're really happy with their performance. Some interesting high fives going on there at the end of that set. They're pretty stoked over all those. Still plenty of energy. Yeah,
definitely. You wouldn't want to miss your mark, would you? You'd caught one fairly hard in the chest there. But the boys, shows you just how pumped they are and how much they're enjoying their touch out there. And over in the WA box, they just need to keep their heads up and keep going. And I'm sure, you know, half time is the best thing that can happen sometimes. You can get yourself composed and come back and look for a better showing in the second half.
Well, we'll be back shortly for plenty more action here at the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Stay tuned, live on KO and Sky Sport Next.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work, because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be, it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Glue Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Welcome back live on KO and Sky Sport Next, the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Plenty of action still coming your way. Second half here for the 16 boys. It's the North Queensland Cyclones taking on the WA Tigers. North Queensland ahead right now, 8-1. They got quite a good scoreline. I've got Carly Banks next to me in the commentary box, who's going to be taking us through this second half. What can we expect to see here?
Yeah, I think that the Cyclones will be looking to just, keep doing what they've been doing. If it isn't broke, don't fix it, Jack. So I think their coaching staff have been really happy with their first half. And I think WA, they just really need to, get out here and put a little bit more effort into their line attack, when they do get their opportunities, and pressing out past the 7 defensively to sort of limit those live opportunities that the Cyclones, have executed so well so far in this game.
Well, it almost works things out there early. The architect, as you called him, Griffin, for the Cyclones. He's just sort of probing and trying to throw the Tigers' defence in doubt. And the Tigers work their way to their box early on. Oh, dummy half. Can't find a player to give it to. No sweepers, or rather no one sort of sweeping on there early. And, yeah, a little bit clunky on this first set, the Tigers, so they're just going to have to sort of pull it together here. It's probably not an ideal first set, but they've got an opportunity now to get up and defend.
Yeah, definitely, and things will improve. Like, the more that these teams play, like the more that WA play the standard, towards the back end of the tournament, they get in the groove, and that's what we find with the teams that are developing, that they get a little bit better as it goes. But that's a really nice play from little sweeper play from the Cyclones, little variation. In the first half they were feeding the sweeper. This time they're picking up from half and just giving the little inside ball there, and that shows the signs of a very well coached team. They're well drilled. They're running through the catalogue of plays and they're really enjoying themselves down there.
And that was some more good work there from Griffin from dummy half, and he gives to Rosemond, who, if I'm not mistaken, brings up his third try of the game.
Yeah, those two have had a pretty lethal combination so far in the game, Jack, and they're continuing on from where they left off in the first half.
So 9 points on the scoreboard now for the Cyclones. They're certainly running away in that department, but it's so important that they keep their line defence resolute. And here they're going to be tested. Some of the Tigers strike players ready for action, and caught from dummy half. So Yeah, a little bit of confusion there from the Tigers. Just a little bit more communication, need a bit of leadership. And looks like the Cyclones are running away here. Do they have the pace to finish the job? They do. Pops the ball back on the inside. And the Cyclones, they bring up 10.
Yeah, that's a fantastic little team try there, an away set from the Cyclones, and they just went through their hands and found, the WA defence sort of napping over there. But yeah, it's a bit of a juggernaut at the moment, isn't it? It's very hard to stop these Cyclones boys right now. But hopefully the WA boys just keep their heads up and just work hard, and it'll be little goals that you're working for over in that sub box. Just getting through your set, getting to the end of the field. If you can't score, just leave it down the other end and make them truck the 70 metres and really have to earn their tries.
The new try scorer there, the number 3, and D'Artagnan Connolly. It's a really actually cool name.
Yeah, there's some cool names out here, aren't there?
And see if he can work his way back onto the scoreboard again later. For now, though, the Tigers looking to cause some damage here. They're going to hit back through the centre of the park. Have they gotten away from things here? Yes, they have indeed. Tigers with their second on the board, and it's Isaiah Lolohea, who's been probably one of the big troublemakers so far.
Yeah, and a fantastic inside ball from number 21, Jane Bennett. He's been one of their better players. He's been looking to create things for them. He's a bit of a schemer. He plays some really good eyes up footy, and that's a lovely little inside ball for the try. And that'll do the WA Spirits, so many good things, mate, no end, because, when you feel like the other team's starting to put a few on you, you really need to hit back, and these guys have done that, and it just gives you a little bit of hope, to sort of stay in the contest and keep throwing them at them.
Well, North Queensland back on the attack. Can they hit back? So many teams who are the favourites on paper tend to hit back straight after in the set after a try, and that's sort of the attacking attitude that you want to have. Ooh, fifth and last. And can't get the right to left ball away there. Number 4, Luke Swain caught for the Cyclones.
And that'll be, that's a really great result there for the Tigers, being able to repel them and turn them away from the line, and then to get this ball safely to the box. Let's see if they can get better. They seem to be having trouble with their latch play. The first 3 are actually fairly clean from the Tigers. It's just their back end that's sort of falling to bits. So bit of attention there for the coaching staff over there. To give to the boys to make sure that, the subs are ready to go and everybody understands who's coming off and who's replacing them. So subsets are fine, Jack, as long as, everybody knows their role and everybody knows, their part in it all. So, these boys will get better, as we said, as the tournament progresses.
Well, they probably rectified things there and cleaned up the final touches of that set, given the clunkiness of the middle touches. But now the Cyclones have gone the full length of the field on this set of 6, chasing through from dummy half, though. They've been caught by the Tigers defender. That's well done from the number 11 there. Yeah, that was a sure try that they saved. Yeah,
but another probing run by Griffin. He has been super impressive, hasn't he, Jack? And every time he touches the ball, something's going to happen for the Cyclones, and he's very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. And shares a surname. Not sure if there's any relation shared with Harry Griffin, of course, prominent, probably well known for his dive as well, I think.
Absolutely.
Sort of split plays.
Yeah, Harry coming back from the horrific knee reconstruction, so hopefully, he's on the mend up at the Queensland Junior State Cup. I saw him and he was in good spirits, and big shout out to Harry. He loves his touch. He's a big touch head, so I'm sure he'll be watching. So, hope you're on the mend, Haz.
Playing the ball 7 metres out. The Cyclones just hunting, and we seeing some familiar players out there in the middle. Griffin working with Mayer. Can he make it work on the sweeper play? No, they're very calm out here, calm and collected, the Cyclones, and I don't mind seeing this because they're just waiting for those numbers to open up. So far, the Tigers in this half, though, have been a little tougher to crack.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good pick-up from the referees. Yep, there was a forward pass there, and they picked that up really, really well. And it's been actually a focus area for the referees early on in this tournament, Jack. And it's good to see that area of the game being cleaned up a little bit. Often there becomes a bit of an obsession around a few different rules, and but that is one that I'm personally, as a coach, pleased to see them picking up on a lot more, because these little lazy forward passes at the ruck can definitely give you an advantage one way or the other. So yeah, fantastic refereeing so far in the early stages of this tournament.
Cyclones with a fairly standard box play and a bit of incidental contact there off the ball, but everyone seems to be okay, and they'll continue their set out to the left hand side. Fifth and last, hitting back on the end. Nice right to left and Superman dive. He didn't quite have enough space, but that could have been quite the try had he got that to ground.
If he'd done that, that was almost the impossible. But there's not too much that young man can't do. So it wouldn't have surprised me, Jack, if he had managed to dot that one down.
I mean, you mentioned Burvey was covered in spiders earlier this morning. If he had scored that, we would have been calling him Spider-Man, I think. So
he is the Spider-Man anyway. I'm quite happy to give him that moniker, Jack. He's fantastic.
Try time here for the Cyclones, and it's a good one at that. Sort of sneaking in under the middles with the dive. Yeah, they've been sort of moving the ball left to right, really laterally nicely, the Cyclones there, which has just opened up the Tigers' defence over the last couple of sets.
Yeah, nice little quickie play there from Billy Hellion, and it's nice to see him get himself on the score sheet. He's a bit of an unsung hero for the Cyclones. He does a lot of the clean-up work in that middle for them, so nice for him to get a try to his name as well.
Great job, Hellion. The Tigers here, not afraid to throw that one extra pass when they've got the space to do so. And the Cyclones still plenty of energy, and it's coming from the box as well. They've got a really good attitude across this team. It's fifth and last, though. Diving for the line is the number 7, and he's been dangerous all day, Waruki, but he's caught.
Almost deserved a try, didn't it, that effort? And, maybe he'll get himself on the score sheet before full time, Jack.
Cyclones playing the ball 4 short of halfway, and now 4 over. And it's fifth and last. It's come early here, so they'll look to kill the ball in the corner, or shouldn't speak too soon, but yeah, he couldn't quite get away from them there. Kai Stammers rather. So the Tigers, let's see if this box set is working better for them on this occasion. It looks like the ball's actually changed hands somehow there.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good decision there from the referees. He's just taking it back and getting the WA player to play the ball, and here we go.
There's no one-man strip in touch football.
No.
So, playing the ball just before the halfway line.
Wouldn't it be interesting, though? Imagine that as a rule change.
That would be an interesting one. I think we'd see a little bit more happening in every ruck, actually, but
I'd love it, but I'm not sure that the powers that be would love it too much. But yeah.
And we've just seen something quite interesting there. Actually, believe the Tigers player thought that the referee was on his team. Yeah. The colour matchup is quite similar, so he's thrown the ball to ground. Referee could have.
Looks like there's 9 on there, doesn't it?
Yeah. That was the yellow and black, but we'll play on. No-look pass as he runs off the field. There's
very nonchalant, wasn't it?
Yeah,
there we go.
Still plenty of flair shown from this Cyclones lineup. They're an enticing team to watch. And
it's that man Griffin again. He's just controlling and moving the chess pieces around the board, Jack, something you'd be familiar with.
Roseman, yep, and something that we talk about a lot in chess is using all of your pieces. You've got a winger out wide, let's use them. Yeah. Unfortunately, on this occasion, though, the pass has gone forward from Roseman. But
what a shame. That deserved a try. That was a fantastic piece of play, wasn't it?
Well-worked play, that's for sure. Plenty of strategy out there in the middle of the park
Yeah, but credit too to the WA defence for being able to force, the Cyclones into error there on that pass, and they're not giving up at all. And I'm loving now they're getting themselves sorted. This is a very clean box set from them, and will be a real encouragement for them. And here he goes through from half.
Oh, tries to get the ball away, and it was fifth and last, so it was probably worth the try.
Yep.
Couldn't quite get it through the hands though. It's a much more positive set, though, from WA Tigers.
Yeah, definitely. And when you see things like that, like from a coaching perspective, that makes you sort of smile a bit, Jack, because you know that they're listening and they're addressing like the feedback that you're giving them about trying to improve in those difficult areas. A little fly play here from the Cyclones. I'm probably just a little bit late to enter the field. I think he's got him for an offside penalty there. Yes, he has. So if they're going to run that play, they just need to exit the field a little bit quicker so they give themselves time to get those guys on, because it's it's all about timing that particular play. So, the more they run it, the better they'll get at it.
The decision there from Tahore to make the touch, I actually don't mind so much. The fly play was looking dangerous, and they're looking dangerous again.
Spider-Man!
It's the Spider-Man. He's straight through Burvey. And, he's scored a couple already today, but he's just a gymnast out there, really. He's making the ball work however he wants it.
Eat your heart out, Peter Parker. Look him go. He is sensational.
So, I hope that nickname sticks. We'll certainly be seeing more of Burvey. Elijah. And he's keen to get up in defence too here. Really interesting, actually. They'd set up their odds and evens defence before the tap there. Which, there is some sort of risk to that, of course, but they're willing to try some things here, this Queensland team.
Yeah, WA have been trying to run their sweeper quarterback play there, and it's really good to see them trying to run some of the, preeminent plays in the game. If they get their sweeper play right to start with, then they can probably look at sort of running those sorts of types of plays. But it's good to see, that they've got those plays in their kit bag anyway.
Certainly been an exhibition in creativity here at Sunshine Coast Stadium. Good to see free-flowing touch, and that's good shooting to shoot up there in defence, catch the dummy half, and didn't have too many options there. It's the number 7 for the Tigers, who we've seen a couple of times already, Waruki.
Yeah, he's been really good. He's tried really hard. He's been industrious in attack and defence, and he's been trying to do everything right for his team, and he can be well proud of his efforts in this game, Jack.
And we saw a little bit of that confusion again from the box set, but they're making the most of things here because he's away and he's going to get the ball out to the wing. The Tigers go in. He's happy with that. The scooper, they're on the board again. 3 tries now for the Tigers.
Yeah. Lola here, fantastic piece of play there. He's picked up from acting half and he's just shown him a clean pair of heels, the little dummy, and he's gone through, he's shopped around, and he's found his winger, and that is a deserved try there for the WA Tigers.
Tomiets Kabilu there scoring the try for the Tigers, and they'll be really pleased with that, especially considering that they had a little bit of disjointment in the box. The middle stages of the box set made the most of it, but here, North Queensland were looking pretty dangerous there. Probably had numbers on the shorter ball, but a little bit too close to the line to make anything decisive happen.
Yeah, definitely. They had the sweeper and came back against the grain. We're looking for that sinker ball over the top, but sometimes the simpler plays are the easy ones, Jack. And definitely I would have fed the sweeper and just kept going the way they were going. But a turnover here in fairly good field position here for the Cyclones. Let's see what they can do with this set.
Loud call for the box set there, so they play the floating ball to get fresh legs on. It's not sort of your typical box position, so we're not going to see those typical fly plays from the box, but they're happy playing from this static position, especially when this man's out on the field, Griffin, who plays the ball. He's going to receive it back here and then draw out that defence. They've got to move forward. And then the number 11, Mayer, he's through and into the in-goal, throws the ball out to the wing, and it's try time once more for North Queensland. Yeah, they've got all their sort of marksmen out on the field there.
Yeah, and at the moment, you can see that they're just running through some of their plays. we're sort of, approaching that sort of halfway point of the, of the competition, Jack. So it's really important that, once you've got a game under control, that you set little goals and little things for your team. So if you're up by a lot, you're trying then to make sure that, you don't let off those sort of 1%ers that have got you in the position that you're in, but you also have an opportunity, to run a few different plays and try a few things. If you're behind on the scoreboard and it's, and it's a difficult game like that, then you have to keep finding little goals to keep working towards to get you up for the next game that you're going into. So that's the psychology of it, and it's really, really important that teams make sure that they give themselves every chance, to come back in better shape, whether they win or they lose a fixture, on their way through during the tournament.
Well, an important touch made there by the Tigers, Callum Backwell, and he's just stopped the runaway there. Every touchdown stopped is important, despite the fact that the result is probably not in doubt. It's just important to make sure that you're improving in your defensive structures. Well, here we go. It's the Spider-Man Burvey diving for the line. 6 touches, but my, oh my, does he look dangerous even when there's players well positioned to make the touch? Yeah, definitely. He's always asking questions, of the defence. And, as we said, he's exciting to watch. And he's just forced a turnover there for his team. And here they are in good field position. Well, let's see if they can drum up some excitement here. They've got the players on the field that they need to make something happen. A sweet play there from Burvey. Almost playing walking touch in these early sets, just feeling out the defence. And they go back to the right-hand side. I love the amount of trust that these guys have in each other. There's actually a lot of no-look passes going on out there at the moment because they know where each other's going to be. And they've still got a touch or two more to create some magic in this set. Burvey picks up from half. He wanted to go through the hole there. Yeah, I like the way he's thinking there. They ran the ML the play before and went wide. He went with the short ball there, so interesting to see what they come with this sequence now. So, wants to go back for the roll ball there, waiting for the ref to give the mark. Play ball. Having a crack at the line is the number 1 for the Cyclones, Hellion, and he gets down low really quickly, and that's a well-executed dive. Yeah, and that's the second try for him in that same fashion in this game, Jack. And I'm loving the sequencing of the Cyclones because, if they've gone expansive, they'll come back and they'll mess with the spacings of the team that they're playing against. Really good on those first couple of touches to run those quickies. It's a no-risk play, dive at the line. You might jag one, and Hellion's jagged 2 of those during this game. So it's really good to see him playing his role. It's what he's good at doing, and his team, go to him on those plays often. So, yeah, really, really nice team, intelligent touch here being played by the Cyclones. Certainly something to be said about knowing the sort of strengths and weaknesses of each player in the team, where they can best fit in. And offside is the call. So the Tigers, they're going to have 6 touches here, 6 tries to try and crack the defence of the Cyclones. And unfortunately, the full-time whistle's going to come in the way there. But, yeah, the shape of this Queensland defence, just noticing there, they were shaped up and out really nicely, ready to run both ways. And they'll get the job done here. 14-3, the final score in favour of the North Queensland Cyclones over the Western Australian Tigers, but overall exciting touch, Carly. Yeah, fantastic display put on here by both teams. The Cyclones were just too good. Their structures, their policies, everything's flowing really, really nicely from them. They can go into the next round feeling fairly good about that effort. And the Tigers, they never stop trying, Jack. When you're coming, a long way from one of the developing states, as we said, you tend to get better as the tournament progresses, and these young fellas haven't played their best touch yet, so that'd be the goal going forward for the rest of the tournament. So a very entertaining game, as you said. Well, there's plenty more action coming your way live on KO and Sky Sport Next here at Sunshine Coast Stadium. This is, of course, the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championship. We'll see you shortly.
just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of touch and come down and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You know, you can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So, no, it's well worth being here.
And you just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere.
Floods have torn their way.
When can I play again?
Eruption in their way.
DoorDash are offering help to struggling floods around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah?
The clean up will be done for residents in this.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back in there.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solugel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
Well, we're back here for the second session at Sunshine Coast Stadium. The 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. The players walk out onto the field. My name is Jack Rogers and I'm joined in the commentary box by Carly Banks. We're watching some 16 girls action today. It's the Brisbane Cobras, who are a strong, strong team, taking on the Northern Territory Devils. So good again to see touch players from all over the country coming for what can only be described as the future of touch. Carly, you'd be excited for this one.
Yeah, definitely. Been up to the NT a few times on development tours, and they do, a great job up there. And really great to see these girls out here featuring on one of our TV games, Jack. And the Cobras are always strong. Every single division, they're always well coached, well drilled, and expect them to play a very, very structured and clean game of touch footy.
And last here for Northern Territory, and gee, nice work there to almost work through the hole for the Devils, and took me by surprise. Player sort of running through unexpectedly, but the Cobras on their first set off the line. And that is a good driving run right there for the Cobras. They may come to their box here, and they're choosing to, but they're actually sprinting down the line now. They're not going to be caught. It's Liliel Mahoney there who scores the first try of the match. That's 1-0 favour of the Cobras.
Yeah, that's a fantastic piece of play off the back of a really good exit set. They went direct with their rucking and then moved the ball. And then Mahoney did such a great job there to accelerate through the hole and get the Cobras off to a flyer. Coach down here in the Cobras box, Jenna Rousell, the Southern Storm captain, she'd be very, very happy. Premier League women's captain would be really happy with the start for her team.
So, Devils looking sort of clap back here. Let's see what they can set up. Found it a little bit difficult to get up into that attacking strike range. And the end of the set is coming fairly quickly here. So fifth and last, tries to go through, shows the dummy, but sadly can't work her way through. Charlotte Richardson makes the final touch there of the set. So some familiar names out there for the Cobras, of course, having played representative levels for not just the Cobras, but in other age division teams as well. Audrey Rayfield, of course, there at left middle. And among others, it's the Devils with the ball. And they've earned themselves a tap thanks to the touch pass at the back end of that play. And they're going to work their way to the box for the first time. So this will be interesting to see. They need those fresh legs on. It's been a little while since they've been able to change up the players.
Yeah, definitely. But that's a good first three there from the Northern Territory combination. They got themselves into really, really good field position. So let's have a look at the back end of this set, Jack, and see if they can mount a really good strike touch dump. And on the mock again, and they've made an error off the back of the commentator. So
just hand slipping off the ball. Well, she tried to retrieve it there. It was perhaps rolling a little bit there. Don't want that ball rolling when you're picking up from dummy half. And touch made there. Great touch made by the number 9. And it's Lakia Hill for the Northern Territory Devils.
Yeah, nice little piece of play down there from Charlotte Richardson to offload to Cameron Bray, and then they just found a little space down this short side, and maybe a sign of things to come. But now they've gone straight back through the middle, Jack, and that's the second try on the board now for the Cobras.
The Cobras with their second of the match, and a good one at that. They sort of split the defence open through the centre of the park, and we'll see that one momentarily on the replay. Yeah, drops the ball down, splits left hard, gets the ball back, and Gabrielle Blade finishes the job there.
Yeah, she's an impressive young player, younger sister of Caitlin Blade, who's a very prominent young player in Queensland. They're a very talented family, so yeah, keep your eye on Gabby.
So the Devils here, they're in good attacking position, plenty of touches to work with. So let's see, we can see a set play at the back end of this set. Playing the ball now. Out to the left, couldn't quite work things there, but Mackenzie Smith was seemingly the leader out there during that set of 6, calling the shots.
Yeah, she's been impressive this first couple of sets. She rucks the ball really well. She has a really good grasp defensively, and there she is bobbing up there, doing a really good job for a team. So, yeah, she's definitely the playmaker in this NT lineup.
Coming from the middle there and making some early touches out on the wing is a testament to the effort level from Smith there. It's very sort of easy to stay out wide, in the centre when things are happening over in the box. But, I mean, if you're out there helping your links and your wingers, then, yeah, you are certainly one of the leaders in this team. So, Smith working together with the number 17, Karen.
She's through.
Smith is through and away. Can she find a player free? She can't. I think she tried to maybe get a bit cheeky there and almost get the 6 again, but...
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, she was a little bit unlucky there, I think. But she is an impressive young player. That was a really, really nice run. There wasn't much doing there, but she created something out of acting half. So yeah, let's keep our eye on her as this game progresses, Jack.
Ball's away again there. They've found themselves an extra few metres. Have the Cobras, and they'll work their way up now to 10 metres out.
Beautiful hands.
It's just a gorgeous team try right there through the hands of, well, every player but the left winger who wasn't required, but actually still played a role just by spreading out the defence
Yeah, fantastic work from Blade. Really nice close pass to Audrey Rayfield, who then showed some silky skills to offload and a really nice gap hit there from Ella Denny for them to dot down for a very impressive try to the Cobras.
Well, our athlete scoreboard reads 3-0 in favour of the Cobras. The Devils yet to influence that scoreboard, but they'll be sure to have another crack at the line here with one more touch to come. See what they can do. Fifth and last, choosing to go right to left, probably the preferred side for this Devils team. And ball goes to ground. So the Cobras with very clear intent at the start of this set, and that is just clinical box play right there. You can see that the first touch was actually made with probably only 30 centimetres to spare before hitting the sideline, and that's very intentional. Here goes the number 11, though, scooping through. She's going to be caught, though. Great defence from the 23, Jada Little. The Cobras still looming. Picking up is Watson. See if she can get the ball away now. She sprints through into the in-goal, and the touch hasn't been made there. So Cobras in again. They scrambled well, actually, the Devils, but this Cobras outfit, they're classy.
Yeah, they definitely are. We go right back down to the exit set. As you said, they had clear intent to get to the box and get their subs on clean, and they did that, and their back end was fantastic. Great little run out of acting half, and then it was just recycle the footy, and she got through, and really nice patience to shop around and find the winger, and what a good line to finish it off. And yeah, this Cobras outfit, as you said, Jack, they've started super impressively in this one.
Well, the Devils now, deficit is 4, but they're going to keep on having a stab here at the line. It's been pretty tough to crack this defence so far, and unfortunately this won't be the occasion, but they certainly are probing. They're just still sort of figuring out where they're going to break through at this point in time, and naturally, you know, the coach for the Northern Territory Devils will be looking for ways to crack through as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really important for them to try and find some solutions without having to curb this flow that the Cobras are creating at will, coming out of their own end.
And Rayfield is through this time. They're certainly piercing that line time and time again here. The refs conferring to see whether they're going to call a touch on this occasion. The try scorer in question is Matilda Rogers, and she will be rewarded. Rayfield just, again, shopping around, I think is the phrase that we've been using a bit this morning, and yeah, they found the space to score.
Yeah, she's an impressive young player. There's a number of players out here that played in the Med East school side early this year that made the final at the Queensland Secondary Schools 18s Championships, and that was her first year. I think she's bottom age, and she played in that team and had a very impressive tournament. So she's building on, from that tournament performance, and augurs well for Cobras for the future, but also Med East in the school system as well.
Well, the Devils coming up through the centre of the park here. They'll get another shot in the ball. Unfortunately, he's gone to ground, so they're not quite connecting at the end of their sets, but not for want of trying. So the Cobras, this is looking like another one of those incisive box sets. And there we go, once again, so close to the edge, just to make sure that their sweepers have the best opportunity to sprint on and receive the ball. And they've got numbers and overlap here on the left. Are the hands good enough? The winger actually did a really great job there coming in. Couldn't quite make it, Amy Kent. But, yeah, she turned the shoulders in at the right moment, I think, to try and cause problems at the back end there.
Yeah, they're connecting these passes together beautifully, Jack, and Nasalio featured beautifully there with that last pass. I like the composure that she shows on the fields. It's like she's summing things up really, really well. Shows a lot of footy IQ, and that pass that she threw, was pinpoint and a really nice finish. And they're just flowing through things. So down in that Cobras coaching box, Jenna Rouser would be, cock-a-hoop with the way that the girls have started this one. I mean, they've completed, every set, that they've had, and 9 times out of 10 they've put a try on. So, she couldn't be asking for much more there. The idea will be to try and maintain that standard for the duration of the game. And this Northern Territory team with Smith jumping out of half there, they're toiling away as well as they possibly can. And again, as we said in the game before with WA, it's about just trying to, stay in the contest and look for little things and try and keep working. And that's a wonderful turnover there. They've earned that, a little bit of physicality. Nothing illegal there, but just a really, really good, strong touch. And, yeah, they've got the ball back. Let's see what they can do with the use of this footy down this end. Now, Jack.
In the middle of the field, 10 metres out. Good distance. Be interesting to see who takes leadership here. Hill plays the ball, picking up is Smith. We've seen her be really involved so far in the attacking prospects of the Devils. So they've certainly got the right personnel. Jada Little working with Smith and working with Hill. Good combination here. Hill picks up from half, gives back to Smith. It is last, so yeah, going to get caught there. They just probably didn't have enough options there for their strike dump.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing. Smith's fighting a bit of a lone battle there. It'd be good if she had a bit of a partner in crime to take a little bit of pressure off her. And that's the thing. It's often you may have 1 or 2 really good players in the developing states teams, but across the board it's the depth that you've got. And Cobras have just got player after player lining up. And it's a bit ominous the way that the Cobras have started this game. But it's one of those things, Jack, that when you've got a really big competition, BMTA is a massive affiliate, and it's an assembly line of talent. In the territory, it's a little bit tougher, you're working really hard, to get people, to engage themselves in touch. But it's always been a really good breeding ground. We think about Bo Dela Cruz, who's come from the Northern Territory, who's one of Australia's greatest ever players. Tamara Appo, another player who played Australian youth in the territory. Craig Green, played for Australia, in the men's 30s. There's a lot of great players that have come out of the, the territory, and it's definitely an area that we have to keep putting time and effort in to develop both playing and coaching talent.
Well, touch missed there, and a couple of touches went awry there, and Ella Denny's in for her second of the match. A bit unlucky there in the defence. They thought they were very, very close to making that touch, and maybe there was even a little bit of hesitation after the first one was missed.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ella Denny would be shouting Audrey a few soft drinks after this game, because she's put her through for another try. So there's a really nice combination brewing between Rayfield, and Denny there. So another good try to the Cobras, and they're just rolling through their plays. They're sticking to their systems and their processes, and that's a really good sign, on day 2 of the tournament.
Well, the touch will be called there. I'll take that back and play it. Just shouting out the number 10 there for the Devils, Ward, who seems to have alerted the team and said, we need to chat more out here. And just saw some nice runs early on in that set from the Devils side. But, another testament to the depth of this Cobras team. We've now seen probably 6 or 7 different try scorers in the 8 tries scored so far, which is just impressive. Everyone can finish in this Cobras team. And they're sweeping on now. Dangerous position once more. Goes down. It's 5th and last. See if the number 4, Watson, she gets through again. She's been good at doing that so far today. She connects with Imogen Murphy, who's over for her second try.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic piece of play. Really well constructed try again by the Cobras. Some fantastic play from Millicent Watson, setting the platform, and really giving Imogen Murphy a saloon passage there to the line. And Murphy has been impressive. She's finished a couple of these tries already, Jack, for the Cobras, and they're definitely a very, very athletic outfit.
Well, the Devils got to keep their heads up at this point. They'll want to try and hit back here before half-time. It's been very difficult, and they would probably consider it, as winning one of the small battles if they were able to sort of get a try before half-time. 5th and last there, so Smith throws the ball. Oh, was interesting and probably worth a shot, even just throwing the ball over the back of your head and sort of praying that one of your attackers can run onto that.
Yeah, definitely. Mackenzie Smith is coming up with the right types of options. As we said, she just needs a few more friends out there that are playing to her similar level. But, she's been really impressive, Jack. And, I like watching this young lady play. She's got a lot of ability. She's made the last 4 touches in a row as well.
And they've been caught out there a little bit in defence. Matilda Rogers gets over for a try. But we've been seeing this a lot. They're just breaking down the defence in the middle of the park, the Cobras. Yeah, it's pretty tough when you come up against a team that is as fit and as cohesive as the Cobras are. It's important, I suppose, over in the NT coaching box. I'll be looking to try and finish my sets over my own side. Just make life a little bit difficult for them because they work so beautifully towards the box, the Cobras. So you need to try and make life. What's their least preferred option? It would be to have to truck the ball from the far side. So you sort of think about little things that you can do to maybe slow down the juggernaut. You might not be able to stop them, but you can slow the train down a little bit. So that's something that I'd be focusing on if I was over in that NT box. And one of the best ways to slow down Cobras is to put one back on the board. 5th and last here. Yeah, they've lost count of the taps there, but they did actually have an overlap on the side. If they had, and it's a big if, but if they had one more touch to play with, they were looking sharp. Oh, foot on the sideline there, will be picked up by the referees. They were playing with fire on the line there, and I mean, those are the sorts of 1%ers that they're going to want to tighten up coming towards finals. They've been pretty good at it so far. Yeah, I think that's their first error, in their Jack, so I think they'll forgive them that one. Yep. This is really a great opportunity now for the Northern Territory coming into the attacking 7 and a chance to put one on the board here. See what they can do. The Devils, almost through, and you can see the shutdown defence working really effectively there. Really the only option there for the Devils was to throw a Hail Mary 20-metre long ball out to the left, number 18, Caitlin Sutherland, which we haven't seen yet from this side. So, intercept is taken, but the touch made. So, well done there by Amy Kent to stop the tries from leaking. Cobras working towards their box and lost control. Says a bit of intensity there in the ruck actually to get up, and rolling over the ball there was Ella Denny. She's all fine. So the Devils, it's so important that they're getting up and in the face of the Cobras, especially when they're working their way towards the box. Sweepers on this time, and that's a great touch made by the number 7, Rahi Walker. Right idea. They had a 3-on-1 actually on the right-hand side,
and that's good. That's a reward for Smith in terms of her creativity, and she's trying to get things going for a team, and very impressive.
Almost with getting the ball down.
She
there,
deserves
Smith.
a try. This young lady.
Yeah,
she's been outstanding for the Territory.
Very nearly sneaks past 2 defenders as Smith from half. Again, will look dangerous. She's going to get 6 more. Just a Cobras player in the passage of play, and it's pretty unlucky there for the Devils. They would have liked that 6 again, but half times cut them short. So 10 on the scoreboard for the Cobras. They'll be happy with that performance and just looking to sort of tighten up the little things now and not show their cards too much to some of their future competitors. Carly, what can we expect in this second half?
Yeah, second half, I think that the Cobras will be quite comfortable with where they are, as you've already alluded to, Jack, but I think it's been some pretty warm conditions to play in on these first 2 days, so I think conserving a bit of energy, still getting through your 1%ers and doing the little things right, but not, busting, your gut knowing that you've got, a fair bit more of the tournament to play, but they'd be well pleased with where they are. And in the Northern Territory box, the last few minutes was really well played for them. A little bit of physicality might be the key of the second half around that midfield, and really trying to curb the flow that the Cobras are creating, off that box set. So I'll be finishing that ball well over on my sideline and trying to give them a bit of a hard press. But very entertaining footy out here on the stadium field, mate.
Well, the DoorDash National Youth Championships will be back shortly for the second half of this fixture. Don't go anywhere. Live on KO and Sky Sport Next.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be, it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Gluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Welcome back to Sunshine Coast Stadium, the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Well, we've got an exciting second half coming your way. The 16 girls, Brisbane Cobras taking on the Northern Territory Devils. The Cobras got the better of their opponents in the first half. They're up 10-0 on the Athlete scoreboard. One of the biggest scorelines we've seen on main field so far. Got Carly Banks with me in the commentary box. Carly, what can the Devils do to try and turn things around here?
Yeah, very important that they get the ball down, they're the other end of the field and work extremely hard in the midfield, because that's where Cobras are just, an absolute juggernaut, mate. They're getting away on the first three touches, and they're really, setting up the back end nicely. So this first defensive set will be really important for NT to try and put a bit of pressure on and not give them, such easy field position. But, they're approaching halfway on the second touch here, and a nice extra pass there from Audrey Hayward just to give the Cobras a little bit of momentum coming into this back end.
Well, the Cobras looking venomous here. They throw right to left. Intercept taken. Seems to be running away now. She thought she might have been touched, but no, that's well done to get up in the line. Good wing defence and a bit of confusion in the roll ball. It appears as though we're going to have sort of a re-roll there. Yeah. Sort of. There's nothing illegal, actually. The ball didn't roll more than a metre. But unfortunately, the ball's gone to ground there soon after. So the Cobras in good attacking position, and that's sort of a shame after a good defensive effort from the Devils, and good wing defence there from the 40, Amy Kent. Touch is made. They were looking for the quickie, and they've gone back to the left instead. Ball's through hands, and it's going to be play on. Is the touch made? It is. So the winger's done a great job there, covering two players. Good shutdown. Yeah,
that's a fantastic defensive effort there. It was really, really well done by Caitlin Sunderland. It was a fantastic effort and saved the day for a team.
They do it again on the short side, and take about Sutherland. That was phenomenal stuff to keep the juggernaut at bay. Here they come, the Devils, towards their box, and this is one part of the game they're going to want to sort of tidy up, make sure they're going really cleanly forward and direct, and just unfortunately losing control of the ball as she went to play it there. So that discipline will be really important in terms of keeping the Cobras in a cage in this second half rather. Fresh legs on the field, ensuring that they're not substituting too early there. And you see some more heads-up footy here. Having a crack at the line, and referees call all clear, so the ball has been grounded. She probably needed support from the outside coming in. They're off the line.
Yeah, nice little quickie play there from Cameron Bray. Charlotte Richardson rolled her on nicely and did the rest to take the Cobras out to an 11-0 scoreline here.
11-0 on the athlete scoreboard. And it's tough stuff from the Devils. They really want to start making a mark on that scoreboard. Well, early on in the tackle count, they're in very attacking position here, but this is one of the problem areas for them. The Cobras' defence has been a little too tough for them to crack so far, and yeah, the ball goes to ground again. They're trying to move the ball there laterally, though, so that's positive signs. They need probably a little bit more of that.
Yeah, and at least the ball is, over their side of the field, and that makes things a little bit easier because it's a little bit tougher now for the Cobras to bring this ball to the box. But they've done it impressively anyway. But a nice little hold them up for a little bit, and it just allows you that little bit of, a second to get composed for the strike dump.
Cobras fifth and last now. What can they do here? They've got space, but no, the ball will be called. It's a touch pass call. So well done.
And that's an excellent piece of defence there from the Northern Territory. And part of that, Jack, is what we said, is being able to finish the ball over closer to your box side. And it just makes life very difficult for teams that are side box oriented in terms of their subsetting. And so, it definitely, throws a bit of a spanner in the works. And that's a fantastic effort from Northern Territory. Let's see if they can get down here and get closer to this scoreline and make life harder again for the Cobras.
And looking sharp there in the middle is the number 10, Johanna Ward. She's running hard up the centre of the park, and hope to see more of that in this second half. Clearly, the objective here for the Devils is to go direct when in attack. For now, though, they're going to need to keep up that staunch defence that we've seen so far in the second half. Only one try for the Cobras, and just caught sort of on the line moving laterally instead of forwards, so couldn't shut down the space. It's kind of like a soccer goalkeeper when you're taking a penalty. You want to take a step or two off the line, and then you're just shutting down those angles.
Yeah, but number 4, Millicent Watson, she's been really impressive. Like, she's shown some good feet, and right there, like, she showed her propensity to run a quickie close to the line. And again, the unsung hero in all of that, Charlotte Richardson, she's fed her on again for a quickie. So she's done that, for the middles that she's working with. And, they're the sorts of players that, they might not, get their name on the score sheet, but they're the people that are doing a lot of the hard yards, for their teammates, and they don't go unappreciated by the coaching box and their teammates alike.
Certainly a true team performance so far from the Cobras. It's hard to pick a player of the match. You could probably pick 4 or 5 of them, probably even more. So here goes Smith. Super dangerous in the first half, and now she's in the in goal. Looks like, couldn't receive the ball quite high, did the winger from the Devils, and 6 touches is called. If the ball was close to the ground, that was a sure try.
Yeah, they really, really deserve a try. Again, Smith, she is such an impressive, young talent. Often people take for granted when you're playing in a good team, how easy it is, to stand out. But, this young lady, is fighting really, really hard, and her teammates are trying as hard as they can, but she's that step above, and she's exhibiting it in every single touch of the ball that she has in this game.
Well, this is a combination I'm hoping to see a little bit more of. It's Ward working with Smith. Ward goes off the field on this occasion. I'd like to see Ward's directness working together to put Smith through. She's been excellent on the scoop so far in the game. Looks like she's going to go again here on 5th and last. Very evasive, actually, considering that they were caught a little bit flat-footed there on the assault. So, Cobras playing the ball, and they've got to do a little bit to get back to their box. They'll get there by the second touch, but the Devils, they're kicking up in defence. Actually, 3 touches to the box, so that's a small win for the Devils. Now they're only going to have 2 touches to work with here. They'll look for a strike. And the Cobras, it's good defence, really positive. It's a huge benefit killing the ball as far away as possible from that Brisbane box.
Yeah, fantastic effort there. And now let's see if they can do the yards. A couple of strong carries here through this middle area will put them into decent field position. But unfortunately, just a little error there, and now the Cobras in prime real estate here, looking to give themselves another try and to extend that lead that they have quite impressively on the athlete scoreboard.
2 tries in the second half. Can they go in again here? That is danger signs, though. It's the number 9 for the Cobras, Cameron Bray. She goes over there, and that was just a lovely sweeper platform that they ran there. And hard to stop.
Yeah, and Bray's been really, really impressive. She's got a lovely little dive there. Whether it's a sweeper or a quickie, anything from the 7 metres. She definitely has the athleticism, to convert those types of opportunities for Cobras. And this has been, a really complete team performance, and they're showing the other teams in this age division, exactly what the standard looks like. So it'll be interesting to see who can go with the Cobras as this tournament unfolds, Jack.
Well, the ball goes to ground there, so just a couple of errors sort of letting them down here. Only 3 tries on the scoreboard, so defensively they've certainly been able to hold on better than in the first half. But there we go. So momentum here still very firmly with the Cobras, but this is a small window for the Devils. See what they can do here. Out in the middle of the park is Ward, working together with Jada Little and the number 16 as well, Torres Khan. And Little, ball in hands. Ward's going to pick up from dummy half. Let's see what she can do. Flash of pace, and can't get the ball away there. Sort of just slips out of the hands onto the ground. Cobras coming out of their own half. Rayfield plays the ball as fresh legs come on. Here they go to the number 4, Watson. Some big names here, Nasalio. And, touch pass is going to be the call here.
Yeah,
or even a forward pass, perhaps.
Yeah, that's a really good result there for the Northern Territory. And let's see if they can, again, do the hard yards and get themselves into a really good field position to, to get close enough, to mount an attacking assault down on the 7 metres.
So a bit of an arm wrestle in recent minutes, just trying to tidy up that error rate in the ruck. And it's a sign of the defence becoming more physical. Plays the ball there. That's 6 touches. That 6 is, they're churning up their 6 touches fairly quickly there, the Devils, but it's good to complete those sets too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the coaching box couldn't be unhappy, Jack, with their sort of set completions and the effort and the energy that they're bringing to this game.
Very close there to actually playing the ball before the touch was made down the wing. So they're certainly enthused, potentially over-enthused, the Cobras. I'll look to go straight through here for a try, the show, and go. And, 6 touches is the call. Oof. We've had a fair bit of incidental contact there between Rayfield. Oh, actually, no, that's
it's a post-try celebration.
It is. Thought I saw the 6 touch call from the ref, but it's a celebration. I thought we had contact there. Yeah, I'm blind from up here in the commentary box.
That's all right, mate. Stick to your chest. It's all good. Fantastic little.
Oh, it is.
Little post-try celebration from the girls there. Great to see them enjoying themselves. We've had a couple of those today, so teams, please keep them coming.
Yeah, keep them coming, and you might find your way onto the highlight reel on social media feed for Touch Football Australia. And the Devils, back on the attack here. 5th and last. And it's the 23, Little, who goes long. It has been intercepted, but, good to see enterprising play from the Devils and a complete set too.
And best part about it, they finished over on their sideline, and there we go, cheap turnover. So the Northern Territory team will look back on this, on this game, and they'll see that that's probably a really good indicator for them, going forward for the rest of the tournament. If nothing's doing, finish the ball over on your side and just make life a little bit harder for these teams who want to bring the ball to their box, fairly consistently.
Touch made and did well to sort of straighten up the line there. They had the 3-on-2 on the left edge, but it couldn't quite work it out. And it's been a little error-ridden the last couple of minutes.
Just slipped out of their hands there, I think, Ella Denny. So she's looking at the hands. So, might need a little bit of the old grippo on the hands, mate, just to make sure those ones stick.
Absolutely. So, Devils here with another chance to get on the scoreboard. And this is looking fairly good, probably a little bit too close to the line there. Just want to be taking 2 steps out of that dummy half position and then choosing where to go.
Yeah, but really good defence there again from Charlotte Richardson. She was all over that and just calmly, stood her ground and made sure that, she lined up and got that touch. And,
over the mark. Too many
illegal interchange, and I heard the referee give Cobras a little caution, just before half time on that, and so this is sort of one of those cases where the referees have followed through on the warning that they gave the players, and this is really good that for teams that use a sub box, it's often a very contentious area for refereeing in terms of illegal substitutions. So cleaning that up now in the preliminary rounds will make it so much easier when they get to finals.
Well, the Cobras find some space on the right edge. It's shut down, but they'll be happy with their field position now so they can run a set play here as the tackle count dwindles. And picking up from dummy half, or rather, Tilda Rogers, I was going to say, was going to be picking up from dummy half, but they decided to play heads-up footy. Rogers ends up getting the ball out to the wing, and the Cobras score seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's fantastic hands there. They just sort of, played some really good eyes-up footy. And what I'm loving about this Cobras performance is that it's the teamwork. They are, we've had multiple try scorers, across the board and from all different sorts of positions. And, this, selflessness, to work for others is often a very rare trait, in a young team. And to have the discipline that they have, because often when you get games like this where, you're seemingly scoring, a lot of tries, it's very easy to fall into an individual mode, but these guys are sticking to their structures, sticking to their gameplay. In general, Ray also would be, overjoyed with the way that these girls have, conducted themselves out here this morning.
One of the key things that they'll be looking for here, the Cobras, is to keep that clean sheet, and great defence there. The shape of their defence, that triangle through the centre as well, they just trust each other so much to hit up into the right spaces. They don't even really need to communicate out there because they just know where they're going to be. And the sweep has come on, and we've got a call that a foot has hit the line. Was certainly a tight call.
Yeah, and we've found it. There's been a couple for the Cobras, and it is one of those things when you're trying to be inch perfect with your substitutions. You're trying to bring the ball as close as you can to the box to ensure that you're not going to get 7 on, and so that it's easier and you keep your flow. But sometimes you can have that foot on the sideline, and they probably just need to just be a little bit mindful of that and polish that up for the next game.
So the Devils now looking good, but the ball goes to ground. Ward can't quite get that into the hands of the link. Number 16, Torres can't. And the Cobras, ball back in hands again. So it's quite possible that we may see a runaway here. And there they go, the Cobras. They aren't going to be caught. No one's chasing except for the referee, actually, who's put on some good toe there. It's always underrated how quickly the referees can get back to make the decision there. Lily-Elle Mahoney, that's her 3rd try of the match too, so she's on fire. Yeah,
she opened the game, with a try, and then she chimes in, again now, and she has a lovely running style, a nice little glide, around her opponent. So, really looking forward to seeing this young lady continue to play as the tournament unfolds.
Well, 16 tries for the Cobras. Most importantly for them, though, the other side of the scoreline reads 0. And that's what should be scaring some of their other competitors in this tournament. But if there's someone who's going to crack things here, she's on the field right now, and it's none other than Mackenzie Smith. She's working with Taylor Bodkin and calling the shots fifth and last. Here goes Smith. Can she get the ball anywhere? No, not quite this time. But she's certainly got to continue to be the go-to player here for the Devils. Touch is made. Let's see if we have a cleaner box set this time. And we do indeed. So flying away to the right edge. And that's exactly what you want to see as a coach. Just after a couple of errors around the box, just having a really clean set. And actually they're going to be rewarded with a strike dump here. Picking up is Rayfield. And she get it away. Not this time, but yeah, really positive set for the Cobras. Yeah, and that girl Smith was there in defence, and fantastic effort from her defensively to sort of shut down the very dangerous Audrey Rabin. So fantastic piece of work again there from Mackenzie Smith. And yeah, mate, it's been singing your praises all game, and that's it. When you see a young player like that, you really would love to see them in, working in with more experienced players and with experienced coaches, and hopefully there's an opportunity down the track for that young lady, to get some exposure at a higher level of representation. Well, they're running down the line here. Not quite going to get there thanks to a touch from the number 20, Sky Forsyth, for the Devils. And yeah, that's what sort of the future of touch is all about, and there's numerous organisations and people in touch working towards that point, as we see a try there for the Cobras, but trying to get sort of our more regional pathways happening. And oh, look at that, the frog leap. There we go. Didn't miss that celebration, Carly.
You're all over it this time, Jack.
So they're enjoying their celebrations out there. It looks like they might have done some celebration preparation on the training ground as well.
Oh, you've got to have your priorities in order there, Jack. And the girls have got that one down to a fine art. So they've set the standard now. So other teams, you've been challenged by the Cobras. So let's see what you can come up with. But again, Caitlin Bray, fantastic try. She has been one of the real standouts, in a team full of standouts for the Cobras. So comprehensive win here for the Cobras on the TV field, Jack, 17-0. So fantastic.
17-0 is a great score and a fun way to finish this game of touch too, with the rolling frog leap try celebration. Well, that's been a good game of touch there, and great for the Cobras campaign on that athlete scoreboard. 17-0, the final score here at the Sunshine Coast Stadium. It's the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. We've got plenty more action coming your way live on KO and Sky Sport Next, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
It's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of touch and come out and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You can't get many places where you're playing top to your touch, and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So no, it's well worth being here.
And you just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere. it's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of the touch and come out and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You know, you can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch, and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So, no, it's well worth being here.
And we just play pub, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere.
Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast for the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Well, the weather is nice and sunny for some 16 girls action. My name's Jack Rogers. I'm joined in the commentary box by Des Fogarty. Well, we've got an exciting matchup coming our way, Des. It's the South Queensland Sharks taking on the Hunter Western Hornets.
Yeah, morning all, and this is going to be a good game. I was looking through the games that I was scheduled for. I'm looking forward to this one. There's some real talent. There's a few recognisable surnames that we'll see. A few people that we've seen. There'll be siblings somewhere along the line, or parents or something. But Sharks, Hornets. I think this will be fast. There'll be some good skills in this one.
Well, tapping off there, the Sharks early on here. Let's see if they can make their mark on the scoreboard, and that's a good show of pace pretty early there from Ella Watkins. Back on the inside there to Mulheron, who picks up from half, goes to the number 2 there, Graham, and the ball just goes to ground. But yeah, that looked dangerous early.
Yeah, not a bad start. Not a bad start. It was well defended. The Hornets are in good position. Just got beat on that earlier touch. I think it was touch 2 or 3, but they recovered well.
Good
and
bit
now they're going to run their boxes.
Good bit of hands there to make the extra metres from the Hornets. And they've laid the platform for a good 5th and last touch. Yeah, they're probably happy that they've killed it on that side of the field. But actually a 6 again is going to be the call. So it's just glanced off the hand of a Sharks defender there. So in good attacking position here, the Hornets.
Yeah, and good honesty there. I think that's Lacey McLaren out there for Sharks. Just said, yep, no, I got the 6 again there. Long ball, long ball.
Yeah, it was definitely on, off to that left edge, but also can't be too unhappy. They've got 6 touches to work with here. Playing the ball, sweeper out on the right-hand side, diving for the line. Coming off the line there, really well defended from the 14, Ella Watkins. Had a busy start to this game. And Hornets, they'll be probing. It looks like they're after the sweep again. They go back to the short side,
there it is, the
right to left. Des, you called earlier that long ball, and it's on. They've just got to be precise.
Yeah, and the wing has just sheltered a little bit. It's out in front. It's a tough one. She's only little hands. But on the previous one, you could see with the dive at the line, if she gets the slidey dive, we were talking about the slidey dives yesterday. If you get the slidey dive and get it along, as soon as the ball touches the ground, touches the line, it counts. But she's actually done a place dive over the top, and the defender's on side. You actually have to go past the defender, and then that's how the touch is made. But here we've got a 7 on. So an interchange error from the Sharks, so it's going to be a penalty pretty much right in front of us here on the halfway line for the Hornets.
It's a vocal penalty call from a referee in this match, so just being quite firm with the 7 on, and good shooting defence there from the Sharks to sort of stifle the momentum of this Hornets lineup. Now there's no first receiver here, thankfully has come on, but yeah, they're under pressure, so they couldn't get their sweepers on quickly enough on that substitute.
Yeah, both sides there just getting their organisation wrong, one way and then the other, and that's not something that makes coaches feel good on on early on day 2.
So Collie working with Narain. She's going to go to Hickling on the left. Well, for the moment, it'll still be Collie. Hickling wants the ball back.
Long.
They got numbers on the right. Didn't quite need to go.
Didn't need to go long.
For the extra long ball. They had 2 extra players on the overlap, which is quite rare, actually. And, we'll see in that replay as the Sharks get on the scoreboard.
Nice ball movement across the line. And the last pass there from Hickling. And finished off nicely by Reese Rigby.
Did well there, Hickling, to get that ball away. Hot potato hands. And the touch, has been called there by the Sharks. So the Hornets, they'll look to snap back here as quickly as possible. Many of the Hornets teams like to emphasise pace and direct play, especially coming off their box sets. But here, they're in good field position already. So on 5th and last, they got that space on the left edge again.
Well defended.
And it has great shutdown defence there by the Sharks outfit. I believe it was the number 12, Sklavos, or rather, that was Robust from the Sharks. And her shape was good early there. So she was ready to run out when the ball came. Here come the Sharks. Once again, working towards their box, and they'll be happy with that. That's 2 touches to the box. New legs on the field. And Hickling, who was involved in that first try, it's 5th and last already here, though, so they'll go to the left edge and running away. The pace there from Collie is unbelievable stuff.
She just changed gears and did a bit of the old mimip, and she was gone.
Yep. Wile E. Coyote can't catch up with that one. Roadrunner straight through there, Collie. So, look at that.
Nothing on, and just see you later.
And you talk about the speed of the game increasing, but there's nothing like it. It's always exciting when you see someone run away from the plate. Collie, this time, the number 9 for South Queensland Sharks, getting up there. So the Hornets, will they keep attacking this left edge? Despite the space, they've shown that they can defend it well. So, they're going to have a couple of cracks through the middle. 5th and last, so we're going to have a static final play here.
That should be turnover, not square. Yep. Just a little lazy on that one there, Olivia Booth. You need to make sure you get your body square, straight up and down the field, looking towards the goal line.
It's the little 1%ers that are going to determine games like this. Of course, the under-16 girls division. Touch has been made, and a good one too, forcing the Sharks to come back and roll the ball. Touch made there by Emerson Squires. Playing the ball, though. They're good at getting their momentum back here, the Sharks. They've got a lot of pace, and little tussle in the roll ball, and it's gone in favour of the Hornets. Great defence.
Yeah, good work. They held out, bent, not broke. And we'll see what they can do down here at this end. What I'd like to see from the Hornets, they've been very direct in their first couple of attacking sets. They're very narrow in their attack. They're targeting towards the middles and the links, and they're not looking to throw that ball long until late, and it's only the right to left. So the little switch, chase infield, a high ball that doesn't get to the hands. A switch and a chase infield by the link for the Sharks that just created the opportunity out of nothing.
Mighty close there. It's gone to ground. Millie Barnes couldn't quite get her fingertips to the ball and secure it. So the Sharks, they survive. Another attack there. And the Hornets, well, they'll be looking to get up and buzz around the Sharks' box. Okay, the ball's gone out there, and that's good, solid defence from the Hornets, just getting up and in the face of the defence. And looks like they might, they've already had a substitute early here. Are they going to work to their box? No, the shooting defence is going to make that very difficult. So they're going to have to improvise here. Doing really well to just disrupt the flow of Hornets play.
Yeah, and that's working because, and you can see the way that they're looking around and taking a long time to make a decision to break their structure for the Hornets, that they, the player picks up from half, can't pass it to one of these two people. Who am I going to pass the ball to? And you've got 2 wide open players back on the other side. So very structured, just not quite practiced enough at some of the variations of what can happen now and how can I adjust to this one. So the Sharks putting the pressure on, and it's breaking down their structure. So Hornets now, a little link ball, but that's going to get picked off comfortably. 0 touch
intercepted.
from the intercept.
And of course, they can play the ball out on the 7 metres anytime they're touched within their own territory like that. So, South Queensland, they'll be looking to come off the back of this. Hickling, one of their key players, will look for that extra pass. Shot up there, the Hornets, and played the ball, and it's legal play of the ball, I think. No, not quite.
You can't crawl over the top of it. But she's going to get away with it and get the try. You can't do that.
No, so you got to play the ball on your feet, and it's arguable that she was probably already on the ground.
Can't crawl over the top of it.
So,
as we're looking down at the Sharks box, and they're all looking up at us going, how good was that? But that's illegal. Got away with it, though, so all good. Well done, Maya Colley.
So, third try on the board now for the Sharks. And Colley, she's been involved in everything so far. And, yeah, she's just a real battler out there. Every single touch, when she gets her hands on the ball, she's looking to create some excitement. The Hornets now back on the 7 in good attacking position. They get touched in. It's going to be a penalty here. So, number 7 caught out there. Narain for the Sharks. So, Hornets, what can they do here with a full set of 6? Trying to go through the middle, but this compressed defence, it's forcing them to go long.
Yeah, and because they haven't thrown a ball long yet, the Sharks are comfortable to just compress in and feel like, well, I'm not feeling threatened outside. There it goes.
And, yeah, they've got to keep doing that to spread the defence. It's going to allow them to come back through the central channels.
They've got to do one left to right.
Yep.
At the moment, the winger that's on this side for the Sharks is just hanging around almost in midfield. She's got through. Hey, giddy up.
Yeah, and that's lovely stuff. Just caught those Sharks defenders tracking backwards and gets their first try on the board, the Hornets. So 3-1 is the scoreline. And it'll be the number 23, West. Just picks up. Gets nice and low, the sliding dive. And that's
that's
exactly
the sliding dive we were talking about before. But just the footwork from Narain, not quite enough there. And to get onside and get forward to make that tag, and the slidey dive's going to win in those situations 9 times out of 10.
Well, that's the first time they've seemingly lost their shape on the line, the Sharks, and I think it's to what you were saying earlier, Des, about playing that left all the way across to the right and just opening up the defence. And some good heads-up play there from the Hornets to make sure that they work to their box efficiently. Sweepers on now. Let's see what they can cook up here off a very clean box set, really.
That's you, Jack.
That
was your fault.
I'll be culpable for that one. So
it did actually look, I was about to say, that looked like a good, clean, smooth set. That were a little bit more into their flow. That confidence that comes from scoring makes a difference. Lifts them all up.
Winger's being called off there for the Hornets, so bit of eyes-up footy. You want to sprint at that player that's getting called off. That's why it's so important to listen to the referee out there. And 5th and last is the call. Show of pace, but the Hornets' defence up to the task. So what do they need to do here? It's 3-1 on the scoreboard. Momentum still in the balance, I think, Des. So what would you be advising to these young players?
Well, I'll be trying to get the energy up for the Hornets. They've got that little boost having scored now. I'll be wanting them to get a little bit more energy, get their structure going forward, get clean roll balls, get those half scoops like they just did there, and then get the ball wide out on this side, force that winger that's on this side to have to defend further wide to open up a little bit more space so that you can be that direct that they want to do. For the Sharks, it's just about playing their structure, being steady with it, keep their eyes up. The opportunities are appearing there for them, and they're going to get those opportunities, and there's one. They looked for it before and threw it out wide, but right down the sideline, she is going to get caught. That's Lacey McLaren on the wing. They looked for it earlier, and it went dead into the sub box. Just when the Hornets winger comes in a little bit too tight, and the space opens up, and now they've got a couple of touches down at the line.
And the Sharks will still be dangerous here. Obviously tracking back, took a lot of wind out of the Hornets lineup, and going through almost from half. Offside is the call. So that's tough stuff, because that was the back end of that set. They're now going to have to defend another set.
Touch penalties hurt so much.
Yep.
Especially when you've done so well to scramble to get yourselves onside and recomposed after a long line break, to then give up one on 5th touch for offside. That hurts.
Tough stuff. And let's see, an embattled Hornets. That looks like a touch. Might have been made, and that's a phenomenal touch. Just coming up off the line really aggressively. Positive defence from the Hornets. See if the Sharks can make something work on this left edge now. Looking pretty dangerous, Narain. And she's touched as well. So the defence is just sharp as knife sharp, really, for the Hornets. They're looking like they've got some sort of inspiration. Maybe that's coming from the sideline.
The lateral movement there was much, much better. They were working together as a unit. There's a big long ball with a big kick, but well covered. So good recovery from the Hornets. They were in all sorts there for a while, but they got their structure, got themselves settled. That's a hard touch. A little bit 50-50. Comfortable with that.
And referee pulling the players back 10, and that will be, unfortunately...
And there's the 50-50 the other way.
Yeah, lost
Exactly
control. And Narain had a lot to do with that, just getting strong in the ruck there. And you've got to be firm in the ruck. Really keep one hand on the ball. Here go the Sharks. They've had more success over on this left edge. They throw long early. So, yeah, they're really just spreading the defence of the Hornets here and just trying their different options. Let's see if they can convert here. About to pick up from dummy half. Is the number 14, Watkins. She plays. Oh, she's just gone straight through. Beautiful stuff. And Des, I think this is a good one for you to walk us through when we see the replay here, because that's a beautiful try.
Yeah, so they set up a middle link touch on the left-hand side, set it up to make it look exactly like a rooster. The middle comes flying through from right to left, and a little dummy from Watkins runs right behind her. The defence has compressed. The saving middle has come in expecting a step back. Suddenly she's caught on her heels. The half's got all the space in the world to run through and pick out the open player for the try.
4-1 on the athlete scoreboard right now. And Hornets, they need to stay in touch with the scoreline here. A try right now would put them right back in contention in this first half. Touches made. Looks like they might have wanted to run a rooster, but got the ball down. Yeah, I thought that she might straighten up there, the first receiver, but she decided to go herself, and it was the correct option.
Defence were caught on the line there. We might see this one in the replay. You can see them. They'll move laterally really well. So the tag's made in position. They're moving laterally, but they're on the line. So number 11 there, Michaela Mullerin, she's caught on the line, and that means that when the dive happens, it's the indicator for the referee that, no, the ball's going to be down first.
Brianna Rawlins gets over there as well for the Hornets. And touch has been called back there. But, yeah, it has to be said, I think it was a nice little variation. It appeared as though maybe this is why they're caught flat on the line, that they looked as though they were going to sort of run a short rooster or something of that kind. And suddenly, the first receiver just running sort of diagonally took them by surprise. But the Sharks here, they're going to go to ground. Probably didn't want to try and catch that one. Well, very lucky there, the Hornets.
She's gone the half hop.
Yeah.
And fortunately, the ball's hit the ground first because the hands weren't quite good.
That could have been devastation for the Hornets. And, yeah, offside call here. So momentum starting to shift slightly in this game. We've got a little bit of back and forth, to and fro. And they'll loop around to the right here. The Hornets.
Yeah, nice.
Rawlins, past try scorer, and she looks like she wants to call the shots here. Yeah, wasn't clean getting the ball down, and look sort of who's involved there again. It's the number 7 for the Sharks. She's just made a couple of good touches and forced the errors recently.
Yeah. And as the coach, you're saying to your players to toughen up in the roll ball when you've got the ball. You've got to protect the ball, protect the roll ball. Really good tag there. Who was that? That's Skylar Sampson that got that ball down, protected it really well. Got some power going through, and now the Sharks are able to break. And Oceana Graham.
And Graham's away there. We've seen a number of try celebrations today, not yet from the Sharks. They're still sort of getting the nerves off, but yeah, she's just sort of opened up the space there. I think a bit of a miscommunication in defence from the Hornets on that right edge, or left edge for them rather. So that's 5 now for the Sharks, 2 for the Hornets. The Hornets did riposte fairly quickly on the previous occasion where they conceded a try. So can they do that again here? They're calling from the box to get tight here, the Sharks defence. They go wide, which is the correct response, and a great touch is made. Are they going to call try?
Winger didn't quite make it onside, I guess. I think that's the call, but that's that left to right pass. Now that ball's gone out. You could, as you said, mate, they're calling to stay tight, stay tight. There's that little bit of space on the outside. Now you've thrown that one. Maybe throw one more so that you can spread them out, and then you can go back in through the middle. It's all a bit of the old 3-card trick. Show them one thing, let them get used to it, then do something different to it.
And beautiful stuff there, showing a lot of diversity in their attacking play there. Number 4, Ellie Stacey gets the ball down, but the Sharks putting on the afterburners there. The number 14, Watkins, who has had a big part to play in this first half, couldn't quite squeeze through for a try there. She's going to pick up from half, though, and that's a great touch, just winning the ruck very clearly there. Literally brought that play to a stop.
You can see how important it is to make that hard touch there, because if the clean roll ball happens, you've got a body going across against a player that's going through, as Watkins gets through the line but throws the ball that's off the fingertips. But as you win that tag, you slow down what the attacker doing. It gives yourselves time to recover and get into good shape. And it made all the difference. That tag saves a potential try on that next play. And the stronger you are in that space, the more chance you've got to get to stop those kind of tries, those soft ones. And yeah, occasionally you'll give away a hard touch, right? You'll step over the line. But once you find out where that line is, it's easier to control it. And in the meantime, you're not giving away those tries. And
certainly on that very next touch, we saw a softer touch, and that's when they're able to scoot through. Yep. So it's just, there's a clear correlation between winning the ruck and who's going to have the upper hand in the next play. Well, here they go, the Sharks. They're going to get one more play, and the ball has gone to ground, slipped out of the hands there on half-time. I think a fitting half-time score which reflects the efforts of both teams. It's still a tight one, still in the balance, but 5-3 in favour of the Sharks. Des, what can we expect coming into the second half?
I think we'll see the Hornets throw the ball around a little bit more, press that width, and then come back inside. I think they'll pick that up. And having seen the rewards out on the right-hand side, I think they'll have another crack down there. Then they'll be able to do that one. For the Sharks, I think we'll see more of the same, more heads-up stuff. They'll probably want to keep it tight through the middle to start with, and just keep that space controlled in defence.
Well, we'll take a short break now here, live on KO and Sky Sport Next for the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. We'll see you soon.
When can I play again?
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. It's like good practice, yeah? Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back in the net.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label, as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solugel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
on the Sunshine Coast, you'll find sunshine makes the sea sparkle. The skies pastel. You'll find the sun shines from above and from within, making laughs linger, moments longer, hearts beat fast, and time moves slow. Come find your sunshine moment for real.
Floods the tournament weight.
When can I play again?
Russian year weight.
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah?
The clean-up is after a residency booster.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate.
Welcome back to the DoorDash National Youth Championships. Under 16 action here at the half-time point. It's the South Queensland Sharks leading the Hunter Western Hornets 5-3 on the Athlete scoreboard. I'm joined by Des Fogarty in the commentary box once again. Des, should be an enticing second half, only 2 points in it.
Yeah, and if the Hornets can just reduce their error rate again further, that we were talking in the break, that they start as soon as they scored and they got a little bit more confidence, they started to hold the ball a little bit better, not quite as many errors. If we can reduce that again for this half, I think we're going to see a really tight finish.
And the experienced Mitch Walkerton in the coaching box there for the Hornets, so you can expect at half-time that these are the sorts of things that he's been talking about. Only seconds now until tap-off. Let's see if the Hornets can sting first.
Ooh. The Hornets can sting first, or can the Sharks circle? Oh, and a fumble in the first one. And
they missed?
Sideline ref's got it.
Yeah, I think the on-field referee thought he was seeing ghosts for a minute, checked his sideline referee, and no, they decided absolutely it took a fumble. From up here, we had prime position to see that, of course. So not the best start, but they get to test their defence early here, see if they've tightened up through those central channels. Good hard touch made there.
Good strength. I reckon that one might have actually been mentioned as well, just given those couple there. Oh, that might be late. She got her.
The touch was close there. She's calling it from the centre of the park. They're conferring.
Well,
they're calling six.
Touch.
I did think from our perspectives that Rawlins might have actually made that before.
She may not have been onside.
Onside could be a problem, yeah. So Rawlins, who was one of the heroes for her side in the first half, driving the ball up there as they get new legs on and scooping there, showing some pace early.
Good recovery.
Number 2, Lucinda Watson. Yeah, they seemed a little off their feet, the Sharks, but they recovered well.
Mullerin really getting on a bike, and then an error on touch 1.
Error on touch 1. You can see Evie Walkerton, who is moving up into the line there, probably just in their peripheral vision, can often cause the error. Watson working there with Walkerton, and offside is the call. Not moving forwards off their line. So, tap there. Oh, they're almost through. Has Walkerton got the ball down?
I just heard Gary Sonder, who's down here in the Sharks bench, just say step over it. Accurate call.
And,
but yeah, okay.
Touch.
We'll just hand it to the other team there.
And unfortunately, haven't utilised that set as well as they probably needed to early on here, but there's still plenty of time, obviously, in the match. Oh, taking a bit of a tumble there. Nothing wrong with that touch. Dishing back to the outside, and we see this sort of creativity around the box, just good heads-up footy. It's one of the parts of the game that at all levels, at all age groups rather, they try to work on really early. Through here, and
good solid contact. There's nothing wrong with that one. That's just reaching up for the ball. There's no foul play in that one. It's just a ball to ground. That's well refereed. They've made the right decision too. Absolutely. Yeah, the heads up footy stuff. It's the Hornets are not playing quite as well with the heads up. They are playing a little bit more structured than the Sharks until that one. Thanks very much for that demo. But like for the Sharks, a little bit more heads up stuff, a little bit less structured and organised. But a lot of that comes down a lot of the time to just experience, right? Like, and a lot of these Sharks players are starting a lot earlier than some of the people in some of the smaller regions or in other areas that they just haven't got the number of games in their legs yet to be able to identify that, now's an opportunity where I can learn and do something different. You can do all the training in the world, but until you're actually in these games, you don't get the opportunities to see what else I could have done in that moment.
Building that intuition comes from structure, comes from experience. And the Sharks have it in spades to their box this time. Let's see if they can be cleaner than the last. Don't
well
have
defended.
an option there. Well defended. They shut it down. And again, Rawlins is one of the partners in crime working together to shut things down there. So, yeah, you can see she's puffing out there, but I think she's fit as well, Rawlins. So she's going to have plenty left to say in this match.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
A penalty there for 7 on the field for the Sharks. I think it actually looked like there might have been 8. But just got their organisation wrong a little bit in the box again. They're down here trying to sort themselves out.
And the Hornets trying to beat the shooter, and the shooter's done well there just to disrupt the play.
It's the right idea, and that's the heads-up play that we're talking about. The right idea to go, I'm not going to give that pass automatically. I'm going to wait until that shooter takes that step forward, and then I'm going to step into it and make that pass around behind her. Absolutely. But the receiver hasn't read that as well, and that's the receiver obviously hasn't got as much experience as the player with the ball in that situation.
So touch made over halfway, and they are definitely firmer this half in their touches. Here, the Hornets team.
Good shutdown.
Good stuff. They were able to turn the shoulders in and commit on 5th and last, and it looked like a wave coming into Bondi Beach actually there for the Hornets. So.
Or probably what's the one in Newcastle?
I can probably help you with that in a minute. Nobbies.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks, producers.
I have to rack my brain, yeah.
Nobbies Beach, a wave at Nobbies.
It did look beautiful. It was a symmetry across the field there. And Hornets, they're going to want to keep that defence going. Getting up once again. It's interesting structurally what they're doing here. Not a strict odds and evens defence. They are sort of playing heads-up defence, which we don't often talk about a lot. But Sharks, they want to go direct here, coming into 5th and last.
Got what they want, though.
Oh.
Yeah, saving middle was just a fraction too short.
Yep.
And the Sharks are able to take advantage of that. The offside player there, Lucinda Watson, who's back as the saver, and she just needed one more step and she would have been onside to make the save, but everybody else is offside. Sharks have got through. Maya Coley's able to finish it off for the try.
And looking back there, it's McLaren who picks up Formula One pace and throws it back on the inside to Coley. What a phenomenal try.
Champagne work there.
I got to check myself there, I think. Unbelievable. So,
good strong touches from the rain again. She was doing a lot of that in the first half. She's got good solid body position.
The touch is made there, 7 metres out. And, they're almost open up the space. I think it's going to be a late pass, absolutely. And, the Sharks have been really good in their line defence so far. They haven't conceded yet. We're almost 10 minutes into the half.
Yeah, they've been much better organised. The Hornets haven't been able to move them around the way that they would like to. They have only conceded that 1 try so far, the Hornets. So they are well and truly still in the game, but they need to look at, as you see, the Sharks starting to get a bit of a roll on now. They're starting to win the arm wrestle of the midfield battle. As a big pick up there from Hickling. Worried about onside players. Hornets did enough scramble to get there, but you can just feel the momentum is holding a little bit more with the Sharks than it is with the Hornets. The Hornets are right on the precipice.
Got to turn things around there, but again, good shooting defence there from Graham. First half try scorer, and now stepping up in defence, and her reward will be the ability to control this attacking set now. So don't quite seem to have enough space there, especially if the defence is coming off the line, but Hickling, she can certainly create something out of nothing, as we saw in the first half as well. So Meehan picking up from half, and Phillips working around there with Graham.
Trouble.
Let's see what they can concoct. Looks like the touch has been called, but I think it's, hit the ground first. That's correct call from the referees. And, they're in there. Just couldn't quite shut down on that far side.
Yeah, and the play before where they had a crack at the line, it was Ayla Stevens who made the touch, got back to the line and just got herself forward and forward off the line as the touch was, or as the dive was coming in. On the other side, the body position of the defender on the actual play that scored was not quite as good, and she's been beaten, and that's when I've called that she's got what they wanted. And then it was just a matter of catch and put down for the winger.
So the Hornets now 4-point deficit. The athlete scoreboard reading 3-7 against them. So they need to make some magic happen here. And bit of incidental contact rushing off the line. Yeah, there won't be a penalty.
Yeah, it was the same as the one that was down here in front of us earlier. It's just trying to make the touch, but there's going to be another penalty for something else maybe. Sideline referees indicated that it should be penalised. Don't know whether it was the contact or not. But either way, they get a full set of 6 here, the Hornets.
You got to respect the hustle off the line from the Sharks, though, of course. Can they hold on here for a full set? The Hornets have been pretty decisive when they've had this kind of field position. It has been few and far between, though. Diving at the line, though, the touch has been made. And, they're just too tight in defence in this half. I think that's been the message at half-time. Their attack was certainly good to get 5 over in the first half, but the defence resolute from the Sharks.
And really good body positions. That's a little bit over the line. That one might even get a little bit of a talking to as well, and possibly a forced sub.
So
no, just that's enough for now. That's the first time that they've given away that penalty, so referee says penalty only. But, you could see them all through that set on the line. The Sharks' defence, very good body positions. They were very compact. And that's a result of not throwing that long ball. They don't fear that long ball out to the wing because the Hornets haven't thrown them.
And the Hornets, may need to get a little creative, figure out who that player is that can throw long there.
Nice. Oh, she's dropped that.
Looked like the ball may have taken a little bobble. We'll get to see the replay to see what we make of it. And there's no third umpire in touch football. Here we go. It's picking up.
It's good body movement, and it's right behind our little screen in the corner.
Can argue either way, I think.
Either way, I think. Yeah, happy with that. I mean, the ref's right in the spot, but I think it's the body movement beforehand, the little shimmy where she's shaping infield and then bang, hard left foot step, bounces out and around the defender who's shooting up, and she's over the line in the clear. An error off the tap off on touch 2, and the Hornets are just crumbling a little bit. They really need to just toughen up a little bit mentally. I think will help them out. They tried that and then got penalised for the hard touch. They're and there's the opportunistic play down the sideline, and this time it's going to be Lacey McLaren racing away down the side for the scoreline, for the score in the corner.
Yeah, they smelt blood in the water there early in the tackle count, and
another Sharks pun.
I've got a list of them here somewhere. But, they've just been clinical in this second half, and, they're tightening the screws now. So it's pretty tough here for the Hornets. 9-3 on the scoreboard. They haven't managed to make their mark. They certainly stuck with them for a long time, but now it's really about trying to, set up for future matches and get the morale high in the camp again for the Hornets. Can they flip the momentum once more?
And the score really has blown out quickly too. Like I just looked over and saw it was 9-3, and it's like, wow, that was quick. And there's a saying it's off the Sharks' foot.
Yeah.
But no, Ashland Highland not able to convince the referee of that one. And again, the heads up footy and flying down the sideline. A great tag from Highland.
It's Lacey Bowman there who was running away, and good defence.
Oh, that's
fumbled the ball.
Yeah, that's not a good error.
They have, on the bright side, managed to get some fresh legs on for this defensive set. And to be frank, with future games coming up here for the Sharks, some tough games left in their division, they won't mind a little bit of line defence practice here, I think.
Yeah, just to get their structures right and get their communication and working together as a team that has been looking good. And there's a long ball that doesn't go anywhere. So for the coaches for Hornets, I'd be looking at with this group of players over the next sort of, not so much over this tournament, but over the next 12 months, that skill of the long ball, because they haven't really thrown any. That's something that they really need to look to develop in this group of players. And between that and working on a little bit of heads-up stuff, I think those are the areas that you'd be looking to work on for Hornets.
You can really see the parity, I think, between the two sides in those two departments specifically, Des. And it makes defence so much easier when there isn't that long ball option coming from their opposition. This has been one of the things that can separate teams that are both playing at a very high level here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things, and I've talked about it before, like for coming from Tasmania, where we get on the end of some fairly big scorelines. So I've seen a couple already this morning, but a lot of the times it's things where one tiny little error in technique that just comes about from not playing at this kind of speed every week in, week out, all year round. And then some of the better sides will punish it. And my boys 16s were just playing over here. They were playing against the Sharks. Tiny little errors, an intercept and flying away here.
That's the number 6 for the Sharks. It's Sampson. Yep, she's run away, or might have had the number slightly wrong there. Actually, it's the number 5. I know it is the 6 for the Sharks. So, yeah, they ran away there, but Des will come back to what
so like one small little errors, and when you're not used to playing at this level, at this speed, the small little error can be punished straight away. And so you can end up with some really big scorelines. But really, the difference is not actually as broad as those scorelines suggest. And so for the Hornets here, it's now 10-3. There's off the intercept. There's a couple of other sort of not cheap tries that they've given away, but the run down the sideline and things like that. You just go, they haven't really worked it that hard to earn that try. The difference isn't that much.
No.
Like, you're only talking small percentages that actually have a large impact on the overall scoreline. And for coaches and for coaching organisations and coaching directors and things like that, that's one of the toughest things to actually look at the big picture and go, all right, it looks bad with these big scorelines. It's not as bad as it looks. Let's be calm. Let's approach it in a particularly, a structured and a systematic way. Hornets are one of those entities around the country that do that. They've got very smart coaches within their system, and over the course of time, their players will start to learn those things and learn them at the right places. We see a little quickie, a dive, a score, a little bit slightly lazy defence maybe, a little reach going across there, and Evie Walkerton with the dive over for the try to make it 10-4.
Smart. Speaking of smart play there, Walkerton just senses the opportunity. She sort of skips out, looks for some options. She looked left and right, sort of threw a little dummy out there to the left, and then just saw that middle hole had opened up. Can dive through, and uncontested. So good to be on the scoreboard in this half for the Hornets now. The scoreboard is probably, or the score is probably a little away from them at this point, it has to be said, but at 10-4,
it is fair.
They can certainly even look to add to their tally before the day is done. But for now, the Sharks, they go the right to left ball early on in the tackle count, and there's that long ball option that's just sort of been missing from their opposition.
Yeah, and it became a 3-on-2 here with the pickup. Nice clean roll ball. You can see the saving middles come all the way infield, number 12, and she's then chasing. She's really in tight, and her body's facing infield. The half picks up, goes back against the grain to the short side. Saver's got nowhere to go. It's now her turn to chase. And then it becomes 3-on-2 and a long ball over the top to the wide open winger.
Now the Hornets, the ball back in hand. They've got 10 metres to play with. And they'll hope to draw this defence out. Triangle structure in defence from the Sharks, which has become so famous in the game, and looks like they've gone through there, maybe perhaps an offside player. So, they've jagged one there against the sort of run of play, and that's 5 now for the Hornets. So they're making this scoreline look a little more comfortable.
Yeah, not as much energy, though, having scored this one, so we're late in the game. Offside player, there's the second foot getting over the line just as the ball's down. You can see the left foot drag back to the line. That's when she's onside. And, yeah, referee in perfect spot to call that one as well.
So the Sharks will look for that early ball. And look at the footwork there from her, the number 14.
That's Ella.
Ella Watkins, of course. And now they're charging away. Some good pace there from McLaren. We've been seeing that a lot today. It's a fitting surname, really. And they come hooking back around to the left now. Can't get anyone there. Dummy half caught. Could have probably recycled that ball once more, but that's fine. They'll be happy with the field position. And the Hornets here working towards their box. They'll look to get consecutive tries here at the tail end of this set. They're going to have one more play. So they should look for a dummy half. Oh, they've got an extra play. Lost the count. Picking up there and sort of running the show is Rawlins.
The old tuck underneath. Yeah, it's just caught her by surprise there, the defender. It looked like she had the numbers where she wanted them, and then the defender's tucked underneath, gone the wrong side, he says, in inverted commas, but has covered and is in beautiful position to cover the half, shut her down from anything. As we come down, there's probably only about 30 seconds left in this game. The Sharks with the ball in hand. Nice little movement there from Hickling.
Touch is made, and there goes Hickling again. She's away at the back end of this game. And the call is that is she the dummy half?
Yeah, that's the question. They're asking the sideline refs. Yeah, I'm not sure if she was.
Well, we'll get a replay.
She got tagged on the previous one.
The refs are conferring. They're probably going to look to the commentary box in a moment.
As we look. So she gets tagged on the previous play, gets the ball back, and then runs through.
She's not dummy half, so that is a try.
The referees have figured it out. They've seen the replay on the big screen. And
it happened so quick that it was quite tricky to see, but no, Hickling does score the final try of the match there for the Sharks to make it 12-5. And not too much between them skills-wise, really, Des, but obviously parity on the scoreboard, and the Sharks with a comprehensive victory in the end.
Yeah, Sharks playing really good heads-up footy, just the opportunities every time they opened up, they were able to take advantage of them, or at least create those opportunities to then take advantage of them. The Hornets, they'll be disappointed with that, but I think they'll learn a few lessons about how to really fight their way back into a game, and if they can do that one, they'll still be around for the rest of this week and into the finals as we get through onto Saturday.
Well, Des, it's been a pleasure calling this game with you here as we move towards midday at the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Plenty more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere. For our viewers watching live on KO and Sky Sport Next, if you're watching from New Zealand, we'll see you soon.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships here live from the Sunshine Coast. 18 boys action about to hit your screens, and we have the Hunter Western Hornets taking on the New South Wales Combined Catholic Colleges in this fixture. Des Fogarty's with me for this match. Shapes up to be a pretty good one, Des. Triple C are looking good. 2 wins without a loss so far. This is a round 3 fixture for the Hornets. They're sitting with 1 win, 1 loss. Got to be a pretty close contest, I think, between the two teams.
Yeah, I fully expect that Triple C will get this one. We saw Hornets up here yesterday in their loss, which was against the, I'm pretty sure that was Combined High Schools, or it was Bulls. It was Bulls against Bulls yesterday. Their one win was that one try win over Tasmania. They'll probably be looking at as a lucky win, or at least they should be. Oh. Beautiful ball. That's a cracker.
Perfect start. Wow, what a hole as well. Absolutely flew through the air. And this will look an absolute peach on the replay. Let's have a look here. Where did we screw away? Their running game straight from the tap-off was pretty impressive. And look at this bullet.
Riley Pollard straight across the face of Tylen Black-Berryman and into the hands of Jack Addard, who was into that hole like something. I don't have any sort of
pull it up.
Throw in there.
Pull it up there, Des.
Oh, no, I wasn't going that way.
No.
Had nowhere to go. A 6 again here for the Triple Cs. Giving away for the Hornets to have a crack at the line. It's like a rabbit into a warren. That's where I was going with that.
Bingo.
One.
There it is. Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there, Des. Hornets now. A little bit of footwork. There's some space on the outside shoulder. Good recovery, though, from Black-Berryman. In defence, number 1 for Triple C. Play inside the 7.
Jack Transfield running the show, sweeping around the back there. Jake Herring with a dive at the line, a good touch. Referee Badger right in the middle, right on the position.
5th and final touch here for the Hornets. They go across field and they finish it off in the corner. Travis Jackson handing possession back here to Triple C. Let's see how they come out of their end. First time in the game. They've had to come out deep. This is the second touch. Made too many metres, probably only the 10. Third touch for them now, so they'll make their way up towards the halfway line. Good metres. The flow out of the boxes coming on nice. Good contact, though. That just disrupted. Oh, it was a tough one.
That's close.
It looked like he won the battle, didn't he? He was just probably out of position coming into the roll ball.
It's just a tiny little bit to the side. Only, very, very little in that one. But off the hook for the Triple C, and now attacking the line.
See what the call is.
Yeah, tries to dive through him. Jack Addard. Can't do that one.
Yeah, outside the 7 on that occasion, so the touch was made before the try line. Rightfully called from the referees. Got plenty of experience out here. And
what a finish.
Great finish in the corner. Had work to do, but as soon as the ball was in the hands, he was down on the ground and slamming that one down. Logan Toller, second try here for Triple C.
Really nicely done. We'll see this long ball. It's a long, long ball. He's a fair way over. Jackson Edgar is a fair way over to the right of centre of the field, and he's ripped that one, and it's almost made the corner, but the finish was what caught our eye on that one. He was really very, very quick hands to catch, to put down.
Hornets from the restart. Kyan Gordon working in the middle here with Nash Russell. Gordon, nice shot. Oh, there was space out there. Just couldn't quite get the ball away. Out to the right-hand wing. A bit of razzle-dazzle. Flick out the back, sees the ball go over the sideline.
Yeah, the second phase play was the option there on that one, but they really weren't in good position to be able to follow up. They just sort of thought that first ball was going to be enough, and then once it wasn't, they weren't in a position to be able to recover and add the extra level to the play to attack that winger who'd come a long way infield. There's an error on the ball. If they get the ball all the way out now, it should be a 2-on-1, but well recovered by Triple C. Good scramble.
Within the 7-metre zone, probably just a little close, but they were early moving forward. And Triple C, like I said, good recovery. Just a little bit unclean. They put the ball through the hands as they were coming out of their end of the field. And just almost like a half-no ball back on the inside. Saw the ball hit the green stuff, and now just put the brakes on. Again, this is another penalty. Second one for Triple C here, defending their line.
So the referees will swap here, but you could see on the previous penalty, referee Baggio just having a word to a few people about making sure that they're making both feet to the line, as he has one more word to a player.
So just got to work on their discipline here in Triple C. Moment, nice ball out in front, well taken. Thomas Kirkpatrick comes back and plays it on the 7-metre line. The Hornets now sweeping player. Nice little kick out, lovely left to right. Nice slide defence from Toller, the try scorer from Triple C. Back into the middle of the field. A bit lateral there, not much doing. The Hornets again finish it off in the corner, running on the outside of the field, trying to come around the cone and back into the in-goal area.
Yeah, he wanted to go and get some lunch over at the Red Rooster van. It's over the other side there.
Worth a shot and see if Triple C can be a little bit cleaner this time around. Still quite lateral on the first couple of touches. Now they'll straighten up the point of attack. Still shy of their 10-metre line.
It's working for them, though, that early ball movement, getting the ball all the way across to the sideline, makes it so much easier for the subs to get on and off. And look at the pace on Tylen Black-Berryman. Flies through, gets the ball away. Might be a tag there. Really great recovery from the Hornets. That was some exciting play.
Yeah, they did a good job, and they kind of kept on camped down deep in the in-goal area. Didn't really have too much room to move, and just gave him a little bit more space to pick up a person. They manned up nicely when he had to throw the pass over there to make the touch. It's good scramble touch footy there from the Hornets. Beautiful short ball as well. Well, that is effort for reward. Down the other end, they put their body on the line. What a perfect set to go the whole distance. Lovely little short ball, and it was the late footwork as well when it was taken. This is a fantastic try here from the Hornets.
Jai Davies with really nice footwork right there, just to get away from the diving attempt at the tag. But Davies working with Kyam Hunt, and that's a really nice try to get the Hornets onto the board.
They'll be looking for another stop here. A little outside in play from the winger Cameron Chloe.
He
has
really
slipped
tough.
through. It just catches you off guard, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's the play that you don't really expect, but it's such a good one to have in the back pocket. Often comes up with points. They go early in the game with it, and their third try on the board.
Yeah, and as the defending winger there, you're expecting the attacking winger to hit outside you. That's their hold for them to target. As soon as they come back against the grain, it really does catch you flat-footed a lot of the time. Hornets winger, in this case, Tom Kirkpatrick was ready for it and was following in, but just wasn't quite quick enough.
Hornets now shy of the 7. Oh, yeah, got it done. It almost looked like they were probably a little bit too wide, but cutting back, and the Triple C player probably just got caught on the line a little bit. But this is turning into a bit of a shootout between these two teams.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, and it's Dransfield is sweeping around the back, and the pick-up here, you can see it right on the 7 metres. Didn't get to see the full length there, but that little pass out the back of the hands, and Dransfield's in perfect position to catch and slam that one down.
So they're hanging with them here, the Hunter Western Hornets, 3-2. Triple C still currently lead in front, skipping across face. And touch has been made. Nice work, Jacob Fahim, Getting caught in possession again, throwing their bodies on the line here, the Hornets.
And a good tag from Connor Jackson.
Let's see how they set up. Players offside. No, we'll get the advantage. Oh, the penalty comes their way.
Yeah, he's. I reckon he's probably just got his feet to the line as he's making that tackle. But he's lucky to be staying on the field, to be honest, because that was a pretty professional attempt at trying to hold him back. Oh, he slid in and scored. And Dransfield driving over the top, saying he's made the tag, but you're never going to win that one when you're lying on top of the guy that slid the ball on the ground to hit the line. If you're behind the line, the ball's made it every single time here.
Yeah, you can see the contact coming up out of the line from the 14 there from the Hornets. Joshua Brown just coming up to try and put some pressure on. They went straight back at him. And in between, got some heavy contact as well as the try was scored. Triple C respond, push that margin back out to 2-4-2 now. Boys from New South Wales in front. Hornets, so they've managed to strike them back. The majority of the times when Triple C have scored points, they're stacked out here on the left-hand side. They earn themselves a penalty.
Yeah, and this is the issue that Triple C are going to have to clean up here. It's their discipline at the line. They're giving away too many penalties. They're going to start getting forced subs, and then that's where it's going to start getting really ugly for them, I think. If they can't fix up that discipline.
Nash Russell comes back. Here he goes. He's got the ball in hand yet again. Plays it smack on the 7. They come against the grain this time and just push the pass. Yeah, it was a good defensive read. They're probably lucky to hold on to the footy just in terms of throwing that loose ball. Does come off the hands of Triple C. Full set of 6 to work with. And again, more pressure on the line. Back on the inside this time. Holds on to the football. Russell again has been busy. Just a bit static in the middle here. The Hornets better as they get the sweeping game around.
Tag. Triple C defence, line defence, when they're onside, has been really good. They're moving, they're anticipating well, they're flying in to make their shutdowns, and they're working together as a unit when they come flying in. So that's the real positive for them. If they can tidy up their discipline and make sure they're onside every time, they'll be very, very difficult to score on.
Yeah, and this has been their real strength so far throughout this game. Nice little switching play. Ooh, got to come back to the mark on the 5th and final touch. This takes a bit of sting out. Still got some attack, and they've sent it over into row 23.
And get penalised for it for being cynical. But it is good play from the Triple C, and but the issue there was on 5th touch coming to go over the mark. There's nothing else happening, so he just decides, well, I'll just throw it, make it slow so that we can get onside. That's what makes it cynical, and that's why the referees penalise it.
A little bit untidy coming out of the end here, the Hornets. Last touch. And he's just going to get over the halfway line now, but there's nice ball work back on the inside. There's nobody at home kicking away. Oh, what's happened? And Sheik is going to bring it back. I think it might have just been the basketball pass over the top. They may have called forward. He's going to be a forward pass. Really unfortunate, like I was saying, the first couple of touches as they got over to the interchange area, they struggled.
Yeah.
Halves not in place, but it was a lovely little ball, and Jai Davies' energy coming in on 5th touch. Almost created something for them.
Yeah, and it's the interplay between Davies and Hunt. They've obviously got a really good understanding. I saw that one in the game that we commentated here with when I was with Jack here yesterday. But a little couple of live wires in those two. Triple C with a little peel and chopping a really good ball. A really good hole there is Braden Wickman. But the work is done in the middle of the field. And Wickman's the beneficiary for that try.
Yeah, lovely setup.
Riley Pollard again. He can throw them both ways. He's thrown one each way now to hit the link hole with some real speed. Oh, untidy. Just a little bit loss of footing for the Hornets, and so they'll turn it over on the 10 metres. And Triple C will get another opportunity to drive down the field at pace. or dance around with it and throw it around and do something different.
Either which
Who
one.
cares what I say?
They've got everything in the back pocket. They can throw it around. They can go pretty structured. And they've got some pretty strong attacking weapons. Just jinking around at the moment. Ball in one hand. Trenton plays it. Footwork. This time they go long, and what a ball. No, they'll take it away. I can only imagine the pass may have been forward, but Hornets not moving forward off their line.
So that's Tamako Berryman throwing that long ball. He wound up a long way and ripped it. It went about 2 metres above the ground and not much more. So they'll look to do something similar, I would think, as the long ball goes. Oh no! Oh, wrong decision, winger.
Caught ball watching a little bit. There's nothing worse than when a lot of the times when you're playing that wing position, you feel like you're there to be able to take it and you just watch it sail straight over your head.
It's so bad.
I've been there before. Don't worry about that.
You're standing there watching it, you're just like, uh-oh. And it's the uh-oh moment there. Yeah, nah. I'm in good position. I've got this covered. I've got the, oh, no, I don't. It's the, help. But there's nobody out there to help you up. Oh. Took his eyes off the ball. Spent it before he had it. Good movement on touch one for Triple C. They get momentum off the first touch, and now they're in really good position.
Silent. Blackberryman here dances. They've got players out of position. And the Hornets, might have been able to just the gas and go then. They're still retrieving back to the try line, both middle defenders. Still touches to come here, though, for Triple C. This is the last for them now. Blackberryman, short ball, nice work just to get the body in the position there and knock it down.
Tyler Samius. In good position.
He's dancing again. 2 middles coming up and making the touch here for the Hornets. Late ball diving in at the line. It's pretty to watch.
Blackberryman. A little sliding towards the line. I'm going to score it. I'm just going to score it. And, I'm just going to help out. Set up my buddy. Out on the outside here. Here we go. Blackberryman. He's got him. And then the late pass out. And you can see the change in movement there from Travis Jackson. He's holding. And as soon as the ball comes out, no, I'm too late. And then I've got to dive to try to make a tag, but I'm out of position.
Starting to stretch away with it now. New South Wales Triple C. 7 tries to 2. The Hornets, they hung with them for periods there in the first half in the early stages. And a couple of errors, particularly off the restarts. They haven't had too many opportunities down this end of the field. Long ball, nice. Plenty of space. It's gone forward.
Let that one go, ref. That's too pretty to call back.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It was the perfect play. It was definitely on the court infield there, Triple C. Sailed across and in the hands forward. Over the halfway line. They go. Meters.
Yeah, Will picks
mistake. So a real mistake for them. They've been pretty clean, particularly when they've had their replacement players come out of their interchange area. And their flow has been really good coming out of the box. This gives the Hornets an opportunity. I think, he's lost that. Yeah.
He's looked up at the referee going, please help me out here, but nothing to help. Purely just lost the handle on the ball.
And if you're having a look at that one at home too, you might have seen it almost looked like he got contact or the touch was made first, but he was never in control of the football.
Yeah.
That's the reason why possession turned back over to Triple C. Penalty here to New South Wales as well. He's just mounting more pressure on the Hunter Western Hornets. They come up and make strong contact. Julie from half as they sweep around the back. Early ball and might have got caught out a little bit again.
That's a good line.
Yeah, I think the ball, there's not much any winger could really do about that. There's an absolute ripper coming out of the hands right to left on the money.
They're picking on Kirkpatrick a little bit here, and I reckon they might be thinking they've got inside his head here because you can see he's in good spot, he's in body position, he's chasing out, the ball beats him, he's diving at exactly the correct position, but he's just beaten by that the delivery of that ball, and it's so hard for him to read whether that's going to the winger or to the link, and that's the problem for him at the moment. He can't read whether he's got to hit or stay out. And each time he's making a read, it's just not working out for him quite right.
The last touch here for the Hornets. And here's Patrick will finish it off in the corner. And Triple C turn defence into attack. More forward on the first. Second touch, third coming. Nice little dish around the back. Just gives him those extra couple of metres and just sets him up now to get on the front foot. Again, beautiful switch coming in. This is danger signs. And Tomoko goes short. And Thailand, they get a penalty on the back end. Holding off the ball.
Whether it's before the touch was made or before he's caught the ball, or whether it's just the actual act of grabbing as you're making the touch.
No, he wasn't there.
Yeah. A little bit disconnected between the two attackers there, Berryman.
And Berryman.
Mustn't
have, obviously, there's some sort of relation. That didn't work out at the Christmas party last year. I think they would have got that one in place as they went around the Hills hoist. This little pop-out play. Back on the inside. Last touch. They do a good job to get the ball down on the deck. They've got numbers out here on the right-hand side. And the touch is made. They recover.
Yeah, Dransfield didn't have a lot that he could do with that ball once he actually got into that gap and committed himself into running that hole. I genuinely think they would have been better off running back over to this side, given how late it is in the half and as we hear the siren going. But, yeah, he got into the hole and then he's committed and there's nowhere to go. It's just good defence from Triple C.
Yeah, and they take the ascendancy going into the halftime break. Pretty strong opening 20 minutes for them. Halftime score here, New South Wales Triple C, 8 tries leading the Hunter Western Hornets 2.
When can I play again?
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah? Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back in there.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solugel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
Here on the Sunshine Coast, you'll find sunshine makes the sea sparkle. The skies pastel. You'll find the sun shines from above and from within, making laughs linger, moments longer, hearts beat fast, and time moves slow. Come find your sunshine moment for real.
When can I play again?
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah. Good luck out there. It's go time, mate.
Both teams not too far from making their way back out onto the field here for the second half in the 18 boys round 3 fixture between New South Wales Combined Catholic Colleges and the Hunter Western Hornets. Triple C looking the good 8-2 going into the halftime break, and they really started to find their groove probably about, midway through that first half, didn't they, Des?
Yeah, and we were just listening into the halftime talk from the Triple C coaching staff, and they were saying exactly that they were very happy once they found their rhythm in about sort of 5, 6, 7 minutes in. Once they found their rhythm and got their drive going, they were much more happy and much more comfortable with how they were playing. They were looking about trying to tidy up a couple of little things with their line defence, and talking some fine-tuning stuff about getting their middles to actually move a little bit faster so that their links have got more time as they're moving forward. So under the Mexican standoff rule, must keep moving forward. The links are being penalised for not moving forward, or for stopping and holding, and then going forward again, and then holding, and then going forward, and that's where those penalties are coming from. And the coaches want to actually give those links a bit more time by making their middles work a little bit harder to get up higher. And then, as what was mentioned, that if they can make those touches outside the 7 metres, that's even better for them.
There's positive signs for the Hornets as we see them tap off to get us going here in the second half. Like they went with Triple C to start the game. The score was 3-2 at one period of time, and they went toe-to-toe with them. They'll be looking to just stay and maintain some points here in the second half.
Second phase play, good ball. Oh, that's
unfortunate.
That's good play. I really like the way that they've thought that one through to say this is what we're going to do off the tap-off, to look at trying to run a second phase ball, anticipate that that's going to get shut down, and then run to something off the back end of it.
More 18 boys action to follow this match. Queensland Secondary Schools, the undefeated team from Queensland, will be taking on the North Queensland Cyclones. Make sure you stay tuned for that as we see Triple C go pretty expansive with footy in hand. They've gone the whole distance down the other end of the field. A little bit of footwork, good again. Scramble defence, and we saw that throughout the first half for them. They continue to compete while they're losing the battle in the running game. They camp up on their line, and they really try to hold out, particularly on that fifth touch.
Yeah, that would probably be a good adjustment as well to make that. You can see just on the picture, I'm sure you can see the difference in size between the Hornets players and the Triple C players. Triple C boys have much bigger build, much bigger bodies, really hard for a smaller team built for speed to try to dominate the Triple C boys in the contest, the physical contest in the rucks.
To come back to the mark, Rolly Pollard, who is taking another hit up going forward, comes over to the interchange box for a breather. Replacement players on here for Triple C. Trentner from half picks it up, has a little bit of a look, goes out the back, but they're sliding nicely again. Forces fancy footwork, flick back on the inside. They've still got ball in hand. Tomoko plays it. Oh, he almost should have just slipped through himself there. Looked like he'd punched through the hole. That's a good teammate, just dishing off all the passes to his supporting players. He's coming up and making the touch.
Couple of problems with footwork there. Just holds onto the ball. Does well to get some acceleration away from them there. That time to Travis Jackson. And this is Davies. Oh, that was pretty close. That was Hunt actually with the ball on the pickup. Davies got it down. Threw the little sinker pass over the top. It is going to come back though for being forward. Which on fifth touch doesn't make that much of a difference to you. Triple C into a rhythm. Subs flowing smoothly off the bench.
They're working their way in now towards the last touch. And Julie plays it. They go out in front. And they just haven't been as crisp or clean as of yet. They've definitely had the opportunities. They've transitioned pretty much every time they've got the ball in hand. If they're down the other end, they're getting themselves into a position to have a crack on the fifth and last touch. But it hasn't quite hit the target as of yet. The scoreline hasn't been troubled. Still locked up at 8 tries to 2 in favour of Triple C, the halftime score. Last touch now. Nice play out the back here and plenty of running work to do.
Dive, mate. Just dive for the line. Dransfield with the beautiful ball out to that link that's deep. He's right at the line and then tries to throw a flick ball that goes out to nobody. They're off the hook here because the referee has penalised Triple C. But, just fall over, mate. You score. Dransfield with the footwork. Has he got it down? Yes, he does. Jack Dransfield. Beautiful footwork off the right, dive at the line, and the try for that one, and that'll lift the Hornets. They're going to score first here in the second half.
And you might have been able to see the number 13 there, Angus Gobrin. It looked like he was almost claiming for a no-touch penalty. Was communicating with the referee. That just held him up momentarily. So when the right foot came, he wasn't tight enough to get across and make the touch. So it was good awareness from Dransfield. Good footwork. I said they went a whisker away, but it was good end-to-end footy. We made mention that Triple C are transitioning the whole distance of the field, but the Hornets did the same thing, ball in hand as well. They're coming back. They've had forward passes to ball. I could just see an interchange happening at the same time. I was just wondering whether one of the Triple C players was trying to sneak back off without being noticed, but it was just an interchange that had been made.
Yeah, it was that sweep that happened from Pollard. So he got the ball off the sweeper and then threw it straight back across, and it's that pass from Pollard that the referees have called a little bit forward. It was very flat. So comfortable with that as a call, but not a lot happening down that short side for the Hornets on this raid. So Triple C will get the ball back. Have to work all the way across the field if they're going to run their subs on this set, but ball out the back from Pollard to Berryman.
Nice touch.
Yeah. Shut them down. That's 3 tags, and they haven't really gone much more than about 10 metres. Last is coming here, and they've only made about 20. So really good defensive set from the Hornets so far, but footwork there from
Trentner. And just pops it out.
And finds the defender, the open winger, Bailey Tranter, with the footwork that's held up the Hornets middle there. That's Kyron Gordon. He just kind of got stood up, pick up for Tranter. Gordon's in all sorts of really good position. And look at that, 2 steps and he's gone.
Yeah, it's lovely footwork. Not much room out here as well, just to grab it, get away from the defence and plant it down. Nice forward roll as well.
Yeah, nice finish too.
And the judges score that an 8.2 in the corner. 9-3. They won all in the second half. They're playing it right by the try line and just too close. Probably need to be a step or 2 back.
Yeah, if you're looking to run that second phase play, so they scored off it, or almost scored off it on that first set. They've tried to run the same sort of thing again, but the problem is that the touch and roll ball is happening too close to the line for that second phase. Gives that half no time to react to anything. So what, in that case, Jai Davies, but the player that's going to get that ball, take the hit, absorb the contact, needs to start deeper so that they've got that little bit of space to run into and still give the defenders that space that they have to run into, which means that they then have to run further to get back on side after.
The Hornets play and restart their set. They punch one forward on the first touch. 2 players fighting for the ball, a little bit isolated. It's just squeeze it away, but this just leaves you a little bit exposed on the following touches, and those type of errors can occur. Just came down at one point there, just a little miscommunication between the 2 Hornets players. There's 2 of them both going into the acting half position. They just couldn't recover from that point on.
Just a little bit of frustration from the Hornets as well, just exhibited with the return of that ball really quick. We just heard the coach for Triple C in the box here just say, stay out of the rubbish. We don't need any of that stuff. We're comfortable in the lead. Don't need to worry about it. Just absorb it. If they try to start something to spark themselves up, that's on them.
They play it now. Last touch. Long. It's going behind the back there of Cameron Chloe. He'll casually come up and make the touch. They've got to be cleaner this time around here, the Hornets. A bad start there on the first touch. Just getting the ball away. Bit of contact starting to come in.
That might turn
Just
over.
go against them. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
There was a hooking action coming into the touch. I haven't been able to see, and you can see Amanda Sheikhy just signalling that that was the case. And it just, when you get your arms sort of wrapped around a defender coming up in the line, just takes him out of the next play, doesn't it? When your body's naturally heading over towards the interchange area.
And it's the kind of thing that if you're frustrated, you can start to do as well when you're behind, to try to sucker a penalty that you don't expect, or to earn something that you haven't quite, or to get a penalty that you haven't quite earned or something. But desperately trying to do anything. It was well read from the referee. And so now Triple C in a really good attacking position. The ball back has been really well done, and Tamako has got the ball out, but there is going to be a forward pass call. Not sure which one. One of the ones in the middle.
I thought it might have even been a chance of being late as well. Again, Triple C coming up out of the defensive line. Here they come again. This time, nice work to Fitzpatrick to get that extra ball away. And coming out of the box, he's a live wire, this young kid, isn't he? And now they're running nicely again. A nice little pop-out fly play. They're going across the lateral. Nice slide defence from Triple C. This is the final touch for the Hornets now. As they skip across field. And the ball hits the deck.
Yeah, I want to see, you mentioned he's a real live wire, Jai Davies. I want to see a little bit more consistency in performance from him. I think that will develop in his game. But once he's got that, he will be a real dynamo as he gets stepped by Riley Pollard, recovers. Ball's down, Pollard's going to pick up, steps back to the short side. Oh, we've hit the wrong hole, and now that all the hard work's having to be done, and that's gone away. So unfortunately for Triple C there, Archie Rose, he's come in a little bit too close, hit the wrong hole, and ended up with no space to run into. Pollard can't get him the ball, and the scrambling defence of the Hornets are able to recover and prevent the try. This time again, there's another penalty with the ball in hand. This one for off the mark.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones that he knew that he had gone over, but doesn't actually go back, doesn't take another step or two back.
Yeah.
They pull up and then just end up putting the ball down exactly where they are. So it's just a little 1% play. And so when fatigue starts to set in, and you still got that in the back of your mind that you got to head over to the interchange area to make that change, and that's gone about forward. 6 metres forward.
5s is okay, but yeah, 6 is a bit much.
Yeah, we'll blame the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I think the wind
it's blowing the other way, man.
No. It swirls around here at the sunny coast. It goes 360. I'm local Des, okay? I know I'm a wind expert.
It's the Wellington caked in.
Yeah, that's right. And they've just been a little bit sloppy here in the second half, the Hornets, particularly coming out of their end. So we just saw the over the mark before. Now it's a loose ball. A couple of sets ago too. 2 players fighting for the acting half position. Of course, an error off the back end of it. It's still been tight, and Triple C haven't really racked up the scoring. Here in the second 20. Yeah, I think he's lost it over the line. It was just a lovely little double pump at the line. It's such an effective play. Oh, no. They are having no luck here in the second 20.
This is forward off the ruck on the very first touch.
You need to get those ones right.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, and it's part of it is because they're trying desperately to get themselves back into this game. They're frustrated with where they are at the moment as Pollard smashes one down to the ground, but this one's gone forward off the roll ballers also.
You're not going to get away with those 3 experienced referees.
That one's going to be a turnover. No. Oh, it's just not going the Hornets' way at all at the moment. Every single thing that can go wrong for them with ball in hand is just failing at the moment. They're working hard. They're really trying hard to get themselves into this game as Pollard dives. I think he's made the tag. Yep, the referees confer and say he definitely has.
He's trying everything he can. Number 7, Riley Pollard, to get points or set up. Just hasn't quite got the chocolates as of yet. This time they're on the back foot. Merriman will do it himself. Little Goosey gets on the outside shoulder, slips underneath. They finally get a point. Feels like they've been camped down this end of the field for an age. 10th on the board.
Yeah, Tylen Black-Berryman, you can see as he gets the ball here, you can see his body's actually facing to his left. And then when he does the goose step, and it's because his shoulders are facing to the left, that freezes the defender, means that he can't protect his short side as much as he would like to. And once Berryman kicks out, he's just so quick, his footwork's so good, and he's able to get himself underneath and low to slide and smash that ball onto the ground for the try.
And Triple C come up out of the line, yeah, early ball work. Oh, yeah, just punches the air. You can see, and it was great play because they shot that one up out of the line. Nice early ball work and release. They had numbers down the left-hand side and was probably thinking about releasing that pass as he was taking it. And they do get the penalty here, the Hornets.
They did really well too because one of the Hornets who was shooting up to make a saving tag, one of the Triple C players shooting up to make a tag, ran into the back of his own player, and that freed them up in the middle. Once the ball got out, couldn't, just snatched at it a bit. And the second penalty here, though.
Short side play. Oh, yeah, nice. Diving. And the big man stretched those big wings out from about 3 metres, and they were caught flat there on the line, Triple C. Lovely try scored by the 23, Travis Jackson. Good footy from the Hornets, getting the points off the repeat set.
Yeah, and it's just a middle link punish play. He steps back in. The defender's caught on the line. A little bit flat. They'll be a bit annoyed about that try. They are pretty comfortable here at 9 tries to 3, but so Triple C back in control. Good footwork, good tag from Davies. Not called, ball's gone. Berryman just controlling things. He's going to get to half.
Good defence again from the Hornets, though. They've held them off, forced them back out. No contact still made on the touch. This is the final touch for them now. Looping ball over the top.
Good finish.
Finished off nicely. Didn't have much room to work with. Nice little finish in the corner.
Yeah, Tamako Berryman just in control all the way. That ball's always going long over the top, but again, a really nice catch and put down in the corner there. Was that Braden Wickman?
Cameron Chloe. The Hornets, after scoring down the other end, their final previous possession, looking for more points. Continue on. They've had good moments throughout this game. Yeah,
Chloe, well read though.
And that's what you want from your wingers, isn't it? When you go down, they finish it off down the other end, and then come up with a big defensive play. Full set of 6 here off the penalty.
Yeah, the referee's called offside. It looked like he's pointing at Chloe, which you'd think he'd play the advantage and pay a try there, but either way, full set of 6 for Hornets. Sweeper. Well defended. Triple C, you're moving in unison out on that far side.
The Hornets now just playing in the middle. They get the early release, and out to Fitzpatrick, goes over the sideline. The clock's starting to wind down. 18 boys action to follow. As previously mentioned, the Queensland Secondary Schools undefeated. And looking the goods yet again. 3 pretty strong opening performances yesterday. And taking on the North Queensland Cyclones. Not much to follow. This is a nice transition coming down the field. Footwork again. Oh, threading it around behind the back. Took it right to the defensive line. I think it might be a touch and pass.
Yeah, Pollard's been involved in pretty much everything for Triple C in this second half. He's really led this team strongly, but just hasn't been able to execute in that case.
So better here for the Hornets this time around. They've gotten their replacement players on cleanly. Nice little short ball. Hunt's been good as well. As I say that, just a loose ball out the back, but he's had plenty of energy, particularly when he's come out of the box. Triple C down the sideline. taking the easy meters. Goblin heads over to the interchange area. Berryman plays it. Now they put the ball through the hands. Trentner offloads. Scramble slide defence. Archie Rose will come back to the 7 metre line to play it. Rose again. Last touch. A little pump and picked off. Triple C. No, back on the inside. Starting to stretch away.
Chloe's got him.
Oh, no,
Stewart. He's up.
Xavier Stewart. Nice work from the Hornets. And it was smart as well when the intercept was taken. Had a little look over the shoulder. Saw the speed man straight off the hip. Here you go, son. You go the distance.
Yeah. I've done the hard work of taking the intercept. You just finish it off for me. It's well read. But it's good defensive shape in that case. So he's still running alongside as cover or as support. And if he does get caught, at least he's got a half in play, so they're not going to just get tagged and turn it straight back over again. So good play there from the Hornets. And they get one back. Triple C, that's Berryman. Plays the short ball this time. But not moving forward to the Hornet, so there is going to be a penalty. You can see the Hornet he's just off screen there having a conversation. That's Jack Transfield having a conversation with the referee, but he hadn't moved his feet from the second that she blew the whistle, and he was still basically about 10 centimetres off from the line. And nice work of movement there, good footwork. Jared Haywood is able to sneak through, and that will be, as the siren sounds, the final play of the game.
Have a look at the final try of the match. Just slipping in nice and easy. Jared Haywood, the 12th try of the game. Too good in this round 3 fixture. Triple C get the win. They continue on their way. It's been a strong start to the competition for them. Good patches there for the Hornets throughout that game, but beaten by a far better team on the day. Queensland Secondary Schools and North Queensland Cyclones coming up next in the 18 boys. Stay with us. More action to come from the DoorDash National Youth Championships.
It's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of the touch and come out and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So no, it's well worth being here.
And we just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere. It's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of the touch and come down and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So no, it's well worth being here.
And we just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere.
Welcome back to the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. 18 boys action. More 18 boys action about to hit your screen. The Queensland Secondary Schools team undefeated going into this round 4 fixture. They'll be taking on the North Queensland Cyclones. Probably a few players that are going to be a bit familiar with each other. It's quite the unique aspect, isn't it, Des, when you have a secondary schools team picking the best of the best, and then you've got taking on regional teams. And they can go right up into 18, so the schools are usually a year younger than some of our regional players, but they've got to come from somewhere, and a lot of them do come from the regional teams that they come up against.
Yeah, exactly right. And so for QSST, they get first dibs on all of the players across Queensland, and then the regions then have to pick their squads based on not just who's left, but that sounds a little bit dismissive, but they have to use the rest of their depth. So when they do play up against each other, there's a little bit of pride on the line. Certainly for some of the players who might feel a little aggrieved at having not been selected. But one would expect QSST to be really too strong for North Queensland in this game. But Cyclones will give it a red-hot shot. There'll be plenty of spirit out here. As we see, a good pick-up, a short hole.
Oh, yes.
What a cracking ball.
Perfect start. North Queensland Cyclones, you will not see many better balls thrown this week. And I say it every tournament. I'm sure people are sick of it. You can get your big long balls going out and they look spectacular, but there is nothing better than a hard, flat, short ball straight off the hip. What a try.
Hayden Fitzpatrick, he's hit that hole 100 mile an hour and blown straight into it. And the short ball has just beaten everybody. So Cyclones on the board first, which is great to see.
Oh, Queensland, though, this is just the class. And they will hit straight back. And I was going to make mention prior to North Queensland scoring that they were really vocal, Queensland, here in the box from the start. There was plenty of energy in their warm-up. So, well, it didn't really go their way there with North Queensland. The way that the game started, that's a pretty good response in return.
Yeah, the final ball there from Kalis Brown. But just a little bit of speed. Good ball movement. So Cyclones straight back down at them again. They'll have a bit of confidence now. They've scored one. Scored one early. But defensive shape far too strong in this occasion. Final take made by Javen Andrews.
So now good pressure there on Matters. Looks like they're up for it here as well. North Queensland's Deacon gets good run. Prendergast can't get on the outside. Great defensive set from North Queensland. And they're starting their set of 6 here. It's not a bad position to get the football back in the hands. And players offside here just helps give them a leg up over the halfway line. They're heading downfield quite nicely as the Cyclones now bring it back in towards the middle of the field. 5th and final touch. Big looping bomb out to the left-hand side. They were well covered. And the Cyclones are happy just to let the ball hit the grass.
Yeah, Sam Shepherd just ducked his head out of the way so he didn't clock one on the noggin and get called for playing at it with the head, which does happen from time to time. Great off-flat ball by Prendergast and
just put Deacon under a little bit of pressure. He did a good job to hold on to the football. Barnes offloads off the hip and picks up. Comes off the right foot, plays it out the back. They're well covered again in North Queensland.
Yeah, good defence. Compact. Got everything under control there. They've been shooting hard, making some good solid tags. Responding well.
And the first little error for NQ coming out of the end of the field. And they're just the little things they've got to be perfect and execute across this game, because these little opportunities, you can leave the door open for this Queensland Secondary Schools team. It'll make you pay more times than not. Here's Barnes, just getting the ball away. Brown steps on the outside. Barnes goes away from him though. As Bell takes a little deflection. It's falling straight in the hands. There's cover defence coming across.
Holy moly.
Well, he's quick. Don't worry about that. He is lightning quick.
4 strides and he made up about 10 metres.
But it's put the Cyclones in good position. Pugh plays it as they had the players shrinking around the back penalty.
Forward pass.
It's unfortunate for the Cyclones. A little bit of the rub of the green just falling in the hands That's that little deflection from the intercept. Forward pass on the back end of the set. He can capitalise his belt. Brings it back in field. Placement plays on here for Queensland. Andrews in the middle. Matters. No short ball off the hip. Gets himself into half. Looking to clean and play the ball. Shepherd plays it. Matters. Left to right out in front. Off the fingertips there of Carpenter. North Queensland played on their side of the field. There's Jacob Pugh. He's down the sideline. The ball is spilled forward.
Yeah, it's off the foot of one of the defenders. Referee Zoe Genrick picking that one up.
I'm looking forward to seeing Jacob Pugh. He's just gone off to the sideline in the game that we called yesterday against one of the New South Wales school teams. He was unbelievable in defence. He really did a great job in using his body to disrupt the attack. And I think he'll be up for it again here against the Queensland team.
Andrews really had to get on his bike to make that tag. He still looked reasonably comfortable by the end of it, but he was under pressure. Covering that outside link hole.
And he is with the offload. Matters. Moves forward. Bell. Deacon runs in. Moore picks up Prendergast steaming onto the ball. And good slide defence yet again from the Cyclones.
Really good shape, really good shape. You can see the arm reaching out behind as he's still got the body shaped out towards the outside. So he's covering his hole and also the little space in behind him, just in case that that attacker gets past his teammate.
Played on Queensland's 10-metre line as they're coming into the last touch. Bauer plays it. Early release. Ooh. It looked like they were coming across and sliding there, Queensland, if the ball was able to be taken. Scott Swain out in the left link position for the Cyclones.
Good ball from Prendergast there. The outlet ball to the first receiver was covered, but he's outletted just a little cutout pass, and it's really released the QSSD Fire to come up the field.
Sankey plays it. Andrews has a little hop, skip and a jump. And two Cyclones players there to make the touch. Anthony Ruggieri is the first one. And he's covered a fence in case Ruggieri didn't make the contact. He takes the first touch forward. Nice ball movement now to the left-hand side. Great metres down the side of the field. Mitchell Brown on the back of it. And here he is from half as the replacement players come on here for North Queensland. Play back in the middle. Rungy plays it. Set up the first try. Beautiful short ball from Pugh. Did they skip away? Yes. Great touch footy here from North Queensland. They are up for this game. It's been a great start and they're back in front.
And it's the exact same combination that scored the very first try there. So Rungy getting that ball for Fitzpatrick on the short hole. This time a little bit further out from the line, but it's worked for them again. And the timing on that pass and where it's positioned is just perfect.
Cyclones in front 2-1. A good start for them. They've got to be there in defence. And Pugh, that's the man I was talking about. His defensive efforts on the line. Just getting there on Matters. And he had a heavy hand setting up the last try for the Cyclones. Now, there's plenty of questions being asked in defence. They can't get there in time. Coming across there, Mitchell Brown, just a step away from making the touch, but a nice response from Queensland.
Yeah, and NQ really dragged a long way across. So Pugh, having made that really good touch, and this time he's infield. The link has had to come a long way in. Matters just a little stretch to get away from the winger, but reasonably comfortable in the end. He had a lot of space to run into, and 2-2.
Game on a hands. Lucky to get away with that one. Looked like he was facing the sideline there. Brendan Coots, here he goes from half, picks up and goes. He scored the try for the Cyclones this time. He gets into the in-goal area. He was losing his footing as he was getting into half as well. In the hard yards down the left-hand side of the field here, Queensland. Nice short ball off the hip to Matty Moore. There's Bell. follows suit. Deacon steaming out of the bench. Prendergast picks it up, goes left foot back to Deacon. They couldn't quite get across in cover defence in time. Number 7 there, Matthew Parker. But that was just a lovely transition right from the opening touch there from Queensland, but coming out of the box, Deacon and Prendergast, just a deadly combination.
Yeah, and super slick in the way that they drove up the field. You can see the Cyclones defender, number 2, Cameron Cole. His body position's not quite right. He's looking over his inside shoulder as he's running away from the ball, and that causes the link to sort of hold for that split second, and then when the ball gets out, the Lynx had to turn and chase and get out, and just gives that little bit of space to get through.
Midfield, McGarry plays it, sweep around, ball out in front. The referees look like they were holding their position. It looked like it did float forward. So come out of the hands backwards. The referees signal the touch was made.
It was a very wobbly ball, and that takes a lot of the energy out of it, a lot of the velocity, and so made it very difficult for the winger to catch and get it down quickly, and so enough time for QSST winger to recover and get back there and make the tag before the ball's on the deck.
Oh, they've done a good job to recover. There's still plenty of work to do here, and the ball out the back. And yeah, McGarry, he's all collapsed there from that defensive effort. They were stretched there, North Queensland. They did a fantastic job to hold their nerve. Oh, they haven't held their nerve here, though. A loose ball. Sees a forward pass go against them. Sankey from the tap. All players got to be careful here not to pull out of the touch in the 7-metre zone. Barnes, nice footwork. Pugh comes up and makes the touch. Maybe a bit of advantage played there from the referee.
Yeah, he might have been able to see the referee actually say to that player and put his hand on his shoulder and say, stop dropping back, you must go forward. You're inside the 7 metres and going forward. That's a tag.
Great
really
tag.
Good touch.
Yeah, Zach Paul and 2 number 11s coming up against each other there. Sankey has to come back to play it. It looked like they were stretched. There was acres of space on Queensland's right-hand side of the field. Moore has a look. He goes long this time. Oh, finish.
Around the back.
Wow. Almost crocodile rolled there mid-air as the ball hits the hands.
Yeah, we saw a few of these last year, eh? That long ball left to right from Matty Moore. And just takes it around the back, and really nice finish there from Sam Shepherd. Just sees the defender, has a look at the defender coming across towards him and says, no, I'm just going to roll away from you, and plant that one down in the corner.
But it's smart footy, and it's deliberate as well. It just gives him the opportunity to have a look at the cover defence coming across. And his body was just naturally transitioning that way back down to the ground, so it's by no means any fluke.
And also aware of where the sideline is, where he is in relation to the sideline, to know that if he does roll that way, it's not going to... That's a beautiful ball. Great tag in the corner.
Yeah, Streeter across. The referees are going to say it was forward. Good footy from both teams. Manners taps and restarts straight away. Queensland direct on the first 3 touches through the middle. Oh, relentless as Matters goes again on the 4th. And switching bell. That's good touch, almost over the mark. Matters. Oh, short close. Ball. It almost stuck like a ball to
like
Velcro, wasn't it?
Balls, yeah.
It's quite unique how it came off the hands.
One thing they did on that drive, or what the Cyclones players in the middle really found like they were doing while defending that driving set, was running backwards the whole way. They really didn't get to turn their bodies around. That's an interesting one-armed loopy spiral, almost like an old school grenade throw. You know, World War I grenades. Oh, that's just got away.
I think it might have been called offside and just decided to have a little swipe there as well, Matthew Parker. Deacon back on the inside. Prendergast now feeds it to Brown. Comes back inside. This is relentless ball movement here from Queensland. But North Queensland have recovered. Someone's going to have to come up and make the touch. They do now. On the 5th and final, Kalis Brown hits a target. Carpenter. Just another try.
I say it every time I see one of those ones. I wish I could throw that, eh? Oh, that's just really, really nice. Left to right. The defence holding off. Kalis Brown with a pick-up. Identifies that's going to the wing. The defenders just see it go over the top. Applaud it. Let's go back to halfway. We're going to have a crack. Can't stop that one.
5-2 now. Queensland Secondary Schools starting to stretch away from North Queensland a little bit. And this can what happened with some of the regional teams when they come up against the school teams. They're obviously up for the game. They know, they're one of the heavyweight teams of the competition.
Oh!
Almost getting a little baton play off the fingertips. Yeah, they come out with plenty of energy in the opening stages, and I'm sure the Queensland schools and their coaching staff are well aware of that they're going to have a bit of a target on their back in the early stages, but it's at this period of the game where the real heavyweights start to stretch away.
Yeah, and it's almost like a bit of there's a loose roll ball that we don't get called, but fine, play on. That one's loose. There we go, turn that one away.
Bit of finger pointing from Queensland, but that was ball down. If the first one wasn't, that one sure was. Smack bang in front of us.
There was a lot of indications coming from referee Scotty up in the box that was ball to ground.
We do the old sly signal from time to time. We get one right every now and then.
Yes.
Back on the inside, plays in motion here. Pugh. They did a good job to hold on. That one looks like it's forward as well. No, referees. See, what do we know? We don't know anything. It was the perfect play, though. It was the right play. But again, it was like a similar one that we saw a little bit earlier in the first half, where it did look like it floated forward into the in-goal area. Out of the hands backwards is all it needs to be.
Pick up.
I think it's right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. He's really had to turn his body a long way around to get that ball across. So, technique-wise, not necessarily smooth as silk, but he's really muscled that ball out to the wing, and it's paid off for the Cyclones. So 5-3.
And ball thrown by Scotty Swain, who's been good. He's been in everything. Oh, that was there for them as well. Queensland Sankey was having a bit of a snatch at it. But that's a positive sign. Just as we were touching on about how the heavyweight teams such as Queensland start to stretch away moments for NQ to then respond and just put another try on the board. That's really positive signs. I think the coaching staff will be happy with that.
Yeah, it just slows a little bit of momentum. It can take a little bit of rhythm out of a team as well. As they go, well, we thought we were actually well in control. There's a little half scoop. Gets shut down. It's a bold attempt there by Coots.
This is an important facet of the game here for the Cyclones coming in towards the halftime break. They've got to continue to be strong. They don't want to let Queensland get a leg up going into Oranges. As Brown left foot, nice little ball off the hip, and they get their hands on the footy to knock it down. Ben Donlan gives away another repeat set, but they had to knock that one down. Again, it was danger signs. And those danger signs continue. Solid contact on Matters, but they just get themselves out of position with the contact on the touch. Come back, good recovery. Cameron Cole.
Yeah, he must have only just got that second foot down before he made the touch on Matters. See Matters moving around and changing his position so that he's in the perfect spot to be able to bounce away and generate space, but well covered. It's Matters again, controlling play.
Oh, they picked it off yet again. Can they go the full distance? Brown doesn't look like he's going to go with him. It's cover coming across. Can they go the whole way? Nyan, big dive and will get there. The touch has been claimed. He got it. Unbelievable. Shepherd from the far
wing.
Like
he might have popped a shoulder maybe.
Oh, the poor kid. Oh, that was close. What about Shepherd? Out there on the right wing came the whole distance across to get it across. And the young fella, Caden Nyan, who has put his body on the line to try and score this try, he is clutching at his shoulder, and he hasn't moved. Have a look at this. Ball thrown, Taste Black, and picked up. And Caden, he was gritting the teeth, and look at Shepherd. Look at the distance he's had to cover. Starting to mow down. Oh, in the corner of the tent. Someone get the grinder out and shave that back.
He is still down. There's a little bit of concern down there. I reckon I don't reckon play's going to get underway before the halftime siren goes. We're inside the last minute. He's still not moving. I mean, he's up and about, obviously, as far as he's okay in terms of consciousness, but the medics are coming along from the medical tent, which is on the other corner of the field here. But as we wind up towards half-time, the siren will go before plays can safely get underway, so the referees have just said that.
It's just a huge play, isn't it?
Oh.
You know, really good footy from both teams, and you can see Caden just putting everything he can in, but for Shepherd to get across and make that touch, NQ score there, they get a little bit of momentum going into the halftime break. It's 5-4 at halftime.
Yeah.
It would have been 5-4. So it's massive. But we've just got thoughts with the young man at the moment. He still hasn't really moved in the in-goal area. We hope it's not as bad as what it looks, but gee whiz, it's been an entertaining first 20 minutes here. The Queensland Secondary Schools team, they lead. They've got the slight, slender margin of 2 tries. Halftime score, Queensland Secondary Schools 5 over the North Queensland Cyclones 3.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be, it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Fluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Welcome back to live action here at the DoorDash National Youth Championships, and what an entertaining first half we've had here between the Queensland Secondary Schools 18 boys and the North Queensland Cyclones. Drama right till the halftime hooter as we saw the full-length intercept taken by young Caden Nyan as he was diving to try and score. It looked like he's picked up a significant shoulder injury, but you also got to give kudos to the chase from Samuel Shepherd coming across, who scored a couple of tries himself there in the first half. 5-3 is the halftime score. And that just had a little bit of everything in the first 20, didn't it, does it?
Yeah, it really was. And the spirit that the Cyclones played with was really strong all the way through. But they took 2 intercepts, and both of them were caught on the rundowns, and they're down by 2. So that desperation that you want to see out of all your players for the Fire, they've been able to show that, and it saved them those 2 tries off the intercepts. Nyan is up and about. You would have seen him on the screen there a moment ago. He's sitting in a chair but being treated by the medics. He's off the field, and so play is safe to get underway here. And this time it's going to be not enough space to work anything with. Down on the right-hand side as Javen Andrews just balances up. Again, nothing. Well defended by the Cyclones. Well, hey,
have a look at this. Good stuff here from NQ. Nice little switching play on the first.
That's enterprising. I like it.
And they get their 3 replacement players on. Second touch. That's good footy.
Yeah. That's good imaginative play, and that's obviously something that they've been working on at some point to take advantage of everybody expecting the ball to go across one way to the box. Suddenly you switch back against. You might end up with a player switched off or a bit of space that you weren't anticipating, and suddenly you're able to burst your way down the field. It doesn't come off for him this time, but it will this week.
Prendergast plays it. Deacon plays, still retrieving here for NQ. Short ball punching through the hole. Prendergast, a lovely little ball. Short balls have been the hot topic today in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the motion of the pass that Deacon throws there makes it. He really sells that it's actually going to be a long ball. You'll see the real sort of sharp right foot step, big wind up, and then bullet, short ball. So that big wind up is what freezes the saving middle and makes them start to think, no, I'm going to have to go out, and then before you know it, the player's in behind me.
So NQ, they've got to continue to play positive football here in the second 20. Down on the scoreboard, they've just had really great signs and plenty of energy throughout the game. Swain plays it, and coming back his way. And Deacon makes the touch as casual as you like. Prendergast the try scorer. As they play at the back more. Ball's rolling around.
Yep.
Turn it over. Thank you. They're going to start their set here in Queensland's end of the field. Good opportunity for them. It's cold. Slides across the field. Swain switches in. Brown will play it as the replacement players make their way out onto the footy field. Jacob Pugh, here he is. It's been dangerous for the Cyclones throughout the game. Dancing, jinking. Brown comes up to make the touch on Rangi.
Great
Beautiful ball.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. They're still in this. Don't worry about it.
What a ball from Rangi. That's just power, left to right. The pickup. I was thinking before in the lead-up, I thought he's a long way in as the link. He's a long way into the middle of the field, but it really, because he's able to give so much power on that ball, it just doesn't really matter there. And Zach Paul's able to just catch and dive over for the line, for the try. And we keep going again. QSST having to really work their way to get some wins here, but Matters diving deep low and underneath.
It's just the footwork. As soon as he got the ball in hand, just whacked off the right foot. Now quickly he got down low as we take a look at the replay. Watch this from Matters and just straighten up a little bit. Kicked out as he gets the ball, bang, underneath. Looked like the touch has been claimed. I think there might have been an offside play there, and Anthony Rangi set up the last try for NQ. Pugh couldn't get across and cover in time before Matters got the ball down on the deck. Queensland Secondary Schools back up by 3. Lovely left to right again. Round puts the brakes on. Back in field, Fitzpatrick.
Yarangi again, and this time he goes to the wing, and pass selection was good again. This time the defence are able to read it and recover and make the saving touch on the winger.
Moore does a good job to skip on the outside shoulder and picks up good metres. Brendergast just getting it down before crossing over the sideline. As Bell keeps him going forward. Barnes back on the inside. It's Kalis Brown now. Takes him on, a little bit of footwork and skipping away. Gets away from Jacob Pugh. Couldn't make the touch on the bootlaces. Another try to Queensland. Another try to Kalis Brown.
Yeah, and it's the width of a shootlace there that he's missed by with a diving tag. Real desperation on the bike. Can't get there. And there's no cover. And you can see teammate looks around. Did you get him? No. Okay. All right.
And just an update on Caden Nyan, injured player who's up on his feet, but he is does have his arm in a temporary sling. And medical staff now taking him away from the field. So we send our thoughts out to him. Hopefully it's not a major injury for the young man. Queensland getting the football back straight onto the ball. He probably picked up a metre or two there on the first touch. Barnes comes across field and Queensland earn themselves a penalty. North Queensland trying to get up and put some pressure on.
Yeah, the middle really was working hard to make those couple of touches. The link had dropped back into a good position, but was not quite working hard enough, and it meant that the middle had to work too much. And then he's offside as we get feet caught up in this one. Oi, there we go. We'll get a lucky call on that one. And Cyclones will get the ball. Oh, big blowout, and then gets caught from half. That's
footy gods.
Yeah, well done, Karma. Thank you.
I was also listening. I could just overhear the Queensland coach there, and the comment was he couldn't have kicked it any harder, that young fella.
Yeah.
But those things happen on the footy field sometimes, and like we just saw, sometimes they find a way of righting themselves. And Queensland, no harm, no foul, back in possession. Matters who we saw him score last time around. He gets it down cleanly, he'll get a try, and that's exactly what he does.
So quick at getting body down to the ground. I mean, he's one of the shorter guys in this team, so he doesn't have to travel as far as some of the others, but as soon as he gets the ball here, he's right up against the line, bang, down. Nice and low, underneath the reach of the defender. And now we're starting to see the flex of this Queensland Fire team getting themselves away from the Cyclones.
Can they continue to play right to the final whistle here? North Queensland's been a great performance for them so far. Fitzpatrick almost getting it there. Marcus Bell having to get on his bike and get there just in time. And the bells were ringing. Marcus was there to make the touch. Now looping ball over the top. It's Queensland who take the intercept this time around. There's maroon jerseys everywhere. And a little bit of a chase there from Bell. Hold up. Gives him a little slap to get him across the line. And Matthew Moore takes the intercept and goes the distance. 10th try on the board here for Queensland.
Yeah, and this is the same sort of intercept that the Cyclones have taken in those 2 times in the first half. That ball that goes right to left, the big pickup, loop, just trying to get it to sink over the top, but the height of the link in defence is what's just, they haven't quite got the time, the space right on that pass, and so it's able to be tipped and then regathered. But once he's caught it, he was gone.
Gary back in field. Bauer will play it on the 7. Oh, nice little show and go. Good touch, equally good defence. Brock Sankey was pretty stoic on the line.
Yeah, pretty much every time they've run that play, they've actually thrown that ball. So Scott Swain's thrown a dummy and tried to get underneath. It's a good idea. And this time he throws it long for the set to end. Give themselves time to recover and get their defence set. Fire are able to move the ball around just that little bit, beat those first couple of shooters. Get some rhythm now.
That's nice work from Brown. Just go cross field and turn it back on the inside. Andrews goes the dummy switch and play. Brown, he's been good in this game. And he could have punched through. There was groans here from the Queensland bench. And they thought Kalis could have just had a little show and go and got into the in-goal area. He went the early release to Andrews. It's gone begging.
It's sometimes hard to feel, like you've almost got to feel whether or not you've got somebody on your hammer, and to determine whether you're actually going to give that ball early or whether you've got time and space to be able to run through, hold the ball up and get in goal and then hand it off to somebody who's open later on. But not quite the right option on that occasion.
It's a good set, though, from North Queensland. They at least finished it down on the 7-metre line. No half in place here. They're just a little bit short. They're still retrieving North Queensland, so the Queensland team continue on. Van McDonald punches forward out of the interchange area. Here he is from half now. Has a little bit of a look up. Goes short to Matters, who's skipping away. 3 tries to Flynn Matters. I think he was thereabouts in the Bristol landing point scoring list, and he's helping himself along the way to get some more points.
Beautiful pick-up. Again, it's the big wind-up with the ball just cocked by Van McDonald, ready to launch that one wherever, and then he's able to identify which player is open, and just the pass selection on it just makes its way through to Flynn Matters. He just gives it a little hop to beat the despairing dive, and he's in.
Got another great game coming up to follow this one. 18 girls action. Queensland secondary schools will be back on your screens. They'll be taking on the Brisbane Cobras. And 2 teams out of heavyweights in the women's division. Brisbane Cobras there, always thereabouts. They've had plenty of semi-final performances here at the National Youth Championships. As Pew goes to Fitzpatrick. Nice recovery there from Marcus Bell.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot there. On the first touch, Onarangi has been good for North Queensland. Hughes from half, back in field. And Paul now from half. We'll just put the brakes on momentarily. Onarangi, that left to right.
There we go.
Well, he has hit a target every single time, and he is absolutely dynamite setting up for that left to right. It's an absolute go-to for him. And why wouldn't you set up for him? Because he's coming up with the chocolates every time.
Yeah, and they're really just driving. You can see the defender on this side. As soon as Yarangi picks the ball up, and when he steps back, the setup on the play is taking that marker out of the play, which means that the open side almost have to hit and close in and shut it down. But he's just able to pick the right pass every single time and nail that link to stroll over.
Moore goes out the back. Prendergast forced to retrieve. Good defence so far here from North Queensland. Can they hold on? Prendergast goes long. And finished off in the corner. Nicholas Streeter didn't have too much work to do there other than catch it and put it straight down and over the paint. What a ball here from Blaze.
Yeah, and very similar back at the Cyclones this time. Again, the marker not in a position to be able to compete. Really well done to take that player out, legally, of course. But it just means that the correct pass just has to be selected, and we can launch that one long over the top. It's not a bullet like Yarangi's was, but just as effective and just as productive.
Here's Coots looking to sweep around the back. Gets the ball in hand. Nice little ball back on the inside and a little bat on play to Zach Paul, who had work to do to get across. And he's on the spot.
I think the bat-on comes from Brashar Coote. No, Coots is the one who sweeps around. Gets this ball away here. And it's Cameron Cole with a little tip on over the top. Does really well to make sure that one goes backwards. And Zach Paul's able to catch and dive over. That's a really nice try in reply. And the Cyclones, they just won't go away here.
And that's probably the most positive sign from the North Queensland coaching staff, is that they have competed throughout the full 40 minutes of this game. They've just been outclassed by the Queensland Secondary Schools team on the scoreboard, but they have thrown absolutely everything they can at them. And the tries they've scored, they've just been unreal.
Yeah.
Nice short ball from Andrews, good defence. Swain was there to make the touch.
Probably the first time in the game that one of those really well-delivered short balls hasn't paid dividends. Skill to pick up and just flick that one out of the back of the hands. No. To build on the back of the ground that Yarangi built for them. And with last touch, it's a bit of a foot race out on this side.
Good set. A great set of 6 there from North Queensland. And penalties given, so just not returning the ball back to the mark in time. As Bell going forward. Plays offside here for North Queensland. Ball rolling around slightly. And they play the ball and continue on. Matters switching. Good job just to get the ball away in time. Takes Black in the half. Short ball, Brown. Matters tries to get the ball away. They slap it down.
It was really good hands from Taste Black and Flynn Matters in that set. There's some sequences there where they were just, let's just move the ball around, flick it around a little bit. Quick hands. Matters with the footwork. Attacker outside, not quite able to hit that hole at the right speed.
Through the hands they go. As Brown sweeps around the back yet again. Left foot puts the ball in one hand. And he gets a try to his name. It's been a pretty strong performance from him. And Kalis Brown.
So many weapons in attack for Queensland Fire here. Taste Black gets the ball on the deck. Matters off to Kalis Brown. And the North Queensland defence having to respond so quickly, not able to get off the line. Slidey dive by Brown, and that's going to be a try.
Jacob Pugh picks up about 10 metres from the tap off. They're still getting themselves into position, Queensland. Paul plays it. Nice little wraparound play, easy as you like. Well, they just didn't look settled there from the tap off, Queensland.
And it was right from the very start. They were behind. They didn't set themselves. Then they got quiet and tried to scramble, and it just didn't work for them. And Cyclones just on the rooster, the wraparound, the middle play, and then the offload out the back to beat the saving winger. So again, not going away. NQ can keep staying positive. They're getting tries on the board, and they're well-constructed tries, well-executed tries. They'll be pretty positive out of the performance of this game. As we look to only about a couple of minutes left before the full-time siren goes. Prendergast with a deep ball out the back. A little show and go there for Matty Moore, who's able to score. It's, for the Cyclones here, they'll take some real positive signs out of this one. Their attack has been very well constructed. Their execution on a lot of those passes have been great. Defensively, they've been pretty good. They've just been beaten by a much better side here.
14-7 is the current score. Calls from the Queensland box. They don't want to let any more tries in. We won't be too happy with the 7 that have been put on the board. It's been a great performance from NQ. Their best of the tournament so far. Down 10-5 to CQ. And New South Wales CIS did a bit of a number on them as well. And they've definitely improved since the early rounds. That's what you want to see from a coaching perspective, is the improvement as the tournament goes on. They need to take this into their next game. As Queensland go away from the interchange area in the first touch with Sankey towards the middle of the field now. Barnes links up with Andrews from half. Gets it back. There's Barnes. They put it through. Streeter, we know how quickly he is as he starts to stroke.
Hey!
What would you call that, Des? The mid-air goosey frog jump?
I would call it impressive. It's, he's really just kicked the body out. It's good execution on how to finish in the corner. For any wingers out there watching this one, knowing that the defender is coming in, just get your body out of the way, keep the ball in the field of play. We see it a lot in a bit of league and union with the way that some of the wingers will score these days, but you've just got to get your body all the way out of the way of the defender and get the ball down, and that was really sharp, flashy work to finish off the game, and that was a really entertaining game. And I mean, aside from the losing the player and the final scoreline, the Cyclones can be very upbeat about their performance in that game. They were really quite good, and they'll take a lot of positives out of that one, and hopefully we can see a little bit more of them over the course of this week.
Quality game of footy. Queensland Secondary Steelers too good on the scoreboard, but North Queensland Cyclones threw absolutely everything they could at the Queensland team. Quality tries and a quality game of footy, and I think we'll get a little bit more of that to come. 18 girls action, more of the Queensland Secondary Schools team. They'll be taking on the Brisbane Cobras. Short break here from the DoorDash National Youth Championships. More action to come.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work, because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be, it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Gluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Welcome back to the National Youth Championships here. Thanks to DoorDash live from the Sunshine Coast. 18 girls action about to hit your screens. The Queensland Secondary Schools team. They're coming in undefeated to this fixture, taking on the Brisbane Cobras. Dave Mars with me in commentary. Good afternoon, Davey.
Good afternoon, Scotty, mate. What a beautiful day here on the sunny coast to be watching some great touch football.
Yeah, the conditions have just been picture perfect yet again. Warm, tough conditions out there for the players. Currently about 25 degrees. A little bit of breeze around, but nothing that's really going to cause too much issue for the players. Like we said, the Queensland Secondary Schools team, this juggernaut, continues on. They're sitting on top of the table in this pool, undefeated coming into the game. But the Brisbane Cobras, they're always thereabouts when the Cracks are whipping in this 18 girls division, and they'll throw everything like the kitchen sink at the Queensland team in this game.
Yeah, it's obviously the schools back here. It's great to have them back the last 2 years, the New South Wales teams and the Queensland teams, but always a good rivalry between the Cobras and the QSST girls. They've made a few finals in the past and versus each other, so hopefully we can see a great game of touch here today.
Pretty strong start here from Queensland with Kate Ellen putting the ball through the hands from Queensland. There'll be a lot of players that are very familiar with each other. There's representatives in the Queensland team that originate from the Brisbane region. So there's mates playing against mates here in this game. Ellen goes face ball out the front to Tanamu. It's good contact, fit touch. Got one more to make. And they'll come up and make the touch. So it was a pretty enterprising start there from Queensland. They went expensive off the tap-off and threw a couple of little variations there at Brisbane.
Yeah, great start from both sides. Really great defensive set from Cobras. They handled that really well without any big threat. But as you said, Queensland threw nice couple of variations off the same play. So it'd be interesting to see how they vary that throughout the game.
And that was the last touch, so might have just lost the count. So Queensland Secondary Schools, like we said, coming in 3-0. They've had pretty comprehensive wins over the Sydney Scorpions, Sunny Coast and the North Queensland Cyclones. And for Brisbane, 2 wins, 1 loss. Their loss coming up against the Western Hornets yesterday. 5-3 over the Sharks and 10-1 victory over South Australia in the earlier rounds. Let's see Queensland now. They've got plenty of running coming in and probably chose the wise decision to hold on to the football then. Caught in possession, but Brisbane start their set on their own 7-metre line.
Yeah, they had like a little middle passive play set up for Ronnie Hagan. You know, Ronnie Hagan's such a great young player that's coming through our ranks and won a gold medal, I'm pretty sure, at the Youth Championships and in rugby union not too long ago. And she's dating young Lennox Tika from My Sharky Boys, so the young power couple of junior touch. But no, it's good to see her still at this. I think she's still got another year left here. It just feels like she's been here for so long and dominating this division. So it's good to see her out there playing. So let's see how she goes today.
Here she is, ball in hand now. As Brisbane is doing a pretty good job defensively so far. They're coming up and putting some pressure on. Coming into the back end of the set as Hillman plays it on the Cobras 10-metre line. Clarkson out the back. Oh, did a good job to squeeze that ball away. Oh, this one hurts. There's nothing worse than giving a penalty away on the 5th touch when they looked like they were doing a really good job defensively there, the Cobras, to hold Queensland. They give the penalty away on the 5th.
Yeah, great job. I think, as you said before, they know each other really well. So it's just like, you know, probably a lot of the Queensland moves are very similar to how Brisbane plays. So there'll be a lot of stuff they see at training and whatnot. But they're doing a good job early. They've got back-to-back penalties, though. That's a tough penalty. She's made a good touch to the winger and just got caught in the roll ball. But Queensland looked very, very good at the tacky with an open side quickie. The inside pass was on there. Wonder if they'll set it back up and try to run the trail this time.
Hillman comes back out to the 7-metre line to play it. Good defence again from the Cobras, but plenty of pressure coming their way at the moment. Oh, nice little cutout across the face, but it just dipped away on Clarkson. And then coming across, Samantha Hancock. It was Olivia Georges-Moore in the number 5 for Brisbane, was there to make the touch if needed. So they continue to hold on, defending their line. A little bit flat going forward here, though, Brisbane. There's absolutely no one at home. And poor Jasmine McDonald was isolated, but they've still managed to hold on to the football. As I say that, they turn it away. That is not the set of 6 they would have been hoping for there, the Cobras.
No, not after a brilliant defensive set, but again, brilliant shooting defence there from QSST to stop them inside their own half and put pressure on them. Like, even if they got that ball away cleanly, it was the 5th touch, 25 metres off your line. So they're just foot to the floor at the moment, Queensland. So let's see how they go here.
Tanami plays it, comes back infield. Nicola from half. Tanami takes it right to the line. And we'll get another penalty. Poor old Brisbane. Camped down here on their try line at the moment. Doing everything they can. They're pushing the barrier with the referees in terms of penalties. Tinamu, nice little short ball off the hip. They go across and make the touch again. Jasmine Smart this time for Brisbane. Elam. Tinamu plays it, punches into the 7-metre line. Over the top. And no touch made originally, so it took him a couple of sets, but Queensland eventually get the job done. They get the first try on the board. Just too much pressure for Brisbane there, camped down on the line.
Yeah, way too much, but as we'll see on the replay, it's just a nice little quickie set-up dummy, go short side, hit the winger. I thought the winger did a fantastic job with the read, just unfortunately missed, but that's what's good about our sport, Scotty, the honesty. Like, it looked like a touch from the commentary box, but the honesty that she missed, and that's what's so good about our sport, honesty.
Brisbane playing through the middle at the moment. Hammond puts the ball through the hands. Nice little bit of footwork from Blewett. As Jin will play it. Looking to try and set something up towards the back end of the set. Hammond directing traffic. Go away from Schmidt. Here's Hammond. Ball out in front at Georgia Moore. Right play. And they're going to earn themselves a penalty. So it's the next best result for them. On a full set of 6. Queensland short of the line.
There's been a few offside penalties early in the game for not betting 2 feet, but the refs are onto it. The girls are probably just stepping a step short. A similar play, Brisbane ran to Queensland, but didn't execute perfect, but good defence there from Queensland.
A little bit of contact there. And Jasmine Jin, she pops straight back up to her feet. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to get away with that one. And unsquare play the ball. Got to be facing your own try line. And just caught a little bit sideways there, Abby Blewett. Experienced referees out here for this fixture. Let's see if the Mead on the sideline was all over that one. Nice work, a great defensive read, and 6 touch. Nice work there from Brooklyn Schmidt.
Yeah, Brookie plays for Brothers on a Friday night in the Women's Premier League. She's having a fantastic couple of years up there, so it's good to see her still rocking around here at the juniors and playing well for Cobras. But as you said there, see the fundamental, that's what's killing Brisbane so far, Scotty, just the fundamental errors coming off their line. And when you're playing the QSSTs and the top schools teams, you can't give them all the ball on the line.
Cini is coming in, and you see that a little bit, obviously frustrated with the previous play of the ball. A little get square, just to get a bit of frustration out, gives the penalty away. Queensland will get back onto the job. Hancock plays it. They come down short side. Hancock back off the left foot. Touch there from Caitlin Teakle. Even goes back to get the ball for them. That's very kind.
I don't think I would have.
No. No. Queensland within the rights to go and retrieve the footy there. Good sportsmanship from Brisbane. And they've got all the numbers out here and a beautiful left to right. And finished off in the corner from Lily Neal. And they just had acres of space and all the numbers, and they finished the job.
Yeah, another great setup. They got them on the play before with the punish, so you sort of overprotect the short side here, and on the out ball you can see the middle turn the wrong way, and it's just a 3-on-2, and Pratt throws a beautiful cutout left to right, and a beautiful try in the corner to go up 2-0. Big shout out to referees too. I'm probably not one to shout out to the referees a lot, but big shout out, they're doing a fantastic job here so far the first 2 days, and it's hot out there. They do a lot of Ks in the legs, and they're always doing a great job, so keep it up, guys.
Yeah, 167 referees here this week. There's 121 teams, so more referees than teams. There's not too many tournaments that you go to where that's the case.
So 167 refs, you say?
167.
And not one likes me. How good's that?
Oh, they all love you, David. Come on, mate. There's got to be at least one, right?
Someone.
At least one.
Come on, Ant Smith. You're out there, mate. Give me something.
Yeah, we'll go down and have a chat to them at halftime and get their feel for that one.
No, but as we were saying, it's a big shout out. It's a massive few days for everybody here, and that many teams, that many refs. We need the referees to help us in the games and doing a fantastic job. So it's always good to see him going really well. I think that's Zach Genrich out there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Zach's out there on field at the moment. Sith Mead on the far side. So a lot of really experienced referees out here, and they're just helping along. A lot of coaching going on. Some of our younger referees officiating the under-12s, 14s and 16s, which is also happening here at the National Youth Championships. Brisbane again, well, they've had a lot of pressure on their line. They've been throwing their bodies at everything.
Defending really well as a unit. They are actually defending so well. That's a good touch. Great touch there from Abby Blewett there. Pulled corner really nicely. Forward off the half, but just that's good link defence. But as we just said, they're handling the pressure really well. They just need to complete sets and put a bit of pressure back on Queensland coming off their line.
And she held her nerve really well there. She was offside for a large portion of it, and as soon as she hit the line, bang, put the hand out to make the touch. It was forward regardless from half. Here she is again, putting the hard yards in to try and get the footy over to her ball on her side of the field so they can get changes. And just a loose ball. Looking for those interchange players to make their way back out onto the field. Oh, ball out in front. Yeah, a bit of a lazy ball.
This could be the opportunity Brisbane need. They got the ball around halfway turnover. They need a good set here to get going forward. Hopefully they can get it back to 2-1 here.
Just rolling downfield nicely here, Brisbane. Nice and steady. Schmidt links up with Hammond, who plays it. They've got numbers out here on the left-hand side. Beautiful ball, ripped nice and early. Good cover defence coming across. I think that might have been Lainey Ingram.
Yeah, great touch from Ingram out there on the wing. That's a fantastic touch. A bit of pressure there. First time probably Queensland will put under a little bit of stress, but they handled it really, really well.
There's plenty of chat here from both teams. Yeah, forward. They were trying to take advantage with some space. All of a sudden, there's just a little bit of a shift here away from Queensland. A couple of mistakes have started to creep in. And there's a few young ladies here sucking in the big ones in their interchange area. They're right in front of us here in the commentary box. But as I say that, this is the opportunities that Brisbane need to take. And they throw a loose ball as well and give the ball and the footy straight back here to Queensland.
And that's the thing. You get that little bit of relief from pressure from Queensland to make a mistake, and they don't make too many. And then you gift it straight back, and that's not what you want to do with Rani Hagen coming out of dummy half here.
Throws the lovely ball. Just took a little deflection. Caitlin Teakle, the world's nicest player, who we saw went and get the footy again, even put her hand up to the referee and said, yep, I touched that. And Queensland. More danger signs here for Brisbane. Hagen picks up, goes back on the inside again. Great defence. Two Cobras players there to make the touch. They didn't really have any other options but to go down that right-hand side. They were standing a little bit flat and deep on the left.
I think it'll be the same setup as it's an out ball here. It's a great peel there from Rani Hagen. It's good defence by Hammond. They defended that really, really well.
Takalo plays it. Hagen again, skipping around. Kohler has a lovely ball. Oh, great take. Lily Neal had some work to do, had to stretch for it, reel it in and get it down in one motion. She did it perfectly to get the third on the board.
It's just pressure. They get the turnover, they get a couple of touches on the line, and such great young talent in this team. It's a great 4-on-3 platform, great right to left peel, and it's a great finish, one motion, catch and go away from the defender. Really great finish. Wingers, they're unbelievable, Scotty, the wingers. They can finish anything these days.
Absolutely. But on the other side of the field as well, the defensive efforts have been pretty awesome throughout the tournament as well. Here's Sini outside the 7. Pick up and go. Blew it, looping ball over the top. George Small was hovering around in a little bit of space. A couple more wheat bix this morning, and I think that one might get across there and get the job done.
Still a better left to right pass than me.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that matters.
It
No, but
like a wet fish.
No, but the option was there. The option was right. It was to hit the winger.
I think she might have lost the ball into one of the Brisbane defenders here, Lily Neal. It was bobbling around. They're actually going to give the penalty. Might have been a forward pass in the lead up.
It's a great call. Like, I had actual chat during our game with Campbell Muir about the far referees and the referees helping to make the right decision. And that's the right decision there from Zach Zach to get onto the field to say to Ant, hey, mate, she's lost it into it. It's a knock-on where if he doesn't say anything, they're driving, they may score the ball down there, and the right call's made. So well done, Zach.
Nicola steadying the ship going forward again. Another error from Brisbane. Unfortunately, it's just been cruelling them throughout this game. Mistakes in what they've made. Hagan, he's got the ball down before the contact had been made. Nice work, sending back in the middle. Makes the touch on Evie Clarkson. Footwork here from Ellen, switches in, and they're strong in defence. They're going to run straight into a Cobra's wall. Lydia McCarthy is there to make the touch if need be. Blew it on the first touch. Hagan comes in strong.
They've got such a good shooting pattern, Queensland. They just don't let you get going forward. Like, that's touch 3. We're looking at 4 around the 10, and again, another mistake. And it's very hard to get momentum when you feel that you're getting nowhere in the game. But to Brisbane's credit, they're defending their line amazing. It's only 3-0. Again, with giving Queensland this much ball, I would expect it really to be 5 or 6 at the moment. So they're doing a good job.
Yeah, loose ball back in the middle. And Lee Elias got her hands on the footy, knocked it down. Another set of 6 here for Queensland. Nika Tanami makes her way onto the field. To the left link position. Nicola straightened up the point of attack and went straight in between the two Cobras defenders. More points for the Queensland team.
Yeah, I think it's just at the moment a bit of fatigue on Brisbane's side. They're defended, I'd say, 85% of the game. It's just a middle quickie. The saver middle got caught probably too far up into the touch and couldn't get in tight enough to stop, but well disguised by Queensland because they've been running a lot of link plays. So the first play, I think, that's gone middle and execute perfectly.
And Brisbane now off the restart. They still haven't been able to get one on the board as of yet here in the first half. Hammond looking for offside players. Atkins makes the touch. Here is Hammond yet again. Plays it. T-Cool. Lets one rip. Has been picked off and off they go. Lily Neal starting to stretch away. Coming back though and chasing hard, and the dive is there, but Lily will finish it off in the corner. And those ones hurt. And you're attacking down the other end. Full length intercept. Lily Neal goes the full distance.
Yeah, got herself in the passing lane. Great setup by Brisbane, just the execution. Look for the 4-on-3. Great positioning from the winger, and she's just gone full length. I've never actually had that feeling, Scott.
No.
I always get caught.
No. First instinct when I take an intercept is look for support.
I just look to go down.
Yep.
I don't. If I get the halfway, I think that's a try for me.
Yeah.
So if I
Straight to the box.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
would you want to keep running for an extra 35 metres?
Well, normally my job is to get drum on, so normally that is my job. So if I get the halfway, that's a win for
Job
me.
done.
So I think I should be awarded a try for that sometime, Scott.
Brisbane dancing, no options available. McCarthy gets caught in possession. Huge dummy there from Hagan. Just gets him on the front foot, pits up 10 metres along the way, and then they just feed off the back of it here. Evie Clarkson was looking to go back to Hagan. And lucky they got hands on the footy there.
It's a nice little subset play they got going on. It looks like, Rani dumps the ball. Looks like she's going off. The winger might lose contact of her, and then they look to pop her on down the outside. Like the Redlands ran the sneak, probably 2019 it first came into it, and it's like another variation of it. So you got to make sure your eyes are always watching your player. So nice little subset there for Queensland, I think.
Hillman plays it. Nicola works with them. Players retrieving here for Brisbane. They can't get back to the line in time. Nice impact coming out of the interchange box from Kaya Hillman. It's another try. Their 6th of the game. Queensland 6-0 over Brisbane.
Yeah, just another quickie set up, but it comes from the 6 again at halfway, and you give a quality side like this a couple of touches on your line, and such young, good quality players, they're going to make you pay. And I think Brisbane are just, they look like they're down on a couple of troops in the box, and they're fighting hard. They're not giving up, which I love to see as a coach, but they just got to finish the ball down the other end and complete every set, put a bit of pressure back on Queensland.
Tiku plays out the back and just off the fingertips there of Jasmine Smart. Nice momentum coming into the line. He plays in motion, in space on the left. Final pass doesn't hit a target. Takaway going forward. Contact there from Brisbane just slowed things up momentarily. Queensland Juggernaut continues on, but no half in place, so a little bit unclean this set of 6 as Atkins plays it. Tanamu plays out the back, beautiful ball steaming onto it, change of direction, play on the referees, great footy from both teams there.
Great touch from the winger. Good read, she was in tight for the out the back and then she balked and went out and made a big touch there. So, but look at this pressure, Queensland just relentless, mate. This is just relentless defence.
Little juggle, and the ball is spilled forward. Unfortunately, Jasmine Jin just making her way onto the field. So the clock's starting to wind down here in the first half. Queensland looking for more points going into the break. Stenami plays it, comes back in to Atkins. Jenkins plays it to Namu and finds her in open space. Olivia Jenkins, I should say, in the number 3, scores right as the halftime hooter sounds. Their 7th try of the game, and it took them a little while to find their groove, Davey, but once they did, well, they've started to stretch away with it. Yeah,
just all the pressure they've put onto their defence and put a lot of time into work at that defence, put the pressure back on Brisbane, and when you get the ball around halfway to 10 metres each side of sets, you're going to score a lot of tries, and that's what they do in the final 10 minutes. They probably put 5 or 6 on. So hope Brisbane can regroup and start the way they did, and hopefully they can put more pressure on Queensland and get this scoreboard back.
Yeah, Queensland Secondary Schools, they're looking good so far in this game. And they go into the halftime break. 7 tries to 0 up over Brisbane. We're going to take a quick break and be back with all the second half action.
When
can I play again?
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah? Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back into this.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solute Gel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
Here on the Sunshine Coast, you'll find sunshine makes the sea sparkle. The skies pastel. You'll find the sun shines from above and from within, making laughs linger, moments longer, hearts beat fast, and time moves slow. Come find your sunshine moment, for real.
When can I play again?
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah? Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back into this.
Welcome back to the DoorDash National Youth Championships here live from the beautiful Sunshine Coast. Queensland Secondary Schools well in control of this match against the Brisbane Cobras. 7-0, the halftime score. This is round 4 action in the 18 girls. I'm joined by Dave Marr in commentary. Now, Davey, you're also coaching the South Queensland Sharks 18 boys this weekend. A little bit of an up and down tournament for you so far. How are the boys shaping up at the moment?
Yeah, roller coaster first day, just straight downhill, but got a win against Tassie this morning. Sort of a bit of a clunky performance. Dealt a bit of a blow yesterday, Arvo, with Kaiatika going down, so hopefully today we can get him back for the game this Arvo, if not, hopefully tomorrow. But, yeah, mate, just stems and flows. Like, we have a good half and then a bad half, a good half and a bad half. So if we can sort of get that into a game, we'll give ourselves a chance, but it's just good to be back coaching. I've obviously had the first part of the year off being a new dad. So
yeah, congratulations to you as well.
Thanks,
there's
mate.
a recent engagement as well. You're ticking all the boxes, mate. Congratulations.
Who would have thought? But anyway, it's to be back coaching. I love this sport. I love giving back to the kids, and anything I can do to help these kids better their touch future and also their future as young men. It's good to be here. So.
Another quality game to finish. More 18 girls. New South Wales combined high schools taking on the Southwest Queensland Swans. Looking forward to that game. That'll follow this match here between the Queensland secondary schools and Brisbane. They'll just be looking for a better second half performance here, the Cobras. They started off strong. And Queensland just started to find their groove and get away from them as Hammond looks to take off, comes off the right foot. And the touch is made. A positive start from Brisbane. A couple of questions here. Schmidt comes off the left foot, creates the numbers.
It's a big touch.
Yeah.
Beautiful touch from the winger. But that's a great start from Brisbane. Asking a few questions of Queensland early, and hopefully the next 20 they can keep up with the same. And as we
rare mistake for them, and it was just a bit of pressure. They obviously had a set move coming off their line, and decided to throw the ball. And Elam couldn't get it down cleanly enough. Gifts and the Cobras another opportunity. Nice little out ball. And Charlotte Greeny who plays it. And Teakle on the wraparound. Hammond decides to hold on to the ball. Greeny again working in the middle. Plays it here on the 7. Hammond takes off. Early ball out to Georges Moore, who turns the ball back over here to Queensland. They'll just be looking to be a little bit cleaner this time around. Yeah, I think this is a great call from Anthony Smith. The ball was down before any contact had been made. It was right in front of him.
We can't tell him it was a great call, though.
Great call.
Okay. I'm happy with that. I think Ant likes me, so it's a great call, Ant.
Yeah.
Great call. No, but that's 2 mistakes off 2 sets. It's very un-Queensland-like, so let's hopefully they can get back into the game. You know, the half-time, you might just switch off for a couple of minutes. They might sort of just switched off a little bit. Obviously, 7-0 up. A little bit laxy-daisy, but they'll get back into their work in a second, I'd say.
Jasmine Jim makes her way onto the field as well here for Brisbane, out in the left link position. He's dancing around. Elias receives it back, comes off the left foot. Ooh, almost had an opportunity to squeeze the ball away. Then did a little bit and wide through the middle there, Queensland. This ball out in front. Couldn't reel that one in. Abby Blewett is out in front of her. They're still searching for points, the Brisbane Cobras. Queensland, can they be cleaner this time around? Good start here defensively from the Cobras. They're just going to get over their own 10-metre line as Hagen gets switched in. Contact on the hair. They have to go back and play it. Hagen now scoops with the right hand. Elias, great defensive read. Knew that there was danger. She just shot up out of the line. Comes up and makes the touch.
Yeah, real good defence. Brisbane, they've come out a lot of energy in the second half. And, that's probably the first time I've probably seen Queensland get stopped just around the halfway there. So it's a great defensive start. They've just come out full of running. It's great to see.
Rolling the way downfield nicely. As I say, that's a 6th touch, though. Just losing the count. On occasion, thought they had another one up their sleeve. Can they continue on the defensive pressure here, Brisbane? Better start to the set here as Pratt makes her way over. Takawai will take a breather as well. Clarkson midfield to Hillman. Clarkson back to Hillman, puts it through the hands, punching through a nice hole. Cover defence coming across. Can't quite get there in time. Samantha Hancock gets the first try on the board here in the second half. Better set there from Queensland. They finished it off nicely.
Yeah, great set. Not too sure if Paul had a quick word to the girls going on where they shot out of the line on the last set on the scooper. They did the same thing, but Evie got a nice pass away quick and early, and they went through the hands and went straight through the centre, and a good try. So I'm not too sure if he's seen the shoot and thought, well, if that's what they're going to do, we'll just quickly get a pass away after 2 steps, and well coached if it was from Paul.
8 tries to 0 in favour of the Queensland Secondary Schools team. Like I said, another big match coming up in the 18 girls division. New South Wales Combined High Schools, Southwest Queensland Swans to follow.
It's going to be a cracker of a game. I got to commentate the CHLs yesterday, and Mel Mitchell has them running really well, and I watched a bit of the Swans yesterday afternoon. I'm pretty sure Jordan Dart is their coach, and they looked very, very slick, so that's going to be one hell of a game next for sure.
Penalty here to Brisbane.
Isn't it good, Scotty, to see some of the elite players back here coaching? I think I've seen Lockie Pearce here. I've seen Mal Kenny, Bowley Assay, Damon Blakemore, Jardel Bob, Jaden Benbow, and we've got Sam Carmody, Hedgedis, all coming back to coach. Isn't it great for our sport, our elite players coming back?
Yeah, Robbie Knuckler as well, former Australian Men's Open player.
Oh, Knuckles is here. Can't forget Knuckles.
I know.
Sorry, Robbie.
So yeah, it's the best thing, and I think now as well with just the advancement of technology, these kids that have these superstar coaches that are superstar players, they can go and watch them play like yourself on a Friday night as we see Clarkson streaming downfield, and they'll be able to tune into the State Cup at the end of the year, National Touch League, and see their coaches, talking the talk is what you can say.
Yeah, I definitely don't walk the walk, that's for sure, but straight through. Oh, she's caught a touch on the hair maybe again. But yeah, mate, it's great. And like obviously you got Scott Buckley and Nick Good as well with the New South Wales school sides.
Gab Rose is another former Australian Women's Open player. Just goes on.
Such a great player Gab was back in the day, and it's just great that they're all here. Like they've all probably had their kids and thought, I can't do much as a player now. I can give my knowledge back to the kids the only way I know how. And I know Andrew Baggio's here with the Suns. We played the 2007 World Cup for Australian Mix, so he's here. So it's real smart by Rani Hagan there. But as you said, they get to see the coaches at State Cups on Friday night at a Metro Cup, and then at our national events in March. So when you get coached by these coaches and they go out there and they show you, I think it just helps them develop as players. And some are lucky enough, I think some of these boys and girls are lucky enough to play with some of their superstar coaches. I know Evie Clarkson plays with Semi Jo Curtis, and that'd be such a privilege for some of those young girls to play with Semi Jo and then obviously get coached by her as well.
So Queensland continue to stretch away. Another try here in the second half, the 9th of the game. There's been really positive signs for Brisbane throughout the contest. Yeah, play on. Did a really good job to be able to get that ball back down on the ground. There's Elias back inside now to Teakle. Positive footy here from Brisbane. And they come up and make the touch there. Tanika Tanamu gains possession back for her team. Hagan on the first touch. Nicola down the side. She's gone over the sideline, just running out of green stuff to stay on, the Queensland team.
Yeah, it's probably, I know they're probably just trying to go through maybe something a bit different through their motions, but they've made a few errors this half. I don't think Paul's be overly impressed, but they're still being very clinical at the far end to put the scoreboard pressure on this side. So they're doing a good job, Queensland. I just like to see them keep what they're good at. I got asked yesterday from Jack, what would I be saying if I was a coach in this situation? I'd just saying, let's just finish our sets, get ourselves prepared for, later in the tournament. They're obviously one of the favourites to take out the title, so they'll be there on Saturday. So you want to be on Saturday playing your best touch, not be making these little errors in the big moments. So, like that there, they've run a good box set, thrown a pressure pass, probably not needed, and you turn the ball over. And if that's a semi-final or a grand final against a...
Oh, yeah, here we go. Nice little show and go from Olivia Georges-Moore. She's been very good. Contact A bit of chat between the two wingers as well.
Probably just asking the old friendly rule, hey, you're not supposed to take me on.
Yeah.
Supposed to just go forward.
Little one-on-one straight from the tap-off.
Yeah. The old friendly drill, you always tell your mates, I'm not going to attack on you.
Yeah, it always changes as soon as you cross that stripe. As we see a loose ball out the back.
They look really good there. They were on a middle fly, but probably just a bit too close to the line. But Queensland defended that really well. But that's probably the best I've seen Brisbane come out of the box. So hopefully they can pick it up in the last.
Playing on is the call. They eventually get back onside to make the touch. Queensland looking for the penalty. Clarkson and Hillman in the middle. What the combination these two young ladies have, and they finish it off nicely. Kai Hillman and Evie Clarkson getting the job done, and they hit double digits here, Queensland.
That's probably how they played in the first half, Scotty. They ran their subset really well, flowed on, and then they went to a middle roll ball and picked up. I think Hillman picked up and hit Evie short and strolled over through the centre of the field for another try to make it, is it 10-1?
10-0.
I've lost the scoreboard. Where did he go? He's gone. He's moved. Not supposed to move on us.
And we're just referencing, we've got a little backup flipped scorecard system over the other side, and they've just let us down on a couple of occasions this weekend. The referees hanging on the sideline and second guessing our own score count up here. I've got 10, they've still got 9. Let's see if they flip the card over in a second. Brisbane, they're looking to flip that scorecard over to 1 and get some reward for their effort throughout this game. It's not going to happen for them here in this set.
Good defence again. Like, their line defence has been really good this game, Queensland. Brisbane have asked a lot of questions, and I think they've held out really well. So, good pressure.
Yeah, it's a good effort for reward. Nice, straight onto the football.
There you go, Scotty. He flipped the card for you. You must have got the message over to him.
They must be tuning in on KO Sports.
We'll give him a little shout out over there.
Yeah, they're doing it hard, the referees, and they've got plenty of support. Like you said, 167 refs. You got 3 on field, but they also get plenty of support on the sideline. Someone's doing the scoring for them. There's somebody else usually running water for the referees. So if they're not on the field refereeing, they come out and support their fellow referees as well. Our refs.
And it's not easy for them, I give you that. Like, obviously us coaches get into them and the players get into them. And they hold themselves really well. They don't ever lose their cool, and they're always ready for a conversation after a game with heated coaches if it hasn't gone their way. So they're doing such a great job. And even just before, when we were sort of watching the game here, the communications between them when they sub on and off, and the way Zach was communicating to the girls there on and off side, it's so clear. So our top referees, it's very good for our young referees to see our top referees here giving back as well.
And for those that might be tuning in that have been at the National Youth Championships before, you might notice that we are broadcasting from what is called Field 2 out the back. And we do have the stadium just over in the background that you can probably see. We'll be heading in there tomorrow to broadcast all games on the stadium field. As we see Hammond now skipping away, got away from the first defender, gets into the in-goal area, needs support. She's still in the in-goal area. Anybody, somebody, please. Can't find the contact. We'll support back on the inside, but nice work from Hammond. She's been great throughout this tournament. Oh, Queensland again. These mistakes, I don't think their coach Paul Cobham, and just keeping one eye on him in the coach's box, he doesn't look too happy at the moment.
Oh, I just think it comes down to you want to be clinical in every game. And it's just the little things, just probably forcing a pass that shouldn't be forced. Like that there, they got on the turnover really fast and no one was set, and then they tried to hit the winger straight away and she wasn't ready, and if they just held it for 2 or 3 more seconds, they probably would have got back into position. But big credit to Brisbane, they've had a big second half here. Kate Hammond especially has had a wow of a game.
Here she goes attacking the line yet again. They're going to get the penalty. Plays offside here for Queensland. So, yeah, just touching on, we will be moving into the stadium tomorrow, and it's had a little walk around on the outside fences. It looks like a bowling green in there. The surface looks absolutely top-notch. It usually is when we come up for the National Youth Championships. So, big thrill for the players as they move into the stadium field tomorrow. And, of course, we start setting up with one eye on finals day on Saturday. And we highlighted by our 18s grand finals to round out, which has been another A pretty amazing National Youth Championships, but still plenty more footy to come. We're only on day 2 of day 4, and it start to be this time, and no doubt you've got your coach's hat on when you're not in the commentary box, and you start to really look at the crucial games and trying to get yourself into a position to get a final spot as you work your way into Saturday.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, I think especially in the top divisions with the 18s and the 16s, especially in the 18s, you're probably... Today wouldn't say so much moving day, but moving day will be tomorrow. So you want to make sure you're in position today to get through unscathed, and then tomorrow move into a couple of round games and a quarter, and then hopefully on Saturday you're in the mix with the big dances, and it's everyone's goal to get to the big dance and to win, and even if you achieve just the final and unfortunately lose, it's such a big privilege to get to a grand final at a national event. So I've been lucky enough as a coach to win one with South Queensland Sharks Girls 18s. And I've been here for a few years, and it's so hard once you get to a semi-final. Just like a men's competition, it's your best four teams, which are the best youth players in the state and the country. So hard to win this tournament.
Queensland. It's been a little while since they've come up with points. Doing the hard yards here, Brisbane, as they make their way over towards the interchange area. Changes coming on around the back. Jin plays it again. Wasn't the cleanest of play the balls, and it just flows on sometimes to your next possession. You can see that's exactly what happened as Brisbane turned the ball back over. Now Queensland bouncing it as well.
Will he penalise and throw it away? No.
Very kind and generous.
Very good, generous.
This time around, and probably not the cleanest of second halves for either team.
But I got to give Brisbane a bit of credit. They're probably halftime talk was like, it's 7-0. It could blow out further, but they're probably like, listen, like, we're not.
They got numbers here. They put it through their hands, and they will get a try on the board. Great reward for this Brisbane team. And one of the Queensland players hit the deck, but that's good awareness there for the Cobras to identify that they had a numbers advantage down the right-hand side. And they do crack the scoreboard, and they get their first on the board.
Yeah, just on the replay here. Unfortunately, I think it's Evie Clarkson tripped over, but it comes off the back of the error, Scotty. We spoke about it. If you make errors around halfway against quality teams, and Brisbane are a very quality team, Queensland are just an exceptional team. Good teams will make you pay, and that's what they did. And, probably Paul, as you said before, we've got one eye on Paul and one eye on the game. He's probably not overly happy, but then they come out and execute that.
Yep.
Straight off the tap, but this second half you wouldn't be overly impressed with. Been a lot more errors in the first half, and probably looking at the clock going, okay, how long to go? Let's just get through this game and finish the day off well.
So a good response after getting a point. We'll try to put on them down the other end as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, there's a little bump ball in the middle of the field, and probably used to just going down there. They just ran a nice little bump play and streaked way down the outside through numbers, so I like it. Nice little variations there.
Again, Brisbane continue on. Another try. Don't have the smell for it now. It's amazing once you just are able to get one, then they all of a sudden start to become a little bit free-flowing as they try to squeeze the ball out. And with space out there.
I think someone yelled out down, down, down from over this side of the field, and I think they had the numbers, but nice play by Brisbane, just didn't execute at the last second, but I like it. They're playing really well. Like, they're not giving up, and that's the biggest thing. Every time they're getting the ball, they're
flying up out of the line. Brooklyn Schmidt is coming up. It's good intent to show some pressure, but it's always a tricky one when you're coming across on an angle like that, particularly when the attacking team are looking to make changes. Tsunami, nice little pop-out play. Nicola takes off Hammond, stretches out. I think she's made the touch.
Great touch. It's a fantastic touch by Kate Hammond.
Nicola comes back and plays it. There she is. Ellum is away from her, out the back. It's a one-on-one battle. Hagan takes them on. Gets in between two Cobras defenders. Doesn't matter if it's one-on-one and doesn't look like there's much doing. She'll make something happen.
Yeah, it's a great touch from Kate Hammond, the touch before, and then they just run like a middle link. 4-on-3 set up like an Aussie, and then they hit Rani out the back, and when you're given a quality player like Rani Hagan one-on-one opportunity, she goes outside, skips back into the inside, and Middle, unfortunately, just missed her, but, you know, she's such a quality young player, and the feet and the footwork she's got, you know, I'd love to have that footwork.
Tickle from the restart. Clock's starting to wind down. It's round 4 fixture of the 18 girls. We said more 18 girls action to come up. New South Wales Combined High Schools taking on the Southwest Queensland Swans. Going to be a crackerjack game. CHS been looking good through the rounds. The Swans, they're always thereabouts as well in the 18 girls division.
Yeah, it'll be a crackerjack of a game, I think. I think if whoever wins that might finish top of their pool. So I haven't really had an eye on the girls division yet too far this weekend, just been able to commentate a couple of the games, but as we see Queensland running away here.
Oh, that last one looked questionable. One of them, Zach Jenrick on the sideline. He was moving into position. They got away with the first one. They weren't going to get away with the second one, but it was good footy from the
great footy
from the two young ladies down the left-hand side of the field here for the Queensland Secondary Schools team.
I definitely would have blamed the wind.
Got to blame something sometimes, right?
100%. But yeah, enterprising game, mate. Enterprising stuff from Queensland, and you know, with that performance, the competition should be on notice. They're really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. Another win to their name. 12-1 final score. Queensland Secondary Schools over the Brisbane Cobras. Like we said, 18 girls action hitting your screens very shortly. New South Wales Combined High Schools, Southwest Queensland Swans. Stay with us.
Floods have torn their way.
When can I play again?
Eruption in their way.
DoorDash are offering help to struggling floods around Australia.
There you go. Get some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah?
The clean-up is designed for residents in Houston.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back in the net. Champion.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solugel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
Here on the Sunshine Coast, you'll find sunshine makes the sea sparkle. The skies pastel. You'll find the sun shines from above and from within, making laughs linger, moments longer, hearts beat fast, and time moves slow. Come find your sunshine moment, for real.
Floods have torn their way.
When can I play again?
Eruption in their way.
DoorDash are offering help to struggling floods around Australia.
There you go. Get some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah?
The clean-up is designed for residents in Houston.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here at Sunshine Coast Stadium, the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. My name is Jack Rogers, and I'm joined again this afternoon by Carly Banks in the commentary box as we take you through 18 girls action here. New South Wales CHS taking on the Southwest Queensland Swans. We've touted this as the KO match of the day. Carly, what can we expect here?
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, Jack. Both these two teams have been in stellar form coming into this clash, and I'm expecting it to be a really, really tight affair here.
Well, both teams would be really happy to get the win in this matchup, and of course, fields that are littered or lineups that are littered with prominent names in the women's game. So we look forward to seeing who to look out for. Anyone in particular you got your eye on here, Carly?
Yeah, in this CHS team, I mean, the form of Alice Mitchell has been irresistible, and we know the speed that Anika McCarthy, the number one, also possesses for CHS. Those two players have been, in great form, along with Coco Masters, the number three for CHS. For the Swans, Tess Notley is a class act. They'll be led by her, Misha Couchy, Ella Searston, Zoe Waters. There's a lot of great players in this Swans team that'll also, step up and give their team the best chance of securing victory.
Well, we're off now, and CHS have first possession, 8 metres out, and they've looked like they've got a bit of space here early on. Couldn't get it through the hands here. Good sliding defence there from the Swans, and they're going to be tested early. Both sides will be. Both these teams known for sort of power punches off the back ends of their sets. So they're playing the ball through hands here, and they've done well to get to the box there on first touch. So getting to the pointier end now in terms of teams, and a little changeover there in the middle of the park. So CHS winning the field battle.
Yeah, the physicality in this game is going to be really, really interesting. Both opening sets there, there've been some, fairly strong touches. Nothing wrong with that sort of stuff. Just that it'll be really, really important for everyone to make sure that they get themselves clean in those roll ball clashes.
Ruck will surely determine a lot of the early momentum here, and CHS, they're looking pretty potent out on that left edge, but the Swans so far up to the task. So the ball goes to the ground, they'll play the ball 7 out.
Yeah, beautiful defence there from the far side winger there, Josephine Bukwiri. She's been asked 2 big questions already, and she's come up trumps with both reads.
Well, here they come, the Swans, and they are flocking down the left-hand side. Fresh legs on the pitch at the moment. No try scorers as of yet. Searson as well there with a driving run through the middle. They won't mind that set. They're on the Swan side of the field, so CHS have to swing the ball, which they do elegantly.
Yeah, we've got some really good talent too down in these coaching boxes as well. Mel Mitchell over in the CHS box, and Jordan Dart and Jodie May here for the Swans. So, yeah, expect to see some really good tactical play as well from both crews.
Oh, CHS throw the ball late and picked up well there by Hamblin. That's a great diving touch to save her team. And they're calling for 6 again. Then probably not going to get it here. Swans with possession. Well deserved after good defence.
Yeah, really, really good defence there, from the Swannies, and they're making their way, through this set very, very nicely. And watch for Tess Notley, the number 4 there, to pick up and get out of half. She's lightning if she gets away.
Oh, and the ball's away.
From Talia Shuka, that's a great offload. Wow. She's been a late inclusion into the Swans team. Normally plays for the CQ Bulls, but unfortunately they didn't have a team, and she was picked up in this Swans team as a late replacement, and she's a very handy addition to this lineup.
Well, the Swans showing intent to throw the ball around early. By Thursday afternoon, they're certainly in the kind of form where they're ready to score some ripper tries. We saw some amazing try celebrations as well this morning. Hopefully see a few more of those this afternoon, and straight through. Wow. And Tess Notley, someone who you called out right at the start of the game, obviously a touch name, Notley. And there we go, first bins for the Swans.
Yeah, nice little reverse quickie line there, from Tess, and she's so agile and good on her feet. Really smart play, and a great feed from Talia Shuka as well, and that has given the Swans the early ascendancy in this big clash here this afternoon, Jack.
It was great to see on the replay there, Notley sort of going slightly passive, not giving away that she was about to receive the ball off that quickie, and then just stretching out for the first try of the match. 1-0 to Swans. CHS, well, they were dangerous, as we saw here last night in their game against Triple C. They've been very hard to beat in this tournament. They got space on the left-hand side now. They scooted out, and again, the sliding defence here from the Swans. Great shutdown by them.
Yeah, great work there from Holly Simmons. She's a very, very reliable winger, always does her job really well. So I think CHS will be a little bit surprised by how good, both Swans wingers are. And yeah, that penalty's been there for a while. I thought Swans were very unlucky to not get one earlier in the set, and that's great work from Zoe Waters. You'll see a knee strapped up there. She's coming back from a knee reconstruction sort of last year, so she's worked really, really hard. She missed out on playing in the Pacific Youth Championships as a result of that, so it's really nice to see Zoe back on the field and producing the goods.
Absolutely. And the Swans here, well, they're going to go close system with the ball. She offloads there to Hamblin. 6 touches is the call. A strong showing in that set, though, overall from the Swans. And CHS, well, they've got some work to do. They've been pretty good getting to their box so far, and they're going to do that again. But striking down the other end of the field looks like it's not going to come as easy as perhaps it has in other games for them.
Yeah, and this is really, really good. This is a really good battle, in this midfield. They're both kicking around. They're trying to work with each other and try and work for this strike dump. But the Swans are handling themselves really, really well.
Well, numbers on the left, their favourite part of the field to attack. The defence, though, is just too good. Although there was a player offside and there'll be 6 more, they have saved a try, more importantly.
Yeah, definitely, and this will be a really big test here for the Swans' defence. They need to get out past the 8 metres as much as they possibly can, because these guys are pretty good in this position.
Berryman's working together in the middle there with Alyssa Medved, and calling the shots is the number 8, Talia. She'll pick up from half and probably give to a sister there, Kelsey. Touch is made on the 7. Let's see if they can damage the Swans line later in this set. Yeah, and penalty called, so they've got to be moving forward there. And it's always one that's sort of in contention, because you can move slowly forward, but that's up to the jurisdiction of the referees.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Okay, they've got their repeat set here, and will be the 3rd set on the line defending for the Swans. So
if I'm the Swans and I'm in this coaching box, I'm wanting to get out past the 8. You don't want to risk another penalty and an exclusion of a player in this situation, and that's a strong double touch there from the Swans to keep the numbers.
This one's going to be tight. Referees confer. Looked close, and the ball probably grounded just before the touch by my eyes anyway. We'll get the replay here to...
Yeah, I think it was an excellent decision by the referees, and that's unfortunate because the Swannies did a really good job to do what we call double touch and not allow, the person be free on the sweep, and they should have had the numbers and it shouldn't have been an issue. So they'll be disappointed, with that try, and then there's a push pass, and they have to really be careful here to make sure they settle back down to their work and know that the game's still got a long way to go. But great hit back from CHS, and this is a juggernaut that we saw last night. They were quite frightening last night, weren't they, Jack? And here's Annika on the sweep, Annika McCarthy, all the speed in the world.
And she does get touched. I think they'll have done their video homework on that play from last night.
Yes.
And still dangerous there. CHS go to ground, but yes, that previous try, very, very impressive finish by Ava Simpson in the corner. The hands from the middle is Medved. 1-1 on the athlete scoreboard. So, we touted this as our KO and Sky match of the day. Yeah. So far, it's living up to expectation.
Isn't it?
So, the Swans on the attack here. Almost working their way through, but touch is called just onside. Coco Masters, that was expert stuff.
Yeah, some nice play there by Jessica Barnes. She's a very enterprising player. And, her and Zoe Waters have a very nice combination. So look for that as this match starts to unfold, Jack.
Plenty of combinations that we'll definitely be coming back to. And CHS here. Let's see who can combine here. So Medved working with Berryman. Out to the right edge, and she's through into the in goal. That's going to be a try right there for Talia Berryman. 2-1, and they're in the lead. So this is really tit for tat so far.
Yeah, it is. Again, they slice through from acting half, and that's a really well-worked play by CHS. Again, Swans would be disappointed with that because it's pretty much man on defence, and it just shows how elusive this CHS attack is. They're able to get away from their player, and they've now put themselves in a really good position to be 2-1 up here.
Well, an important defensive set now as CHS trickle over the halfway line. It's a 1-point lead. 20 metres out. They can be dangerous from this distance, of course, from anywhere on the field, really.
Yeah, wonderful defensive play there from Talia Shuka. She came in from the link position and really snuffed that attacking foray out for CHS. And a nice offload from Ella Searston, and they're away down the sideline.
6 more is the call, and Winger did well there. Number 12, Simpson, former or past try scorer in this match, did well just to get up in the channel and be able to effect a touch. The Swans get their 6 more touches.
This is a super competitive game, isn't it, Jack? And you can just feel it building in terms of the intensity, and both teams are not giving an inch here. So it's our viewers are in for an absolute cracking game here.
Picking up from half, Murphy. Oh, she sort of switches around, and gee, if that had have paid off and met the hands of Van Heerden, then we might have been calling out a try. It was mighty close.
Yeah, there's lots to like about the way that the Swans attack when they're anywhere near that 7-metre line, and there are plenty of points in them. It's just whether they can get a hold of this midfield dominance that CHS is starting to exert now, the longer that the half's going on, Jack. Oh, that looked marginal, didn't it?
Yeah, look, certainly flat, maybe slightly forward. The refs in line with the defence, so may not have caught what we could see from up here. 5th and last, CHS trying their luck on that left edge again.
Yeah, there's no way through there. Misha Couchy, very, very reliable defender there for the Swans, and stepped up really nicely in that link position to save the day for a team there.
Well, here they come. No extra pass needed this time to get to the line, and an unfortunate one's gone to ground there, so probably slightly risky pass, risky option there that wasn't quite needed, but CHS, they'll benefit.
And sorry, Jack, these are the things that, both coaching boxes would be just trying to sort of speak to their team. I can see Joni May down here in front of me, the assistant coach of the Swans, and she'd be talking about the field position and how important it is to make sure you play out your sets. And right now, at this juncture of the game, it's really, really vital, to make sure you get on top and you want to win that field position battle as much as you possibly can. And that's an excellent defensive read there. Josephine Bequiri, she has saved the day again for her team. She's an outstanding winger who, always makes great reads and does a job. And, she saved the day again there for them.
And she almost looked casual in it, like she's done that a million times before, Bequiri, and has certainly saved the Swans there from going down by 2. And they're charging up the field now. I think they're feeling galvanised after that defensive effort. Ball out to the wing, and that was a beautiful option.
Ooh.
Could almost call 6 again there just from being in the channel, even though the ball wasn't sort of intentionally played at.
Yeah, that was a really nice passage of play. Ella Searston kicking around and finding the back middle and giving a strike dump, and they nearly got away with it down there. Ooh, there's a bit of an injury out there, Jack.
A bit of a fall, and looks to be sort of an awkward ankle, potentially a knee.
Yeah, Mel Mitchell just checking that a play is okay, and that's a wise decision to have it come from the field and just to have it checked out.
It's Kate Goodhand, so we'll keep an eye for you on that and updated. Fortunately, it looked fine enough that she was able to walk from the field, so hopefully she'll be back soon.
Yeah.
6 more touches called as it glances off the hand of a Swans defender. And CHS, can they create a 2-point margin here?
Yeah, it's more pressure here for the Swans. They need to get out past the 8. Can't stress enough how important that is. It's the worst possible position to be in on that 7, especially when someone like Annika McCarthy is about to step back in and dive at the line with her pet play there. So some real assertiveness is required here from the Swans.
McCarthy plays the ball. Mitchell wants it back. She's being dangerous from the dive. We haven't necessarily needed to see a lot of these longer passes from Alice Mitchell, but she can throw them, and it's all clear. Well done to CHS. That's not really a move that we saw last night, so well played.
Yeah, nice little Rooster play, early release there. It was touch and go whether that ball was released before the touch came, but yeah, well worked, and that's the brilliance of Alice Mitchell. She is, quite frightening that she's not yet 16 and she's able to do, something like that. So she's got a massive future in the game, Jack, and yeah, can't speak highly enough of her development as a player.
Summer Anderson, the try scorer as well, and Carly, I can confirm I caught the replay there and just released. So perfect. A good call by the referees. They were well positioned to see it. Those calls are so tough for touch pass, but the Swans, well, they'd love to score here. They need to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, they just need to stay in touch here and full half-time it's well done. And there's that late switch that's been so good, and it's the play. Great ball from Misha Couchy, and just great, desperate cover defence there from CHS.
Yeah, in fact, I believe we had a middle come all the way from the centre of the field to help make that touch on the wing. They saw it coming. Intuitive defence. And CHS now with the ball in hand. So very important for the Swans here to get up and make those touches. And
it's Couchy again.
Putting their body on the line.
Just, a power out there for the Swans, coming up with those big touches at link, and they're not easy to make, and yeah, she's turning up for her team every single time.
Well, they flicked the ball on. The referees could call forward here. No, they're calling down. Be an interesting replay to watch indeed, but a little flick on there by the CHS link.
Yeah, and they're in the best position to make these calls, aren't they, Jack? It's always tough when it's those close 50-50 ones, and it'll be interesting on this replay. Ooh. I'll let the viewers at home
can make
quibble over that one. It's a tough one, isn't it? So we'll play on, and off we go, and well done from the referees.
Certainly looked like a nice try in terms of entertainment value. Swans here, they're going to try and respond in kind, and it looks like that is exactly what they'll do. Perfect response.
Fantastic response there from the Swans. They let their football do the talking. Zoe Waters, fantastic to see her load up and throw that beautiful right to left long ball. Even before the injury, passing wasn't her strong suit, and she worked really hard. She played with the Redlands Crushers in the Division 1 team last year. I was lucky enough to coach her, and she's a tremendous young player, and she worked really hard on her passing skills, and really nice to see her throw that one. She'd be celebrating, being able to throw a pass like that. So well done to Zoe Waters.
Well, 4-2 now on the athlete scoreboard here at the National Youth Championships, and CHS, well, they're trying to make it 5. Again, they've tested this left edge, which has been almost impenetrable so far. And, well, I hope I haven't spoken too soon. Almost looks as though the touch has... it's close to the touch being made, but they've called ball down. So, 5 tries.
That'll be disappointing. It'll be a knife through the heart of Swans coach Jordan Dart there, right before half-time. Just the link falling to sleep, and a little run out of acting half that sort of brought the Swans undone, and it really wasn't what they wanted in that situation. But this game still has a lot of football to be played in it, doesn't it, Jack?
Absolutely. 5-2 is the score now, so 3 tries in it. The Swans hit back, and they look pretty sharp there. Tess Notley, if she gets in open space, it's good night most of the time. Although I wouldn't mind seeing a foot race with Notley and McCarthy, I must admit. Here they go, though, at the line from close range. And it's going to be blown offside. So 6 more touches. See what the Swans can do here.
Yeah, they really need a try before half-time here, Jack, just to stay in touch and just for their own confidence to know that, they're able to compete really well with this team.
So only one touchdown.
I'd love to see him open it up a little bit, just get a little bit wide, drag them off centre a little bit more.
Yeah, it's still very tight through the centre of the park. And unfortunately there, it looks as though, was there no touch affected?
Yeah, no touch there out of it. But interesting about pulling out in that situation, in that thing. Either you're coming forward and making the touch, or you're not. So, yeah, interesting for the referees.
So, playing the ball around halfway, and tough. She wanted to release the ball there, did Mitchell, but
it won't bother Alice Mitchell. She's as tough as teak for a little one. She just gets on with the game, and it's a big strength. And here we go. Here's trouble.
McCarthy trying to run away with it, and that'll be fifth and last there. Great touch made by Notley.
Yeah, speed on speed. Yep. Very lucky there.
Oh, late switch on the inside. They're just doing really well to shut down these sort of later switch plays and sweep plays as well.
Yeah, because the quality of the CHS attack is first class.
It's fierce.
Like you need to come up with these big plays, and they're stretching the Swans all the time. And in a lot of instances, the Swans girls are up to it. But full marks to the CHS attack in terms of all of the shapes and all the questions that they're throwing, at the Swannies.
And referees blow for half-time here. The athlete scoreboard reads 5-2 in favour of CHS over the Swans. Our KO match of the day here on the stadium field. Carly, should be an interesting second half.
Yeah, definitely. The CHS has been an absolute juggernaut that we've talked about. They were absolutely clinical last night in the game that we called against Triple C, and they've come out again today, going through their processes. But the step up in standard in terms of the Swans have been offering them a lot of defensive resistance, but they still managed to be able to put on 5, first class touchdowns, in the first half. The Swans will think they're a little bit hard done by on a few of those calls, and I don't think they're done as yet, mate. I think that they can get themselves back into the game and try and maybe compete a little bit more down on the scoreline, maybe push out a lot further, because we know that the CHS don't need any invitation on that 7 metre line, because anything down there with the likes of Mitchell and McCarthy, they're so fast and they're able to score in the blink of an eye. So if I'm in that Swans box, I'm saying press out, make your touches as far as you can, and let's get it on in this second half.
Well, it should be an absolute cracker. For now, we're going to take a short break. Live here on KO and Sky Sport Next at the 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. Don't go anywhere.
It's just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of touch and come down and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch, and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So no, it's well worth being here.
And you just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere. just a great festival, mate. Get away from the seriousness of the touch and come out and have some wines and some good food and meet some really nice people.
Get on the plane, get on the boat, get down here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's superb. You know, you can't get many places where you're playing top tier touch, and then you've got a beach and wineries on your doorstep. So, no, it's well worth being here.
And you just play touch, so that's what we're all here for, and that's what we enjoy.
It is just such a great atmosphere.
Welcome back here to the Sunshine Coast Stadium for the DoorDash National Youth Championships. Second half here in the 18 girls division. New South Wales CHS versus the Southwest Queensland Swans. CHS lead by a score of 5-2. My name's Jack Rogers. I'm here with Carly Banks in the commentary box as we see the Swans on the attack early here. The ball almost away, and touch pass is the call.
Yeah, nice little play to open proceedings there for the Swannies to this second half, and nearly caught the CHS defence napping on that short side.
Well, CHS here, barnstorming run up the middle of the field there from the number 5, Tiani Smith. Had a big part to play in their win over Triple C yesterday. And now it looks like they're going to get caught from half.
Yeah, it was just on the sweeper, just the 6th touch. So, yeah, nice defence there from the Swannies to open their first defensive foray in this second half.
And they'll look for a clean box set here, the Swans.
Yeah, it's a bit muddled there, and they're working hard, and that's credit to the CHS defence. And here comes Zoe Waters out of half on the last touch.
Last touch for the Swans. Can they get away? Not on this occasion. So Waters carries the ball.
Yeah, I'm liking this tactic from Swans, though. They did it a few times in the first half too, Jack, where they were looking for that little late switch. CHS are a little bit man on there, so that's a really good pick up there from Jordan Dart and Jodie May down here in the Swans coaching box.
And tactics aplenty will be on display in this KO match of the day. CHS, there's a big touch there, and there's nothing wrong with that touch. You certainly needed that sort of intensity off the line. They go back on the short side. McCarthy throws it over the back of her head. The touch is made.
Is there anything she can't do, Jack? A fantastic piece of play there, and great to see Enterprise. There's a bit of physicality going on out here in this game, and yeah, befitting of our KO Sports big match, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple of hard touches there in a row, and yeah, this one touched by Medved has forced the error, a loose carry.
Yeah, number 13, Bridget Doherty, just needs to be a little bit more, mindful in that sort of ruck contest stuff. Just take her time and make sure you see Misha Couchy again. She has been a power in defence, hasn't she? There's no way through there. She's a brick wall.
If you got players diving in the middle of the park for touches, then you know they've got good qualities about them, that's for sure. So CHS here attacking again. They do get the ball away, and that's going to be down. Berryman, Talia, the space opened up through the middle.
Yeah, they've been really good, haven't they, the Berrymans? They're a class act, a very famous touch family name, and yeah, just turning it on there. Again, Bridget Doherty a little bit too far wide away, getting disconnected with her middle there, and yeah, that's gifted them the break that they need. But the Swannies won't go away. They've been encouraging signs to start this second half, and they need to just keep persisting with what they're doing. And that's the third time, though, Jack, off there when they've been scored against it, they've turned it over on touch one. Jordan Dart and Jodie May won't be happy with that, so they need to just really settle down and make the most. When you get a tap back from halfway, it's your opportunity to hit back. So hopefully that's a lesson learnt, the further they go on in this tournament.
emphasis on holding the ball for the Swans. CHS with some space here. McCarthy does like this kind of space, and now Simpson goes back inside to McCarthy. The touch pass call will be upheld, though, further up the field, and actually a quick tap here. They're not back 10 metres yet.
That's very thoughtful, very smart play there. She's done so well there to come up with the late pass and then get on the transition super quick and take the quick tap for a team. Fantastic play.
Really alert play there by the Swans, and they'll benefit by getting a good roll on here. CHS haven't been able to get their usual defensive structure up, and good
pass.
Hitting in defence as well from Simpson.
Yeah, fantastic from Ava Simpson there. You know, we talked about how good the wingers are, and she's had a first-class tournament so far for CHS and always comes up with the right play, and that's a turnover, and that's well spotted by the referees.
So, tricky one there for CHS, just losing it in the play of the ball.
Now, it'll all depend on how patient Swannies can be with the use of this football. Zoe Waters sure to be a focal point out there along with Jess Barnes.
So, out to the right, Barnes tries to go through, and using the width here, really important for Swans. They need to make sure that this CHS defence can't compress as they usually like to.
Yeah, and Jordan Dart's just sent Ella Searston on here to work in here with Zoe Waters and Barnes.
So, Waters' intercept is taken. Okay, and we're going to see a penalty. So, 6 more touches for the Swans. Some good strike players out in the middle of the park. You mentioned Searston. We've got Hamblin as well. Picking up there. Searston from half. 6 more is the call. And, they can be patient here. They're putting the pressure on.
They can. Just a couple of little quickie plays to try and get a nice line from Ella Searston there, and she's got him on the out.
Certainly worth having a crack through the centre at this point in time.
And this is good, and Zoe would they'll just take their time and they'll work down and look for a strike dump. They've got a sweeper play coming here. Just got a little bit too close with that attacking raid, didn't they, Jack? They needed to get it back on the 7 and just be really patient, and take their time. Quite easy from up here in the commentary box for sure. But, good signs there for the CHS defence, though. They really got up there and they were really active. Their links played a really important part there, and now they're getting out of their end quite nicely. But then there's a mistake.
So, looks like there may have been a little foot in the ruck. A clearance call, and they haven't managed to work their way over the line here yet, the Swans. CHS have tightened up that defence in the second half, but you rest assured the strategy coming from the sideline means that there will be tries yet in this game. And speaking of tries, the touch has been made. Thought we might be announcing a try there, but Masters has been abruptly stopped by Searston diving attempt. So their line defence will be tested. Got to make sure they're coming up and off their line. And the touch is made.
And that's an excellent defensive play there from the Swans. They got themselves out past the 8, and that was the critical thing, which meant that the dive, didn't come off because they were one metre out from the line, and that's an important critical point for the Swans, so they can be taking that with them. Ooh.
And these attempts to discombobulate the Swans' defence down the short side have been unsuccessful thus far. They like to go back on the short. The CHS team haven't managed to score from that play yet.
Yeah, I think at the moment, CHS are on that ball super sharp on the transitions, and if there's any area that they're really outpointing the Swans in at the moment, it's the speed of the transition. They're on the ball fast, and they're rolling, and they're creating momentum in the first 3 touches. I'd like to see the Swans get over the ball a bit faster, Jack, and give themselves every chance of competing, with CHS in that area.
McCarthy, hands on the ball now, 5th touch.
Who else? Misha Couchy.
And Couchy has been the bane of players like McCarthy in this game. She has just been there every single time to affect a touch. Defensively, imperious so far. And, we don't even need to commentate on that. That's unbelievable from Couchy.
Yeah, she's a great little player and has all the attributes to play at a higher level, and she's really important to this Swans lineup.
Great hands there. Couchy's going to get the ball back, so she's worked away all the way from the left link position, and even diving off the field too. So, yeah, big shout-out and raps to Couchy there. 5th and last for the Swans. Scooping through.
That's got to be a penalty.
And referee will blow the whistle. Zoe Waters was pretty quick getting through there, and they never quite made it back. So 6 touches to go. They're going to really need to try and score here, the Swans.
Oh.
Going for the line. Only the wingers onside.
Yeah, that's a really great recovery there from CHS there, Jack, and they've controlled that well. But it'll be Zoe Waters again working with Jess Barnes. They've been super effective in this game for the Swans, so let's see what they've got in store.
They're looking for the quickie here. They go back to the longer side, and it's a shame she slipped because they would have had extra space to work with here. They still have a shot. How quick are they out on the wing? Well, it's going to go to ground.
Yeah, another push pass. It would have been good for them to hold the ball, but they're going to get a reset here, and they really need to take their time and just, work the plays that they want. I'd love to see their links get a little bit deeper and hold their width and allow the middles to, to have a go in these first couple of touches, and then, work in their sweeper plays and their Roosters and Counties running plays.
Another quickie here, and has Waters got through. Offside player does affect the touch, but it will not count. So, yeah, Waters back on the board at 6-3 now, so closing the gap.
Yeah, class act, Zoe Waters. Really, really nice setup there from the Swans. And that's what we said, have the patience, work your play, get where you need to be in it. And it's that combination of Barnes and Waters together. They've done this 1,000 times on the playing fields up at Carney Springs in Toowoomba. And, they've put another really nice combination together to get the Swannies back in touch here.
Well, 3 tries separate them. It's going to stay really interesting here. Let's see what CHS can do with this set. They had numbers out on the right, but didn't choose to go there immediately. Preferred to look back inwards. But Medved working together with Goodhand, who is back out on the pitch. She earlier went off slightly injured, and looks as though CHS are over now, and this time it's Kelsey Berryman. So the Berrymans, well, they're racking up the tries in this game.
They are turning on a clinic, those pair. Nice little boy play. Noticed that the defender pulled a massive corner and the middle needed to get over closer. Too much lateral separation between the two middles on that plane. It was a nice little sequence, from those girls. And CHS are showing really good variety in this game, Jack. We've been used to seeing the running plays and the athleticism. Now we're seeing some real guile down with their static variations. So they're starting to put their game together nicely coming into the back end of the tournament.
Well said, Carly. And this is just crunch time. Well, for both of these teams, really, major test if they're ambitious of playing semi-finals footy, which we'll see some of tomorrow evening, and, of course, as we head towards the grand final on Saturday. So, with the ball in hands now as McCarthy dishes over to Berryman, and Mitchell, fresh legs on here, and it doesn't really matter who we call out here because they're a powerhouse team. So Smith plays the ball.
Yeah, we're starting to see the attrition rate sort of take its toll here. The Swans look a little bit sluggish in this set, and CHS were full of running, so that stop was definitely required because the momentum was actually building quite nicely in that set, wasn't it, for CHS?
Absolutely. Fitness focus. They've sort of overextended there, and it'll be Smith that picks up from dummy half. She'll look for Goodhand, but actually she chooses to go long, and it's the correct option. Ava Simpson is on the receiving end of a right to left long ball. Ripper from Smith.
Yeah, Smith, she is a genuine ball player. She took her time and she looked really, really composed, didn't she, as she lined that up. You could almost see what was going through her head on that one and, pulled the trigger, and the Swans winger flew in when really probably not a need to do that. But that's the pressure that those types of situations, sort of build. So there's a lot of learning here, for both teams in terms of going forward for the rest of this tournament.
Well, the Swans, scores getting away from them slightly. Score is 8-3 on the Athlete scoreboard. And a great touch there by CHS.
Yeah, Zoe Waters has been a threat, all game, hasn't she? Every time she touches the ball, there's something happening.
And here we go again. She almost works her way through. It's not a bad option at all because the ball's dead. right down on the 7 for CHS. When Triple C did challenge them last night, it was from that kind of position. So
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
definitely intent behind this. Oh, and a good strong touch made just before the halfway line. Trying to get up and in front, and that ball probably coasting a little bit forward.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of defence there. Number 2, Molly Van Heerden, she's been a little worker for this Swans team, and she was really persistent there, and she forced the CHS pass, and she got the turnover for her team, so full marks to her.
So the Swans, can they find the energy to kick back here? Picking up the number 7, Palliser. Palliser, rather. Hamblin with the ball. And now Searsten. Pace. Finishing the set right close to the touchline. And it's CHS on the ball again. So what can they cook up here? Really dangerous.
They're really
in these open
relentless
plays.
with this rucking. They are just, ploughing through this midfield and giving themselves every opportunity.
And they're going to go with it here. It's, of course, Smith, who they wanted on the ball there. And she chooses a short option this time. Not as effective as the longer option, but, yeah, they've gone the full field in that set.
Yeah, nice defence there from the Swans, though. Ella Houston handled herself well through that middle, and middle partner worked really, really hard there. And unfortunate penalty there, but Chloe Palliser did a great job as well. But now they've turned over the ball in prime real estate here for CHS, and let's see what they can do with this use of the football, Jack.
Kelsey Berryman, already with a try to her name. And they run the ball all the way out to the right-hand side of the field. You know what that means. That means we got fresh legs. And some quick substitutes. So, placing the ball down, Medved, Mitchell, and wow, that was a close chance there. But again, the middle defence right now, or middle link defence, is working a charm for the Swans in this passage of play. Not easy to defend. Mitchell gives the ball back to Medved. Back to Mitchell.
Oh, fantastic piece of defence there. Bridget Doherty. Now, earlier in the half, we said she was too wide and needed to get across. She's obviously listened to her coaches, and that's a real win, for the Swans coaching box and for Bridget Doherty to be able to get herself in and save that, because trying to stop Alice Mitchell from that range is not easy. So, yeah, hats off to Bridget Doherty for that defensive play.
Swans now, Waters. She looks for 6 more. And they all...
7 on.
7 players on the field. I was going to say every player on the field thought 6 more, but unfortunately too many players on the field there during the substitutes for the Swans.
Yeah, and it's a bit tough. You're getting towards the back end of the game, and you may have been held up on a touch, and then if you're a little bit early, there's no way through there. So you've got to be really, really vigilant about your substitutions, because it can end up costing you quite dearly. Couchy again.
And here they go. It's Berryman who goes out to Simpson. She's already scored a few.
Oh, Misha Couchy, stop it.
Has been called by Couchy, and that's got to be...
The touch of the tournament so far. She got across, and she'd said it really early. She told her link to go in, and she got back out there. That is an absolute one for the highlight reel, Jack.
Unbelievable touch. Sadly, though, the referee is calling a try there. Player offside that affected the touch, and that's so unfortunate given the earlier touch from Couchy in that set. A heroic effort.
Yeah, they definitely deserve better on that. I'd be interested to see how the referee came up with that call, but because Bequiri claimed the touch, so yeah, very interesting. Unless, as you said, Jack, they said that she was offside.
Yeah, I think the claim was that she'd never made it back to that line,
and fair enough.
Yeah. So the score now is 9-3. So it's starting to get a bit out of hand for Swans score-wise, but still a valiant effort. Some opportunities here for them to try and put some more points on the scoreboard in good field position. Touch is made there, 7 metres out, and 6 touches. And Shuka caught with the ball at the back end of that set.
Yeah, not a great end of the set there from the Swans. Not a lot of industry and a lot of organisation around that set. So, yep, hopefully they can do a little bit better here defensively, because I'll have to be, because CHS look like they're on a bit of a roll here now, Jack.
CHS, well, doing what they do best, ploughing up the middle of the field. And that's fifth and last. See if they can go through here. They've certainly got the pace to boot, but the Swans on these diving touches have been really excellent today.
Yeah, excellent touch from Alice, and the one that had to be made, Alice Mitchell looked like she was going to score for all money, and a valiant effort there from Alice Houston to get there just in the nick of time. But the Swannies nearly really have to do the yards here to get out of their half, and this CHS team just keeps growing and getting better, and their midfield dominance has been a big feature of this match, and there they are, putting so much pressure on the Swans and forcing a well-deserved turnover.
CHS, and it's Mitchell who's going to be working the ball to the line. She wants nothing more to do with this set. Going to go rest up. McCarthy, one of the replacements, working with Coco Masters.
That's a pretty handy replacement to come onto the field, isn't it, Jack?
Indeed it is. And look at that. That spectacular with the hands there. And, normally you're sort of a bit biased when you see someone who's got a lot of pace. You think, they probably don't have the ball skills to match, but there from McCarthy just...
Yeah, beautiful touch. She's got lovely hands, and that was a lovely little tap on.
And this will be it here momentarily. So full-time whistle is blown at 9-3 in favour of CHS, our KO match of the day. The Swans couldn't quite hang in there with CHS, but gee, it's going to be an exciting 18 girls division if we keep seeing matches like that.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams, played really well. I mean, the score probably doesn't indicate the closeness, of that game in different sections. I mean, CHS, class act. They produced some great football during that game. But Jordan Dart and Jodie May, won't be too perturbed by that. There's still a couple of days to go, and I think that, the Swanleys will be there and thereabouts, come finals time. But wow. We've seen QWST play fantastic today. We've seen CHS do that. It's the dream matchup, isn't it? And we can't wait for what happens over the next few days. But the cream rises to the top as we get close to it, Jack. So yeah, what a fantastic performance from CHS.
Brilliant stuff out here at the Sunshine Coast, the DoorDash National Youth Championships. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming your way shortly. 18 boys. It's the Brisbane Cobras taking on the Hunter Western Hornets. We'll see you soon here live on KO and Sky Sport Next.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work, because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be, it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Cluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Well, we're back here at Sunshine Coast Stadium for the DoorDash National Youth Championships. 18 boys action. My name's Jack Rogers. I'm joined by Carly Banks in the commentary box. And this one's going to be a cracker. The Brisbane Cobras, well, they're actually undefeated in their first 3 games in their division. The Hornets, they've had a slightly harder road so far. 1 win, 2 losses. So this is crucial for them against the top of the table.
Yeah, they always have some really good clashes, these two teams. Last year, both teams made semi-finals, in the 18 boys division. So, looking forward to seeing what happens in this one.
So the ball's gone to ground early there for the Cobras. So it'll be the Hornets that get the first real attacking position of the game. Number 14, Josh Brown, in the middle of the park. He's calling the shots here. He wants to be dummy half. He's going to pick up and go to Travis Jackson, danger man for the Hornets.
Yeah, Travis is very, very good on the sweep, and he's very, very capable.
And it's going to be the Cobras off their own line after the Hornets run out of steam there. Up the line, yellow boots there from the Cobras. It's Brody Campbell. And nice little latch there. Gilbert Marino with the ball in hands. That's 6 touches. It's come pretty quick. So Hornets on the up in this territorial battle. But as we know, only one breakthrough or one error can change everything here.
Yeah, definitely, and we've got some real talent down in these coaching boxes as well. Over in the Cobras box, we've got Chris Ross, very, very experienced coach, and has done a really good job with this Cobras team as we speak. An intercept there for the Cobras, and down here we've got Lindsay Brain and Matt Richards, both assistant coaches for the Hornets Men's Open. They have a lot of ability themselves, so they're doing a really good job with a very young team. They've had a lot of replacement players, like most of the New South Wales sides have been ravaged by the Triple C and CHS and CIS teams, so this is a really young Hornets team, but they're competing well.
And the touch has been made there on the dummy half. It's the 32, Nash Russell, who affects that touch for the Hornets. Looking sharp. They got all the brains, and they may get caught out here. Very close to an intercept. You could see Jacob Richter, he got up and in the space.
Yeah, and this is great press defence here from the Cobras. They're just advancing, and they're really starving, the Hornets of any field position whatsoever. And, they're going to have to do something special to get out of this set.
And the little floating ball there round the back to the sweeper. Very clever to get out of danger there for the Hornets, but they're only on the halfway line after their set. So the Cobras, well, they'll be ready to strike. And strike early. A couple of minutes into this game. Team's still feeling each other out. And Kai Smith, he'll want the ball next to Delaney. And as well working in the middle, Campbell Rolfe
Yeah, he's one player who will have to get his hands on the ball a lot here for the Cobras. He's got a beautiful passing game.
Oh, left to right ball, and that's gorgeous stuff. They go to Noah Ecott at the end there, and yeah, that's a great try to kick off the match.
Yeah, Damien Vanderwood, he's an absolute star. He's great with that left to right long ball, and he just lined up and he went whack. And yeah, really, really good start for the Cobras to open proceedings here and a 1-0 lead.
And Vanderwood, don't suppose you know, Carly, if he's left-hand dominant or not, but it certainly looked like it, given the angle, the trajectory of that ball, but wouldn't be shocked if he can throw the right to left just as cleanly.
Yeah, he can join our club, can't he, Jack?
Absolutely. Select few. So the Hornets on the assault here, 1-0 in favour of the Cobras. And they're going to need a little spark here. Josh Brown working together with Dransfield. Dransfield, he was hoping that there'd be an offside call, and you can see a bit of dirt kicked up there on the main field. It's copped a beating, that's for sure. It's the number 9, though, going through. Jake Herring, 5th and last touch. Hard to crack this line. They're going to have a static last play here. And the touch is made. Fairly straightforward defence for the Cobras. They're looking tight so far.
Yeah, and that's a really good decision by the referee. The Hornets player didn't return the ball to the mark, and that's a relieving penalty for the Cobras, who have now transitioned quite quickly over towards their sub box, and they've created some really good flow here.
The Cobras sprinting up the field now, and Richter plays the ball. Delaney in the 36 there. Vanderwood, who is caught on 6.
Yeah, really good defensive effort there from Jake Herring, though. He jumped up in that link channel and, yeah, did a really, really good job to save things there for the Hornets.
Hornets sweeping on there. Very lateral play, but they're ready to go forwards. And Kyan Gordon, he throws a fairly risky long ball there, but there's a reason why. The ball's all the way out on the far touchline, yeah, well away from the Cobras box.
Yeah, definitely trying to stick to his team's policy there, and he's a promising young player, Kyan Gordon. He's only 15 years old. He stepped up when they were short of players to come up as a shadow from the 16s in the Hornets to play in this 18s division. So really good experience for the young man.
A lot of players certainly playing up, particularly in this Hornets side. Can they hold out here against an experienced Cobras team? Number 3, Kai Smith, well, he's hunting for the line. Offside will be the call. He's almost gone through there, but the final touch, Kyan Gordon, he managed to make it back on side eventually.
Yeah, I like that refereeing decision there. He was playing the advantage. There wasn't any. Took it back and gave him the penalty. So fantastic work from the referee.
Diving for the line. Touch is made. And, yeah, they've done well again just to take a step or two off the line, the Hornets, and make that touch. And left to right ball, he's had one too many Weet-Bix there. It's gone over the sideline.
He certainly did, but that's a reward there for the Hornets middles getting out and being brave, because that was a really daunting situation there. And, yeah, really well done from Travis Jackson. He had a lot of pressure on him there, and he did really, really well to get out there.
And certainly a call that could have gone either way. I think because there were 2 players trying to make the touch, they've probably gone with foot being in the ruck or a hand sort of getting in the way of the play there. So
yeah, that's very, very good refereeing and stuff. And yeah, the boys are making some really good inroads here through the middle, but the Cobras defenders are standing up nice and robustly as well. So this is a very, very good contest, Jack.
Kaim Hunt and Jai Davies working together in the centre of the park. And there's going to be a touch pass. So Cobras back on the ball, but there's only 1 try so far in this matchup. So it's no one can ease off just yet.
No, they're just ebbing and flowing, and they're working through their sets. Cobras have probably got the best of the midfield at the moment and stuff, but the Hornets are hanging tough, and their line defence has actually been quite resolute, and that'll please Lindsay Brain and Matt Richards no end.
And some skippy play there from Vanderwood. He's already been involved in the first try, so he's poking and prodding once again, seeing what he can do.
Yeah, there's some physicality going on, and the referees picked that. Yeah, and I think this is really, really good refereeing. You don't want it to get out of hand with the physicality, Jack, and they're all over it at the moment. So fantastic refereeing from the three men in the middle out there.
Really keeping control of this match well, and it's the Hornets who will benefit on this occasion. So Josh Brown working his way towards the line with Dransfield, working together. A little bit of space on the left, but not enough. Or do they have enough?
Stop it.
Goodness me, that is a heck of a try to Travis Jackson, who we saw was on fire yesterday. But, yeah, that's probably the best try he scored all weekend.
Yeah, he's got the country singer name going for him, hasn't he, Travis Jackson? And he's come up with the goods there. He's got a clean pair of heels, and he does a really, really good job. He's been the heart and soul of this Hornets effort so far in this tournament, and he comes up with a try all on his own to inspire his teammates.
1-1 now between these two sides. Nothing between them. Obviously, the importance of this match for the Hornets, well, it could determine whether or not they're able to make their way into semi-finals. For the Cobras, they're pretty close to it. They've already secured that spot. So, touch made, 7 metres out. Can they hold out the Cobras? They can.
Beautiful defence there from Kyan Gordon, doing a great job, there, and holding his nerve nicely in the helter-skelter area that is the middle position. So, yeah, he'll be well proud of himself with that effort.
Hornets under a little bit of pressure here on their box set, but I was going to say, I thought they dealt with it well. Didn't look like they touched a line there, but the calls come from referee Riley Wooten. So, actually getting a tap in the end. So, yeah, interesting change over there. Cobras from 10 metres out. Hornets are going to need to dig deep here because they may have felt that the call went against them there, and now they've got to put in that extra effort to make sure they don't concede a try, and they do.
Yeah,
Ronan Delaney.
Lovely piece of play there from Jacob Richter. He's been the architect in a number of the Cobras games that we've seen so far during this tournament, and he puts it on a platter for Ronan Delaney, and the Cobras skip out now. So important that the Hornets go with them here and don't get too dispirited by that, because it was a 50-50 call, and full marks to Cobras for taking advantage of it there. But let's see what the Hornets can hit back with here, Jack.
Made. They looked for the sweep there. The number 9 was considering running around Jake Herring. Herring instead goes long, and it goes to ground sort of just between the link and winger. Cobras off their own line. This could be a consolidation set for them if they manage to score on the back end. And the Hornets, they're getting caught sort of rolling backwards here, which is not ideal, but at least they're structurally contained. 5th and last, so static place. That's a really important touch to make to make sure that they don't get a driving play. And there we see the sort of steppy play from Strader. Hornets back in possession. And the ball took a bit of a bobble. I think they're asking the referee if there was perhaps a foot in the ruck. But not to be. So Cobra's on the ball. And Strader has got the ball down there. So, yeah, off the back of sort of 2 errors, and it seems that the Cobras are now up by 2.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when those 50-50 calls go against you, it's really important to clear it from your mind and come up with something positive. So, Jack Dransfield seemed like a little bit preoccupied and a little bit upset by that decision, and it's those things happen in the game, and it's really important to try and knuckle down. I know it's easier said than done from here, but you clear your mind and you start again, and that's what the Hornets need to do to make sure that the Cobras don't skip away here before half time.
Well, the Hornets, they're still looking pretty switched on here on the attack. It's 5th and last, and flick around, it's going to be an intercept. Caught, though, by the 17, Thomas Kirkpatrick. And now the Cobras, well, screaming up the middle of the park. Just as I say that, they're caught without a dummy half. Commentator's curse playing its role in today's proceedings, as always.
I'm glad it's you for a change, Jack, and not me.
Well, the number 6, Delaney here, on last. They're probably going to want to swing the ball as far across to the left as possible so that it's not easy for the Hornets to get to their box. Haven't made it probably as difficult as they'd like. And both players trying to catch the ball. So...
yeah, the Hornets need to be really careful with their play the balls. They've got to sort of really make sure that they're bending their back and they're getting the ball down when they need to. And a nice little fly play, and they're bouncing out and they're recycling, and that's a really nice piece of play.
Choosing to play direct here. We saw Jai Davies with the sort of latch run, and it was a beautiful run.
That's a great pick up from the referee, isn't it, Jack? There was a slight bobble there as he went to pick up the ball, and that's a really nice pick up.
And they're going to get 10 extra metres there for chat back. So it's unfortunate for the Hornets because their driving set there was sublime. It's just that one little bobble.
Yeah, I can see Lindsay Brain down here, the coach of the Hornets 18 boys, and he's just laying the law down to the boys, and I think that would be a talk about discipline and about getting on, with the game and accepting the decisions and stuff, because it's a very Hornets-like trait for us to just get on with the game and sort of get it done. So I'm sure that that'll be addressed and the boys will get on and play a much more positive brand from here on in.
So the Cobras 8 metres out. Let's see what they can do. Stratter, 5th and last. So both up making that touch. Jai Davies working there well with Hunt. And ball's gone to ground. The penalty will be called, though, for offside. So it didn't have too much influence over the play there. So interesting call.
Yeah, definitely. But again, the referees like conditioning, the teams for what's to come into the final series over the next few days. So I'm liking this from the referees because it sets a very clear standard about what's accepted and what's not.
Cobras almost there, just caught behind the line. Jai Davies there, but he's still able to make the touch.
Yeah, that's a fantastic touch. He was in all sorts of trouble there, and he's recovered very nicely, has he, Jai Davies?
Well, he's going to be potentially tested again here, or at least the edge defence will be. Playing the ball a few metres out. They're trying to take advantage of offside players here, and that's a great result for the Hornets, dishing that extra time for metres. Now they're going to need to continue playing direct here. They don't want to hold the ball up at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep going at him, and just probably wise to just dish that ball one more time, get it down. And
yeah, I think he was playing for that offside and play through, and he wouldn't have been wrong. It was sort of that 7 metres was, wasn't as big as it could have been, I thought, on that occasion. But they have to be persistent with what they're doing, and that's a better set for the Hornets.
Utilising that pace that they have. And now we've got a bit of a chase into the in-goal, rips the ball back inwards. Nice attempt and also good scramble defence from the Hornets to make sure every player was marked.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Campbell Roth. He picked up out of acting half, and he's a very, very good player, and he's always a threat when he picks up and goes, and he split them from half then and just couldn't link up. But he's one player that the Cobras will definitely be looking to as this game continues to unfold, Jack.
The Hornets now, they've been looking pretty quick in their rucking, and shooter now for the Hornets. He's onside, so they'll be playing the ball about 15 metres off their own line. And you can see down here, Coach Lindsay Brain having some words with the players. He's just trying to keep their heads at the moment. They've been quite vocal from the sideline, not necessarily as positive as well as they'd want to be at this point of the game. So just reeling it in. It's tough stuff, under 18 boys.
Yeah, it is. It's always on. There's a lot of testosterone out there, mate, and but these young men, are really putting their best foot forward for their regions, and it's fantastic to see the level of play on display here at the DoorDash Youth National Championships.
And this is more of the positive play that you want to see. Look at them charging on. Jai Davies, he wants the ball in hand. And now it's the number 11. Hunt can't quite make it through.
Yeah, he's got a really good set of wheels, so wait for him to wind up.
So, the Cobras now charging up the field. Looking at the scoreline, it's still only 3-1, so both teams still very much in this game at the moment.
Definitely, and the last few sets, you've seen that the Hornets have addressed that field position battle. They were, it was a clear points decision early to the Cobras, but now Hornets are working their way back into the game, and that little chat that Matt Richards and Lindsay Brain gave to their players has obviously made a bit of a difference here, because the boys have come out with a bit of spring in their step and are playing out really, really constructive sets here. They were looking for that little passive out the back, and they'll get 6 to go as a reward, and it is something that the Hornets region is renowned for in terms of those passive lines. So yeah, can see where the boys are going with that particular phase of play.
Well, can they take advantage of the 6 more? Close there, but the 36 Vanderwood for Cobras makes the touch. They've got plenty of time though in terms of the count, and
that's a good decision. There was a clear forward pass there, and we've seen a lot of that, haven't we, Jack, on the opening 2 days? And I think if there's any area that any of the coaches out here at the tournament will be looking at, it's to making sure that those passes are clean, especially close to the line. And I for one am a big fan of the referees picking up those ones, because often on those quickies, sometimes it feels like we're watching gridiron. So I'm really happy to see that, because I think it's a really important skill, and it's an area that hasn't been given a lot of attention for a while. So yeah, full marks to the referees for picking that up.
Couldn't agree more, Carly. And here, the Hornets, we get the Come On Boys run from the sideline, and they've certainly been doing that pretty well. So can they try and create some damage here? Threw it into the in goal. They get the ball away, and I think that ball will be called down. The referee's conferring right now. It looked by all money to be a try. So try indeed it is. Scooping through with Xavier Stewart for the Hornets, and he just dodged everyone.
Yeah, he's got a very, very clean set of heels. Him in open space. We haven't seen it too much in this, but take it from me, he has got a great set of wheels, and he just showed there what he's capable of doing by getting through and then getting Jack Herring a try right on the stroke of half-time. Fortuitous time for the Hornets, and very timely.
And the half-time buzzer goes, and well. Very, very interesting. Looks like the ominous clouds are overhead. Rain might be coming in here to the Sunshine Coast, and I'll tell you what, it may be foreshadowing hell of a second half here between the Hornets. Only 1 point between them and the Cobras.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're all set up for a fantastic and intriguing second half, Jack. Can't wait.
The 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships. It's about to get stormy here, live on KO and Sky Sport Next. We'll see you soon.
Floods have torn their way.
When can I play again?
Eruption in their way. DoorDash are offering help to struggling floods around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah?
The clean up is done for residents in Bristol.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate. Back in there.
Crunchy outside, juicy inside. We're so thoughtful.
I'll bring you some chicken.
Oh, the rooster's calling.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Athlete, powered by Pain Away, Australia's #1 topical pain relief brand containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. We greatly encourage consumers to always read the label, as ingredient concentration levels vary between different brands. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel contains more than 50% total active ingredient levels than Physio Cream Solugel. Athlete Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Gel. Available at all Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies across Australia. Train, perform, recover with Athlete.
on the Sunshine Coast, you'll find sunshine makes the sea sparkle. The skies pastel. You'll find the sun shines from above and from within, making laughs linger, moments longer, hearts beat fast, and time moves slow. Come find your sunshine moment for real.
Lots of tournament weight.
When can I play again?
Option in your way.
DoorDash are offering help to struggling clubs around Australia.
There you go. Some footies for you guys. That's like good practice, yeah.
The clean-up is after a residency.
Good luck out there. It's go time, mate.
Well, we're back here at the Sunshine Coast 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championships, and exciting stuff happening here all around the ground. You can see that the crowd was starting to pick up, but the rain's coming from the south. So Brisbane Cobras against the Hunter Western Hornets in the 18 boys division, and the Cobras are up just by 1. So one of the closer games that we've had on the main field today. I've got Carly Banks here up in the commentary box. Carly, who do you think's probably going to have the upper hand here at the start of this half?
Yeah, I think this is an even money bet, Jack. We've got two evenly matched combatants here. The Cobras boys have come into this game undefeated, and the Hornets guys have been finding their stride, and they got back right on half-time to only be down 3-2 at the moment. I think this game can go either way, and both teams are both very evenly matched.
And the buzzer goes, so Cobras with the ball in hands first. Momentum seemed to be swinging the way of the Hornets early in the last half, but it looks like the Cobras will strike first in this second half, and Strader gets a try. Now, he's been probing and running hard all during the first half, so good to see him get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Strader's a great young player. He's been prominent for the Cobras so far in the tournament, and that's exactly the start that the Hornets didn't want, and they'll be disappointed with that defence. It should have been a policy defence where, the middle stood up and hold and held late. He didn't, but it's fish and chips now, and now they have to move on, and a nice phase play here from the Hornets. They're a chance. Yeah.
Close chance there. Well defended. They pulled their corner well, did Cobras. And ball goes to ground.
Yeah, quite clearly the Hornets are looking to finish their sets on their side of the field, which is very sensible because Cobras are mostly going to their box, and it's forced an error there, and so really smart tactics there, from Lindsay Brain and Matt Richards, who are trying everything they know to get their team back into it, but that won't help. Mistake there, 7 on, I believe,
and that'd be right on the halfway line. So Wooten, referee, picks that up, and that's given the Cobras a little leg up here early on. They've got that 2-point lead now, so look to go treble up. So here they go. 10 metres out, now 7. 36, Van der Woody picks up, sinker ball, and 6 touches. But yeah, danger looming.
Yeah, I actually thought that was intended for Jacob Richter, who was jumping into the link hole, and he got somebody snaffled it out of his hands, and that enabled the Hornets defender to get onside. So luck's a fortune there for the Hornets.
And the Hornets in the hands of Davies. Hunt. Can he get through? He's gone to Davies, and that's a beautiful ball back on the inside. The ball is still away here, I believe.
On.
The referees call play on. It's potentially contentious for the touch pass, but the ball looked pretty clean away.
Definitely, that's a lovely little piece of play there from the Hornets. Fantastic lead up there from Colin Hunt. He did a fantastic job. To get his team back where they needed to be, and they've bridged the gap to only one try now, Jack.
Hunt and Davies, names to watch here as the Cobras come forward. And yeah, the enthusiasm from Davies has struck me. I know we commented on this last night, but just he's in everything, and He's a bit of a pest defensively for opposition.
He turns up everywhere, and he's a very likeable young man. Very coachable and always willing to listen and learn, and that's what you want to see in young players for sure.
And they're getting up and closing down those spaces. Here, Cobras, number 2, picking up Campbell. And a penalty is blown.
He said that's 2 now. Yeah, right. So the
be
Hornets
careful.
need to be very, very careful here.
So number 6, Delaney, having a go at the try line here, working with Campbell, another danger man. Delaney with the ball in hands, and they fumbled the ball. They had a 3-on-2 on the right edge.
Definitely, the Cobras coaching box over there won't be happy with that. Chris Ross will be a little bit disappointed, with that finish there from the Cobras, but encouraged by the fact that they still created numbers.
And that's a double win there, really, for the Hornets. They were 2 penalties down defending their line. They defended it well, and then got a sort of a piggyback for chat back off of their own line. So now they'll get the chance to bring it back to 1 in terms of the deficit. And the storm clouds approaching overhead. Don't have any rain on the field yet, but
it's looking ominous, isn't it, Jack?
Absolutely. It always gets really interesting when the weather changes mid-match, because the tactics need to change accordingly too. And I'm a personal fan of that sort of touch, because the sliding dive, which we've seen a lot of this week so far, becomes even more effective. Here go the Cobras, right to left ball, right out to the wing. That was gorgeous. It's the number 10, Daniel Wong, who gets his first try of the match, and well-deserved too.
Yeah, he's a great finisher, Daniel Wong, but on the back he latched onto that Campbell Rolf long ball, and, Campbell's been in stellar form in the Metro Cup at BMTA on Friday nights, and, he's got all the great attributes, to be a fantastic ball player, and he just showed us all then what he's capable of.
Well, they've made it a slightly bigger deficit now, and the Hornets...
He's offside, and that's a play on and play through call, and great refereeing, Jack.
Absolutely, and I believe Nash Russell gets the ball down there, diving through centre of the park. And, yeah, it's just always good to be listening to what the referees are saying, and attentiveness to that call. You've got to respond.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Colin Gordon and Nash Russell, combining there on that quickie play, and, getting that strike dump on the 7, and keeping the Hornets in touch. Like, the Cobras just can't kick away from them. They keep coming back, and I've got a feeling that the scoreboard attendant's going to be a little bit busier for a while to come yet.
And 5-4 the score right now, so really only 1 try away, and they've successfully defended the set after the try. So they can certainly take heart in knowing how close they are, but we know they're not going to be happy unless they come away with the win.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Hornets, you can see how much it means to them out there. And it's the number 11.
So fast.
Hunt. Very nearly gets through. It's going to take a quick defender as well to stop him. And unfortunately there we're going to see a penalty. Didn't give the ball back right away. You may see, forced sub here, so he's going to have to leave the field, and he better do so quickly.
Yeah. And that's fantastic comms there from the referee.
And, not allowing that player to come on the field straight away. So
yeah, it would have been an illegal advantage, and that was fantastic. And the player listened and complied with the early chat from the referee, so full marks.
And Cobras almost take advantage. The structure of Hornets' defence took a while to come together there, but just slips out of the hands, that ball there from the number 2.
Yeah, Jordan O'Kane would be a little bit disappointed with that drop ball, but he's trying to get himself back involved in here with the defence to make up for that, and that's a great effort from the young man there.
Hornets need a try fairly soon. They aren't able to do it from open play. I've noticed.
Yeah, the Hornets are getting a little bit frustrated with what they feel, is a very short 7 metres. But the referees are not going to change their mind. So the idea is to get a little bit deeper and buy yourself a little bit more room so that you can run and play the style of game that you want to play. So it takes cool heads in these situations to prevail, Jack.
That's right. And a fairly consistent 7-2, even if it is short.
Oh,
And
fantastic piece of
try
play.
right there, Carly. When we see the replay here, I'd love you to walk us through that. Phenomenal stuff from the Brisbane Cobras.
Yeah, it was a brilliant piece of play, and they've had a lot of success there. And it's that man again, Campbell Rolfe, with this beautiful rocketing long ball. Great long ball, and Jackson Streeter, who else, on the spot. And I'd be interested to see what his Bristol Paints try-scoring tally is today, because I reckon he's had a day out, Jack.
He's certainly racking it up. And when Scotty McAllister, the voice of touch, is back later on this evening, I'm sure that we'll hear the Bristol Paints try-scoring update. And yeah, what I'm interested to see as well is if the under-14s are still reigning supreme on that leaderboard, or if the 18s, the experience, have started to catch up. Fifth and last here for the Hornets, and love that ball from top to bottom. That's just beautiful stuff. The technical ability to be able to throw a ball like that from overhead and sort of down.
Yeah, it's become the vogue play in touch. It's that sinker pass, it's that bang, rocketing over the top, and what a fantastic piece of play, and a beautiful gap hit there too from Xavier Stewart. And yeah, they've given Hornets some hope here again to bridge the gap, and we're ebbing and flowing again here, Jack.
Just one try in the match. Cobras still ahead. Favourites on paper, given that they've won all 3 matches so far in the tournament. But Hornets aren't going anywhere. Think that ball, may have taken a fumble.
Dropped it as he was in the act of scoring the try. And if the Cobras were to go down in this one, they'd be a little bit disappointed, mate, because it's been a tale of a lot of missed opportunities there, and last passes, and just a few little fumbles. So yeah, very important, that they get back on their A game here. Yeah, he's offside.
Shoot it. So, referee on field saying
he
hadn't called him off. So you got to play the whistle.
100%.
And the Hornets, well, charging up. So it's fifth and last. Not quite as deep as they would have liked to have been, but yeah, there's the 6 touches coming in there to affect the touch. That's well done.
Yeah, this is a great game, and you just feel the tension building here, can't you, Jack? It's going to be a crackerjack finish, so viewers at home, stick with us, because I think we're in for, a really, really good finish here.
And the Cobras, well, they've just played the ball just over the halfway mark. They'll be coming towards the back end of their set. There's fifth and last, and show of pace there from the 41, Schaefer. Is the ball down, or do we have a touch? The referees chatting, they're calling all clear. So, Cobras, they're 2 ahead again.
Yeah, they've skipped out again, and that's a fantastic piece of play. Didn't seem like much was doing in that set of 6 at all for the Cobras. And then all of a sudden, they turn it into something important, like Luke Schaefer. What a great play from him. He picked up out of half, and he found the support to put the Cobras up again by 2. So yeah, we're just continuing to go end to end on this one, and it's quite an entertaining affair, isn't it, Jack?
Gilbert Marino, the try scorer, pirouetting off that right foot, scoring back on the inside. So the Hornets in desperate need of a try soon here, and storm clouds are just brewing in the background here. So
yeah, our camera crew up here have taken cover, and Jack's got his polar bear jacket on, so if the viewers at home can see it, he's a little bit soft, remember. He's a chess champion, so yeah, we'll forgive him that.
Yeah, you got to keep the fingers warm, ready for chess, so it's not easy stuff, I can say that much. And the Cobras here, they don't mind the inclement weather. They're just going to keep powering on through. Ball out the back, and there's just some special razzle-dazzle play. Well said, Charlie. Ball goes to ground, though. No luck that time, and a flash of lightning, actually, out to the side there. So be interesting to see how that develops. We'll be keeping you updated with the weather as well. You can play the role of meteorologist as well as touch football specialist, I think, Carly. So playing the ball, 20 metres off their own line, the Hornets. Time's ticking for them here. Jai Davies, he's one of the players they're going to want. And the ever-speedy player there, Hunt, couldn't link up this time with Davies. They scored earlier from a similar play.
Yeah, he really needs some momentum, so his teammates need to get around him and get him some momentum. Like, he's basically coming from a standing start, but him on the back of some flow, I think he would be extremely hard to stop, Jack.
Well, the Cobras there, the touch is made, and
Will the game be stopped if there's lightning?
it looks like the Hornets driving up the field. Jai Davies with the ball in hand. Jake Herring as well working there. Thomas Kirkpatrick. Let's see what they can do here. The back end of this set, they really need a try any time now. And they kept flicking and tapping on the ball there, but it wasn't to be. And the penalty will be for a forward pass.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there for the Hornets. They worked really, really well and strung together some passes, but now how good's this exit set from the Cobras? Gone through the middle on the first touch. They're at the box on two, and this is a really, really promising set coming here for the Cobras.
Cobras playing the ball 5 metres over, and yeah, there's a bit of a foot in the ruck there. So Cobras, they are looking to not release their grip at any point on the match here. 2 points or 2 tries in it. 7-5 is the score, and the Hornets are well aware of their situation. If they lose this match, then they're not going to make it to the semi-finals, so they've really got to dig deep here and do their best. They're a young team, and it's play on here, so they keep playing on the whistle.
Yeah, the Hornets box isn't too happy about what they believe to be other Cobras jumping early in a very short 7. And, you know, as you've said, Jack, you know, everyone's interpretation of the 7 is always going to be different. But guess what? The only people who matter are the ones with the whistle in their hand. So the idea is to just get on with it and play footy. If you feel like you're not getting value, get yourself a little bit deeper so that you buy yourself time to be able to make better decisions.
Absolutely right. And you certainly don't want that negative energy compounding. You've got to stay positive out there on the pitch. Cobra's doing exactly that. The ball's gone to ground, though, so they've lost control. Let's see how the Hornets respond. Can they turn things around here?
And this is it. That's a good first touch, and that's the strength and the energy that they need to get this ball here. And if they're going to get a penalty, it's about working really, really hard, you know, with ball in hand to put yourself in a better field position. And here we have Hunt off the back of this. If he could get some momentum, it would have been nice.
Oh, he's away, Jai Davies. And, yeah, touch pass, the call at the back end of that set. So, yeah, probably didn't need to necessarily give away the penalty there, but it's all right. They've certainly got to try for some magicianship at the back end of this game.
Yeah, this is another good set shaping. I love the energy that the Cobras are bringing when they're flowing onto the field, and they've looked a lot smoother with their subsets, and that's another cracking long ball.
That is unbelievable stuff, and they've picked out their target man, Daniel Wong, again on the wing. He's got good hands, but the ball from the middle is the true...
Yeah.
And look who it is.
Rolf again.
It's Rolf again. It's actually mirror image of what we saw earlier in the game. So might get the double highlight there for Rolf on the long ball.
Yeah, 100%. It's just Groundhog Day. It's fantastic play from Campbell Rolf. And it's great work from his teammates to give him that setup so that he's able to do what he does best. And an awesome finish from Daniel Wong.
So the Hornets, have they gone in there? Looks like the touch.
That was a clever little play, a little bounce play off the back of the sweeper, and quite unfortunate.
And looks as though ball's going to be handed over. They've going 10, and I think it's chat from the players, actually, dissent. Yeah, so number 49, Dransfield, had some words with the referee. Might have been trying to call the players offside. But at the end of the day, it's up to the refs to make those calls.
Exactly.
And so a push. And, yeah, things are getting a little out of hand here for the Hornets.
And there's also just a little bit of sensibility that has to be applied to with the referee. Sometimes you don't need to blow the whistle. Sometimes it's that little chat. Take your time, have the chat to the player, and then often you'll get a better result all round for the game. But as I speak, the rain is just starting to come down. Put my hand out of the commentary box, and a little bit of rain there, Jack. So hopefully we can get to the end of the game before the heavens open up.
And so, words being had from referee to coach. And, just getting in the heat of the moment here. I think it somewhat reflects the intensity of this game. We can see a couple of lightning strikes in the background here as well, which will likely affect future games here. So hopefully we can get through this. Right to left long ball is beautiful, and the cover defence is up to the task as well. Smurthwaite for the Cobras saves his team.
How good was that play from the Cobras winger? He got out, read it perfectly, and made a fantastic touch for his team.
That's Davies and Hunt combinations, a really interesting one. They're actually fantastic from static play.
Yeah, they've tried really hard, those two. They've been at the forefront of anything good that Hornets have done in attack, and those two players can definitely hold their heads up high here in terms of the contribution that they've made to their team's attack.
Cobras charging up the middle now. They are going to be without a half temporarily, but
boy, it's gotten dark here all of a sudden, hasn't it, Jack?
Those lights may need to come on early. Ronan Delaney with the ball. Schaefer involved earlier in an extraordinary try. And Davies, he's staying out there at this point. So really,
he's a machine, isn't he? He's a very fit young man, and he just gives and gives and gives and just keeps running.
Flat ball from the wing there, and number 17, Kirkpatrick as well, running the box set. He'll head back to the wing. Oh, have they got the meterage there? No, they don't. And the ball's gone to ground. So the gale is blowing in, and we're starting to get rain. It's blowing sideways already. So
it's twister weather. The flying cows will be coming soon.
Well, they might be able to use that to their advantage, Carly. I'm not sure if flying cows equate to good footy, but the ball is going to fly through the air if you catch the wind right. And it's the final play of the game right now.
It could be a try here to finish.
Could have gone down the left edge, and because there's curtain call. Sadly, the Hornets, well, they've still got games left to play in this tournament, but they won't be playing semi-finals at the back end of this week. Score of 8-5 proves decisive in favour of the Brisbane Cobras. Carly, that was a pleasure to watch.
It certainly was. Both teams threw the kitchen sink at each other, and a fantastic performance from the Brisbane City Cobras, and Chris Ross's men march on with final expectations still in their future, and the Hornets still with things to play for at the back end of this tournament. But what a fantastic way to wrap up this 18 boys game.
Well, the weather is starting to encroach upon the fields here at Sunshine Coast Stadium. The 2023 DoorDash National Youth Championship will continue shortly. We'll keep you, of course, updated with the latest on this weather. See you soon.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do, and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Gluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast, and you can see the rain bucketing down there on our cameras. Lights are on here, bright, well, early on in the afternoon, really, it must be said, at the DoorDash National Youth Championships. A couple of strikes of lightning early, so we will be keeping you up to date with how the weather's going here. Referees and players on the field, they are shivering and shaking, but they're ready for touch as always. My name's Jack Rogers, and I'm joined in the commentary box by none other than Gab Rose, who's going to be taking us through 18 boys action this afternoon. Sort of top of the table matchup coming here between the team coming first and third, Gab. We've got the QSST boys, and they'll be taking on the Central Queensland Bulls, who really need to win this one if they want to play semis.
I think they might have just caught it, Jack, as you were speaking.
Well, there we go. So we've had a bit of an update here. Players leaving the field. So we will have lightning, and delay will be postponed. So matches will commence a short time after the lightning strike, but of course taking precautions, Gab. So
yeah, they needed to. I think it's looking very ominous here as the rain pours down. I think they said they're going to pause for 30 minutes and hopefully back on after that.
So we'll see how we go. 30 minutes after the last lightning strike is what we're hearing at this point. So at this point, we will be going to a bit of a break here live on KO and Sky Sport Next. Make sure you head back later and check for the latest updates as we come back to the DoorDash National Youth Championships. See you soon.
Chapman into open pastures away from one. Now the right foot step. Toledano coming across in cover. She won't get there. Chapman will. The Broncos haven't given up yet.
In Year 12, I completed my vocational education and training course for hospitality, and I also have my certificate for youth work because that was something that I saw myself doing and something that I thought that I would be good at. And now I have the qualifications, I can work in the sector I want, and it's definitely given me a lot of opportunities with jobs and opportunities within the community. My advice to young people would be it's okay not to know what you're doing at the end of Year 12. I think you have to pick a course that is suited to you and what you want to do, not what you feel like is right. I chose youth work because that's what I want to do and I want to work in the community. Doing that has made me a happier person on and off the field, and I'm a better player and a better person for it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
You wouldn't give your kids the same haircut. You wouldn't demand they wear the same clothes. And you wouldn't expect them all to learn the same way, would you? Every child is unique, and so is the way they learn. Gluey Learning, online school tutoring, personalised for every student.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.